Chapter 2492. Gradually, the two of them began to walk to the sides of the passage. They did not explain anything. Lin Xian and the others did not mind. After taking a few turns, Jing Yun and the middle-aged man suddenly slammed their palms on the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient wall rumbled and was filled with cracks. It was like glass that would shatter at any moment. Damn it! What are you doing? Seeing this, the people from the Yin-Yang sect roared. The other people's expressions changed as well. How dare you play tricks in front of me? Zhou Xiaoseiko and the big black bull also roared. However, before they could attack, they were shocked. This was because countless cracks had appeared on the walls on both sides. Black fog was coming out of the cracks. The fog was very fast and seemed to be endless. It gushed out from the cracks and covered the entire passage in an instant. Despicable outsiders! How dare you want the treasures of the White Cloud clan? Now, die! A sinister laugh came from the front. It made one's scalp tingle. You're courting death. The people from the Yin-Yang sect and the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground roared. The people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground charged forward. Whoosh! A sharp saber light flashed and cut through the void. However, it was blocked by the black fog. The two martial artists from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground were sent flying. On the other side, the people from the Yin-Yang sect were also blocked. They looked at the black fog in front of them in shock. This was because there were rumbling sounds coming from the black fog. Hideous heads and faces appeared from the black fog. There were even claws, scales, and tails. Demonic beasts. Seeing this, the surrounding people frowned. However, the people from the Fey Imperial Palace sneered. They all had the bloodline of the mutated beasts. They were the least afraid of demonic beasts. Scram! The big black bull roared. His voice was like thunder, roaring in all directions. His voice contained the power of his bloodline. Ordinary Fey kings would have knelt on the ground when they felt the power of his bloodline. However, this time around, his bloodline power had lost its effect. The monsters in the black fog were not affected at all. Instead, they let out roars and charged over. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Oh! Miserable screams rang out as many of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground, Illusion Destroyer Palace, and Yin-Yang sect cultivators were bitten, tearing off large chunks of flesh and blood. Blood dyed the ground red as they frantically retreated. Damn it! One attack after another slashed at the black fog and the monsters. However, the black fog was the same as the white clouds. It dispersed with a single slash, and after it dispersed, it could fuse back together again. It could be said that ordinary swords and sabers could not hurt them at all. Instead, more and more black fog came out of the crack. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Why can't I kill him? The people of Nine Heavens Holy Ground and Yin-Yang sect were terrified. They kept on retreating while casting out defensive lights. Bang! 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 These monsters crashed into the defensive barrier, making earth-shattering noises. The light defense was very strong, but as more and more monsters appeared, the disciples were gradually unable to hold on. Get lost! At this moment, Zhou Xiaoseiko roared. The immortal palace in his body rushed out and floated in the sky, casting down a curved light that enveloped the people of Nine Heavens Holy Ground. On the Yin-Yang sect side, they worked together to cast out Yin-Yang Qi. A Yin-Yang diagram floated above their heads, blocking all the attacks. The people of Illusion Destroyer Palace cast out a picture scroll that wrapped them in all directions, temporarily blocking the black fog. Big Black Bull and the others' demonic aura soared into the sky as they fought against the black fog. No flower chanted Amitabha, and the Buddhist light flashed. It had a natural restraining effect on these monsters. The monsters retreated like the tide. They did not attack No Flower. Instead, they all turned their attention to Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian's dragon sword territory appeared and blocked these monsters. At the same time, he waved his hand. The dragon sword territory emitted sword chi and slashed forward. Seeing this, the people of Nine Heavens Holy Ground and Yin-Yang sect sneered. It was useless. The attacks could not hurt them at all. But when they heard this, they were stunned. Because the black monsters that were slashed by the sword chi were screaming in pain. They seemed to be in a miserable state. What? How is this possible? How can his sword chi hurt them? These people were stunned. They also cast out sword chi and saber chi, but it was useless. Damn it! What kind of swordsmanship is this kid using? Zhou Seiko and Big Black Bull also frowned. They had always felt that Lin Xian's swordsmanship was very strange. It seemed to be much more powerful than ordinary sword chi. That attack power made them feel apprehensive. Who would have thought that it would actually have a restraining effect on the black monster? Brother No Flower, let's go. After killing those monsters, Lin Xian said to No Flower with a smile. No Flower nodded. The Buddhist light on his body shone brightly. The two of them strode forward. Wherever they passed, the black monsters retreated like floodwaters. They did not dare to approach at all. Hurry up and follow. When they saw this scene, Zhou Seiko, Big Black Bull, Yin Yang Sect, and Illusion Palace all rushed forward, wanting to hitch a ride. But as soon as they moved, the black monsters in the sky rushed over, and the black fog surrounded them. Fierce collisions and angry roars were heard. Damn it! Get lost. These people had gone crazy. Especially Zhou Seiko and Big Black Bull. They even used their ultimate skills to kill because they were afraid that Lin Xian and No Flower would take away the treasures. Hearing the screams behind them, Lin Xian and No Flower smiled. It seemed that the black fog could stop the people behind for a while. In that case, they would not hold back. The two of them could not help but speed up. No Flower's Buddhist light shone brightly, blocking all the black fog. Lin Xian's sword chi was like a dragon. The terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, and any black monsters that dared to approach were directly killed. Buzz. After flying for a while, two figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing the two of them, Lin Xian snorted coldly. No Flower also frowned, because the two of them were the middle-aged man and Jingyun who brought them in. When the two of them saw Lin Xian and No Flower, their faces were full of shock. Damn it, impossible. How did you escape the zombie beast pursuit? They were too surprised because they did not expect the two of them to pass through the black fog so easily. Lin Xian said coldly, "There is indeed something wrong with the two of you." He struck out two water swords, which shrouded the two of them. The sea surged and turned into two cages, trapping the two of them. Whoosh! Lin Xian and No Flower strode forward. This time, they would not hold back. They would interrogate the two of them properly. Chapter 2493. Two ocean cages surrounded them, and the surrounding seawater surged. Jingyun and the middle-aged man could not escape at all. However, they were not afraid. Instead, they laughed coldly. Ha ha ha. Foolish outsiders, do you really think that you can defeat us? Their lips curled into a demonic smile. Seeing this, Lin Xian and No Flower stopped and frowned. What was going on? Why were their expressions so strange? Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The two ocean cages were torn apart, and two large black hands emerged from the cracks in the walls. In an instant, they tore apart the water swords. Foolish outsiders, you still want our treasures? Now, go die obediently for me. The two of them shouted coldly. The black fog that filled the sky shrouded Jingyun and the middle-aged man. Buzz. In the black fog, a pair of eyes opened with a demonic light. Two human-shaped black fog appeared in front of Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Kill. Among them, the human-shaped black fog formed by Jingyun charged toward Lin Xian, while the middle-aged man charged toward No Flower. Humph! No Flower snorted coldly, and the Buddhist light on his body became even brighter. There were even runes flashing around him. They turned into mysterious runes one after another and blasted forward. Bang! The middle-aged man roared, but he was not as terrified as the black demons before. He could resist. This scene surprised No Flower even more. Whoosh! Lin Xian waved the great dragon sword chi, and streaks of sword light slashed toward the black fog in front of him. Before he got close, Jingyun screamed. There were a few more sword scars on his body, but soon, the fog on his body enveloped the sword scars. Jingyun charged over again. Jingyun's strength was not strong, and he even used his ultimate move, the Seven Evils Blood Cloud, but he was still easily suppressed by Zhou Seiko. But now, he was wrapped in the black fog. After turning into a human-shaped fog, his strength soared. His current strength was probably no weaker than the saint's. Furthermore, it was extremely strange. It could even transform into mist and evade powerful attacks. It could be said that it was even more difficult to deal with than the saint. If an ordinary saint were to encounter such a situation, they would definitely have a headache. However, Lin Xian was still fine. His great dragon sword spirit could destroy everything, so even if the other party could turn into mist, he would not be able to dodge his attack. Streaks of sword chi tore through the void and transformed into a sky full of sword radiance that enveloped Jingyun. Jingyun's body turned into mist and dodged in all directions. However, the places that were swept by the sword chi still emitted white smoke and miserable screams. Therefore, after the attack, the figure of Taoist Jingyun shrunk. Roar! Kill! This completely infuriated him. With a furious roar, the black gas that filled the sky surged. 9 black holes appeared beside him, blocking the sword light that filled the sky. At the same time, he attacked again. The great battle between the two shook the heavens and earth, their momentum terrifying. On the other side, the battle between No Flower and the middle-aged man was also very intense. No Flower had a great Buddhist mystique and a mysterious bloodline. Therefore, the suppression of such dark things was very strong. For a moment, the middle-aged man was suppressed. Amitabha! 9 Buddhist runes appeared in the sky, spinning non-stop and emitting golden light. They were like 9 suns that blasted forward. The middle-aged man kept retreating. On the other side, Jingyun was also sent flying by Lin Xian again. The two of them retreated into the distance, roaring non-stop like crazy beasts. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. It turned out that the people from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground and Demon Imperial Palace who were trapped by the black fog had rushed over. Although the black fog was strange, it was still top powerhouses like Joxiao Seiko and the Big Black Bull. Moreover, these martial artists from the Holy Ground were not weak. They worked together and forced the fog to retreat. However, they were also heavily injured. Other than Joxiao Seiko and the Big Black Bull, the others were more or less injured. When they saw that Lin Xian and No Flower were blocked and did not advance, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Great! It seemed that they had not gotten the treasure yet. However, when they saw the 2 human-shaped fog, they frowned. What were these things? Naturally, they were able to sense the terrifying auras emitted by the human-shaped fog. Damn it, this place was too strange. There were even human-shaped monsters here. Charge! Zhu Xiao Seiko snorted. The Big Black Bull also led the people from Demon Imperial Palace to attack. None of them paid any attention to Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Instead, they charged straight ahead. In front, Jingyun and the middle-aged man roared. The fog around them floated, forming a black light that filled the sky. Puff, puff, puff. Joxiao Seiko and the Big Black Bull were blocked. This scene made all the surrounding martial artists scream. The other party had the combat strength of a physical body. Their eyes were about to pop out. Joxiao Seiko and the Big Black Bull's faces were gloomy. They finally knew why Lin Xian and No Flower had not broken through and left. Damned outsider. Go to hell for me. Jingyun and the middle-aged man did not attack again. They formed a seal with their palms, and the red light in their eyes became more and more intense. Boom! Their bodies suddenly exploded, forming a boundless black fog. Cracks appeared on the surrounding walls again. The black fog filled the sky, completely enveloping Lin Xian and the others. This time, it was even stranger. This was not just a black fog, but an array formation. Have a taste of the corpse soul array. A cold voice sounded. The array formation was activated, and a terrifying energy attack attacked everyone. Scram! Angry roars could be heard, and the energy explosion was earth-shattering. This array formation was too profound. Although they were still in the passageway, they felt as though they were in another world within the array formation. No matter where they went or how they broke through, they could not leave. They even felt that the vitality in their bodies was being stripped away bit by bit. No Flower's body shone with Buddhist light, scaring away all the black fog, creating a vacuum around him. As he walked, the black fog around him dispersed like the tide, but it was useless. He could not recognize the direction at all. He could only walk in the array formation, but could not break through it. Seeing this, Lin Xian said, "Brother No Flower, let's work together. You disperse the black fog. I'll break the array formation and find a way out." Buzz. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He activated his heavenly secret god eyes, and mysterious runes flashed. Whoosh! In the void above them, a pair of golden eyes appeared. Although it was faint and hazy, everyone could clearly feel that a god was looking down on them. As soon as the golden eyes appeared, the black fog trembled violently and almost dissipated. The martial artists also felt a chill in their hearts, and they felt a chill in their hearts. What was going on? Why did they feel like they were being watched? The big black bull and Jiuxiao Seiko also frowned. Their eyes were like rainbows as they looked around. Suddenly, their bodies trembled because they saw the illusory golden eyes above them. It was cold and emotionless, like the eyes of a god. What was that? Whose divine power was it? Or was it originally the same as the black fog? Chapter 2494. They did not know, but the immortal palace above Jiuxiao Seiko's head shone even brighter. Mysterious demonic runes appeared on the big black bull's body. Facing the unknown golden eyes, they did not dare to be careless. The golden eyes were naturally formed by Lin Xian. The phantom of the heavenly secret god eyes appeared in the sky and scanned the area below. After a while, Lin Xian smiled. "Found it. Brother No Flower, let's go." Lin Xian began to point out the way, while No Flower was responsible for dispelling the black fog. Finally, the two of them left the corpse soul array. The two of them left. Follow them. Behind them, the voices of Jiuxiao Seiko and the others could be heard. They were anxious and joyful. Jiuxiao Seiko and the big black bull took the lead and followed the path that Lin Xian and No Flower left. Just as they were about to come out, Lin Xian and Wu Hua, who were in front of them, stopped and turned around. "Humph, go back." Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword territory turned into an azure dragon and charged forward. No Flower also sent out a few rays of Buddhist light, forming a golden Buddha palm. Bang! Bang! Facing the two shocking attacks, the big black bull and Jiuxiao Seiko blocked them with all their might. After the two attacks, Jiuxiao Seiko and the big black bull were forced back. In that split second, the black fog enveloped them again. The original path disappeared. "Damn it! Damn it!" Jiuxiao Seiko's crazy roar came from within the black fog. "Despicable human, don't let us catch you, or I'll kill you." The big black bull roared crazily. Jiuxiao Seiko's murderous aura surged. "Lin Xian, No Flower, I'll remember the two of you. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill both of you." Frenzied roars rang out, but Lin Xian and No Flower only sneered. They wouldn't care about such a threat. "Let's go," Lin Xian said. Their figures flickered as they walked forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter any more black fog, nor were they attacked by any formations. However, he did not encounter any treasures either. The cold aura around them became heavier and heavier, as if the two of them had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. In the end, both of them frowned. What kind of place was this? Was there any treasure? Fortunately, after walking for another half an incense stick's worth of time, something else finally appeared in front of them. There was also an ancient altar in front of him, similar to the one outside. It was just that the scale was a little smaller. A cauldron was placed on top of the ancient altar. It was a bronze cauldron with countless runes engraved on it. Seeing this bronze cauldron, Lin Xian and No Flower stopped again. Their eyes flashed as they looked at each other. To be honest, the previous two dangers were all caused by this bronze cauldron, including this time when they entered the mysterious space. They didn't expect to encounter a bronze cauldron here. Could it be that the treasure mentioned by the White Cloud clan was this bronze cauldron? To be honest, they didn't really want to touch this bronze cauldron. Because of the previous two times, they felt that it was too strange. However, they were still very curious. They also wanted to know what was inside this bronze cauldron. Was there really a treasure inside? "Brother Lin, I'll use the Buddha's light to suppress it first." With that, No Flower formed a seal. 9 Buddha's runes appeared in the void and floated forward, revolving around the bronze cauldron. Lin Xian's soul rushed forward and probed it. At the same time, No Flower also used his soul power. Both of their soul power probed into the bronze cauldron in front of them. However, as soon as they entered, their expressions changed and they immediately withdrew their soul power. This was because an extremely sharp sound came from the bronze cauldron. It sounded like a woman's voice, extremely shrill and miserable. This scream almost caused Lin Xian's and No Flower souls to shatter. Lin Xian's face was pale as he withdrew his soul power. On the other side, No Flower's expression was solemn. What was inside? Fortunately, they were unable to use the 9 Buddhist runes to suppress it. Otherwise, their souls would have been severely injured when that sharp sound was emitted. Let's see what kind of monster is inside. Lin Xian's face was also cold. He opened his heavenly secret god eyes and formed a seal. A pair of hazy golden eyes appeared above him. He didn't use it before because it consumed a lot of soul power. He didn't want to use it unless he had no other choice. However, he couldn't care less now. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the void, looking down like the eyes of a god. Finally, Lin Xian saw what was inside the bronze cauldron. However, he was stunned. Then, the golden eyes in the sky disappeared. What did Brother Lin see? No Flower was also puzzled. There were 2 small cauldrons inside the bronze cauldron. They were sealed and couldn't be seen clearly. However, they should be the treasures that the White Cloud tribe mentioned. There are 2 small cauldrons, one for each of us. However, what was that shrill sound? No Flower was even more puzzled. Lin Xian arrived. It was a human face. To be precise, it was a human face carved with runes. It wrapped around the 2 small cauldrons under the bronze cauldron. If we want to take the small cauldrons inside, we have to deal with that shrill sound. Brother Lin, what do you think? Lin Xian said in a low voice. There wasn't much time. Jiu Seiko and the big black bull would definitely be able to break through the array. Therefore, we have to end this quickly. I can resist the shrill sound, but even if I can fight it, I can't protect my soul from the impact. When the time comes, it might be a lose-lose situation. Hearing this, No Flower smiled. Brother Lin, don't worry. I have a Dharma treasure to protect the soul. As he said that, he flipped his palm and took out a Buddhist bead. The Buddhist bead was crystal clear and about the size of an apple. It shone with Buddhist light and was covered with Buddhist runes. This is a soul anchoring pearl. It can protect our souls. A soul anchoring pearl. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect No Flower to have such a good item. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know much about the Western Desert. If the elders of the other sacred grounds were here, they would definitely scream when they heard the word soul anchoring pearl, because it was an important treasure of Lanrua Temple. With it, they wouldn't be affected by the soul. Moreover, it was rumored that even if a dead person was enveloped by the soul anchoring pearl, their 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls would be frozen. There might even be a chance of resurrection. There were many rumors about the soul anchoring pearl. All right, let's do that. We'll work together. Lin Xian nodded. No Flower waved his hand, and the soul anchoring pearl floated in the sky. Countless Buddhist lights scattered and enveloped the 2 of them. Lin Xian felt the golden light and was surprised. Indeed, he felt a mysterious force protecting his soul. This way, he didn't have to worry about anything. The next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. A dragon soul rushed out of his body and appeared in the sky, bearing its fangs and claws. Chapter 2495. Ah, that sharp voice sounded. It was as if sharp sword divine light pierced through the void. No Flower's 9 runes instantly collapsed. Fortunately, the soul anchoring pearl blocked all the soul attacks. Roar! The great dragon sword soul roared, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. It resisted the strange cry of the human face. Countless cracks appeared in the void and spread to the surroundings. Behind them, inside the corpse soul array, Jiu Seiko and the big black bull's eyelids twitched when they heard the dragon's roar. The surrounding martial artists felt their blood boil. Their faces turned pale. What's that sound? Oh no! Damn it! They're making a move. There must be treasures ahead. That should be their trump card. Jiu Seiko roared. He could not care less about holding back. He had to break through the array. Buzz. Jiu Seiko shouted coldly and quickly formed a hand seal. The door of the heavenly palace above his head suddenly opened, and a ray of light flew out from inside. It was like an immortal light that cut through the void. A large crack appeared in the black fog array in front of them. On the black yak's side, it let out a roar. Its body suddenly grew, and a ferocious-looking bull demon king appeared in the void. The bull horns tore the array apart. Let's go. The big black bull charged forward and led the people from the demon lord palace away. Jiu Seiko also used the heavenly palace to open a path. The group finally broke through the array. They pushed their speed to the limit and rushed forward. In front of them, the great dragon sword soul fought against the demonic human face. Gradually, the great dragon sword soul suppressed the demonic human face. Whoosh! The great dragon sword soul swung its tail and brought out two small bronze cauldrons. Great! Lin Xian and No Flower waved their hands, and each grabbed a small bronze cauldron. The two small bronze cauldrons were very simple and unadorned. They were also engraved with runes and were the size of a human head. They were heavy, and no one knew what was inside. Jiu Seiko, the big black bull, and the people from the Yinyang sect saw this scene. Their eyes immediately turned red. Damn it! Put down the treasure! Jiu Seiko roared, and the big black bull's expression was ferocious. The two of them were the fastest, and in an instant, they had arrived nearby. Humph! Lin Xian waved his great dragon sword spirit and threw out the bronze cauldron in front of him. Once the bronze cauldron was thrown out, he immediately retrieved the great dragon sword soul. The soul fixation pearls above their heads shone brightly, enveloping the two of them. A sharp voice came from the bronze cauldron and spread in all directions. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Jiu Seiko and the big black bull were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The two of them retreated backwards, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. The Holy Land martial artists behind them also paled, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. This was a soul attack. They were terrified. They didn't expect that the bronze cauldron would have such a strong killing intent. This scene was within the expectations of Lin Xian and No Flower. Other than the soul anchoring pearl, there were very few things that could block it. Go to hell. Jiu Seiko went crazy. How could he endure such a loss? Swish! The immortal palace above his head opened again, and another divine light swept down. This divine light was even stronger than the previous one. What was this? Feeling this light, Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. No Flower's expression was solemn. They felt a threat to their lives. This should be Jiu Seiko's trump card. Trump card? Lin Xian frowned. Jiu Seiko actually had such a terrifying trump card. It seemed like he couldn't underestimate any saint or saintess. Clang! A divine light crashed into the bronze cauldron in front of them, producing an earth-shattering sound. The surrounding void instantly shattered. 3 cracks appeared on the bronze cauldron. So strong! Lin Xian and No Flower were shocked. At this time, the big black bull also roared. He pulled out the 2 horns on his head and threw them out. Like 2 heavenly blades, they crashed into the bronze cauldron again. Clang! Clang! Bang! Boom! Another 2 earth-shattering collisions. The Sacred Land martial artists behind them screamed crazily. It couldn't be helped. The sound was too terrifying. Even the big black bull and Jiu Seiko turned pale and vomited blood again. The only ones who were unharmed were No Flower and Lin Xian. The two of them were enveloped by the soul anchoring pearl, blocking this earth-shattering killing intent. The collision of the 2 horns caused more cracks to appear on the bronze cauldron. The human face inside was also torn apart. With a boom, the bronze cauldron cracked open, and a black hole quickly formed. Great, it finally broke open. Behind them, the Sacred Land martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. But at this time, they felt a wave of dizziness. It wasn't just them. Jiu Seiko, Big Black Bull, Lin Xian, and No Flower all felt the same. At the place where the bronze cauldron exploded, a black vortex appeared. It grew bigger and bigger, and finally enveloped everyone. The world spun. It was as if thousands of years had passed, but it also felt like an instant. Finally, Lin Xian and the others regained consciousness. Buzz. The dragon sword territory enveloped them, and the great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian was the first to wake up. Beside him, No Flower, Zhou Seiko, Big Black Bull, and the other Sacred Land martial artists all woke up. They realized that they were back. They were still in the same secret chamber. The 8 trigrams formation under their feet had been broken, and in front of them was the bronze cauldron with a headless corpse. We're back. We're finally out. The 9 heavens sacred ground and Yin-Yang sect people were crying tears of joy. They felt like they had survived a disaster. Zhou Seiko and Big Black Bull stared coldly at Lin Xian and No Flower, because the two of them were still holding the 2 bronze cauldrons in their hands. What had happened just now? Was it an illusion, or did they really enter a strange space? Lin Xian didn't know. They were not injured at all. Even the injured 9 heavens sacred ground people were not injured. This made Lin Xian suspect that it was an illusion. But he and No Flower clearly had 2 bronze cauldrons in their hands. If it was really an illusion, how could they bring things out of the illusion? Therefore, Lin Xian was very suspicious now. But the two of them couldn't care less. There were too many strange things, and they couldn't understand it at all. Whoosh! He and No Flower put away the bronze cauldrons. Damn it! Hand over the treasures. Zhou Seiko and Big Black Bull couldn't take it anymore. There must be a shocking treasure in such a terrifying bronze cauldron. And there were 2 cauldrons. The 2 of them each had one. Zhou Seiko charged at Lin Xian, while the Big Black Bull charged at No Flower. In an instant, the battle between the 4 great sage children broke out. Damn brat, stay here. Zhou Seiko charged, the immortal palace floating above his head. But this time, he didn't shoot out the immortal light. That must be his trump card, and he wouldn't use it so easily. There must be some kind of restriction. Lin Xian didn't care if he didn't use his trump card. The 2 of them fought fiercely. On the other side, the Big Black Bull and No Flower were doing the same. Boom! Chapter 2496. In front of them, the bronze cauldron in the center of the 8 trigrams formation trembled. A wave of energy was transmitted out. Feeling this energy, the surrounding warriors felt their scalps go numb. The warriors from the sacred lands retreated, not daring to go forward. Even Zhou Seiko, Big Black Bull, Lin Xian, and the others stopped attacking. They looked at the bronze cauldron in bewilderment. Damn it, there wouldn't be another change, would there? They felt their hair stand on end. They were not willing to enter some mysterious space again. Therefore, everyone quietly retreated. Crack! Another trembling sound was heard. Lin Xian, No Flower, and the others discovered that the headless corpse in the bronze cauldron moved. No way, how many years ago was this person? And his head was chopped off. How could he be resurrected after being dead for so long? They did not dare to imagine. This was the corpse of an invincible king. Once it was resurrected, who knew how terrifying it would be? No Flower's expression changed. He pointed forward and said in a panic, "Not good. Retreat quickly." What's wrong? Could it really be a corpse mutation? Lin Xian frowned. He and No Flower retreated to the back. No Flower's face was pale. No, there was something under the headless corpse. What? There was something else. Lin Xian was stunned. Zhou Seiko and Big Black Bull's eyelids were also twitching. They thought that the invincible king's corpse was about to mutate, but they did not expect that to be the case. What was the thing under the corpse? Could it be more terrifying than an invincible king? They did not dare to think about it anymore. No Flower's face was pale. He did not retreat anymore. Instead, he stood there with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. His body shone with Buddhist light as he formed a strange seal. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This was the same action that had shocked the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. They hoped that this time, they could successfully intimidate this unknown thing. Sure enough, once the Dharma idol appeared, the trembling in the bronze cauldron stopped. Boom! However, something even more unexpected happened. They discovered that the 8 trigrams formation beneath their feet had suddenly cracked open, and a large black hole had appeared, swallowing them up once again. Rays of light lit up as Lin Xian and the others activated their king's domains. However, what made them heave a sigh of relief was that they did not enter the strange space this time. Instead, they were once again in the passage. It seemed that they should leave. No flower, bro. Let's split up. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. He turned into a beam of sword light and rushed into the distance. There were many forks in the path ahead. He and No Flower each chose a path to enter. You want to leave? Not so easy. Jiuxiao Seiko charged over once again. The big black bull was also filled with murderous intent as it chased after No Flower. The four of them moved very quickly and left the remaining Holy Land cultivators in the dust. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two streaks of light flashed through the dark tunnel. They were Lin Xian and Jiuxiao Seiko. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, kept chasing each other. Lightning flashed, and Lin Xian's figure appeared in a hall. This hall was very spacious. He looked around and saw that there was no danger. Lin Xian stopped. He stood in the air above the hall and looked behind him. That damn Jiuxiao Seiko. How dare he chase after me? It's time to deal with him. Break. Jiuxiao Seiko also came into the hall. Seeing that the other party did not run away, he revealed a sinister smile. Kid, hand over the treasure, and I'll spare your life. If you want the treasure, use your strength to speak. Boom. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. Countless icy auras circled around his palm. It was like a world of ice and snow that mercilessly pressed down. Crack, crack. Countless frost, wind, and snow appeared in the space of the hall, wanting to freeze everything. Jiuxiao Seiko was the first to bear the brunt. Thick layers of ice formed under his feet and on his body. Scram! With a cold snort, endless energy exploded from his body and shattered all the ice and snow. The heavenly palace appeared above his head and froze the space around him. You want to stop me with this little bit of ice? You must be dreaming. Jiuxiao Seiko sneered. Lin Xian did not answer at all. He formed a seal with his palm, and ice swords appeared in the ice. Bang, 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 bang. They pierced through the sky and destroyed everything. Jiuxiao Seiko's defensive barrier was instantly pierced through. Damn it! Jiuxiao Seiko's expression changed. He felt a peerless killing intent. Bang! He punched out and shattered all the ice arrows. But at this moment, the ground beneath his feet trembled and the void cracked. An ice dragon broke out of the ground and circled around him, binding him tightly. The terrifying cold air and icy killing intent spread and corroded his body. If not for the heavenly palace, he would have frozen to death by now. But even so, he and the entire heavenly palace were frozen together. The nine heavens' divine fire turned into heaven and earth. Flames began to spread from Jiuxiao Seiko's body and burned fiercely, melting the surrounding ice. At the same time, the divine fire formed a fire qilin and fought with the ice dragon in the air. Swoosh! Lin Xian waved his hand, and the surrounding ice turned into ice phoenixes, ice snakes, ice tigers, and all kinds of strange beasts that charged forward. Boom! Boom! There was an intense collision. The divine fire around Jiuxiao Seiko was terrifying. It burned fiercely and blocked everything. Buzz! He activated the heavenly palace and charged forward, shattering all the ice and arriving in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. You want to fight me in close combat? You're courting death. He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and used the 5 killer moves of the Wanton Heaven Destroyer sword. Bang! 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 The 5 killer moves all landed on Jiuxiao Seiko, forcing Jiuxiao Seiko to retreat continuously. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his face was pale. The flames on his body were extinguished. Lin Xian was taken aback as well. Even an unparalleled mighty figure would probably be torn apart by his killer moves. However, his opponent only spat out mouthfuls of blood and did not tear apart. His opponent's physique was strong beyond his expectations. I'm going to kill you. Jiuxiao Seiko was mad with anger. The energy in his body continued to erupt, and the heavenly palace above his head shone with a mysterious light. A terrifying aura surged from the heavenly palace. Sensing the change in the aura, Lin Xian frowned. He had seen a beam of immortal light from the heavenly palace before, and it was enough to threaten his life. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Whoosh! The dragon sword realm above his head turned into an azure dragon. The realm released tens of thousands of sword lights, cutting off everything and destroying the void. The two divine powers collided in the air, and the sound spread far and wide. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, more than a dozen figures flew toward them. They had just entered when they were blasted back. The energy shockwaves inside were not something they could withstand. These people only watched from the entrance, and their faces were full of shock. That was Jiuxiao Seiko, right? He was actually fighting with someone. It was him, Lin Xian, the master of the Immortal Palace. Why were the two of them fighting? This was normal. The two of them had always been at odds with each other. The surrounding people were discussing. Lin Xian's sword energy was so terrifying. There were probably not many people in the younger generation who could release such sharp sword energy. Chapter 2497. It was too terrifying, many people exclaimed, but the older generation experts were even more shocked. The Immortal Palace was the Nine Heavens Holy Ground's ultimate technique. It was rumored that the Nine Heavens Holy Ground's ultimate technique could create a nine-layered immortal palace. What level was Jiuxiao Seiko using now? At this moment, the immortal palace above Jiuxiao Seiko's head shone brightly. The energy was like a vast ocean, gushing forward. Judging by its power, it should be the three-layered immortal palace. Some experts exclaimed, "Three-layered immortal palace?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. Holding the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand, he unlocked the two seals on the ancient sword and fought back. Thousands of rays of light shone, and an earth-shattering sound erupted. The void in front of him shattered, and everything exploded. He blocked it. He actually blocked the three-layered immortal palace. This immortal palace's palace master was too terrifying. How could his sword chi be so strong? The martial artists in the passageway exclaimed, unable to believe what they were seeing. "Damn brat, I don't believe that you can block my second attack." Jiuxiao Seiko gritted his teeth and roared. He activated the immortal palace above his head again. At the same time, 9 palm shadows appeared in the sky, surrounding the immortal palace. 9 heavens divine palm. 9 resplendent palms floated in the sky and fell mercilessly, directly shattering the void. The surrounding people trembled. They could feel a shocking, killing intent coming from the palm shadows. 9 heavens divine palm. Another ultimate technique of the 9 heavens holy ground. Together with the immortal palace's attack, its power was heaven-defying. It seemed that Jiuxiao Seiko was really angry. At this moment, Jiuxiao Seiko fell from the sky like a god of death. Lin Xian struck out with the 5-element sword. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth sword chi of the 5 elements swept across the sky. These sword chi also caused the surrounding experts' faces to change. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 heavens divine palm was incomparably terrifying. It fell from the sky like a divine palm that could destroy the world. Lin Xian waved his ancient sword and struck out with the 5 elements sword to contend with it. Sword chi and divine light danced, and a terrifying killing intent swept across the land. The two of them exchanged 10 moves, and the 9 shocking strikes of the 9 heavens divine palm were actually completely blocked. Not only that, the other party didn't seem to have received any damage. This time, it was too inconceivable. This was a world-shaking divine ability, the 9 firmaments divine palm, and it was actually shattered by 9 swords. No one dared to believe it. Jiuxiao Seiko's expression was cold. He realized that ordinary attacks were useless. Even if he used his ultimate technique, he would not be able to do anything to the other party. Damn it, looks like I can only use my trump card. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. Ordinary attacks and divine abilities can't hurt you at all. However, do you think that's all I have? I will let you experience my true strength. At this point, Jiuxiao Seiko's eyes lit up. His hands quickly formed seals, and his body emitted a powerful aura. The immortal palace above his head became even more dazzling. Crack! A low voice rang out as a door slowly opened in one of the celestial palaces. What? The door of the immortal palace can be opened? What was going on? The experts in the surrounding passageways were stunned when they saw this scene. They had never heard of this before. It seemed that this should be Jiuxiao Seiko's trump card. However, they didn't know what was in the immortal palace. Was it going to appear? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had seen the immortal light in the immortal palace before. It could be said that it was unusually fierce, and it made him feel like his life was in danger. Therefore, when he saw the door of the immortal palace open, he didn't dare to be careless. The great dragon sword soul in his body circled and turned into a dragon shadow that coiled around his body. Swoosh! A ray of immortal light cut through time and space, flew out of the immortal palace's door, and charged forward. This ray of light was too fast and too dazzling. Before the surrounding people could react, there was a boom in front of them. Then, Lin Xian was sent flying. Heavens, what happened? What was that ray of light? Was it from the immortal palace? That kid was repelled, and blood was flowing out. He was probably seriously injured. Could it be that he was killed in a single move? It was possible. The immortal light that flew out of the immortal palace was definitely a killer move. Even a saint would be killed if he was careless. How dare you fight with me? Now you know how powerful I am. You don't know what death is. Seeing that Lin Xian was sent flying while vomiting blood, Jiuxiao Seiko revealed a cruel smile. He strode forward, and the immortal palace above his head became even more dazzling. At this moment, he was like an immortal king, standing in front of Lin Xian and looking down at him from above. Now, go to hell for me. Jiuxiao Seiko raised his hand, and endless power surged. However, at this moment, Lin Xian, who had been lying motionless on the ground, raised his head. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Not good. Seeing the other party smile, Jiuxiao Seiko's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he had been tricked. A sense of danger welled up in his heart, and Jiuxiao Seiko's figure retreated rapidly. Buzz. However, he was still too late. This was a trap that Lin Xian had carefully set up. How could he let the other party escape? He swung his sword, and a piercing sword light flashed. The ancient dragon abyss sword transformed into a giant dragon and slashed out. Blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red, and an arm flew off. Jiuxiao Seiko screamed. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have gone mad. My arm. What? Everyone in the passageway was stunned. What happened? Jiuxiao Seiko was injured, and one of his arms was chopped off? What was going on? The situation changed too quickly, and they were completely stunned. In front, Lin Xian slowly stood up. The great dragon sword soul flickered on his body, and there was a ray of immortal light in the dragon's head. It was the fatal blow that Jiuxiao Seiko had delivered. However, the great dragon sword soul had caught it. Therefore, Lin Xian did not suffer much damage. The blood was also deliberately caused by him. His goal was to bait Jiuxiao Seiko and make him lower his guard. That way, he would be able to succeed. As expected, he chopped off one of his opponent's arms. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. Jiuxiao Seiko roared crazily. He grabbed the severed arm with his palm and reattached it. His body shone brightly, and the severed arm was once again intact. However, Jiuxiao Seiko's face was extremely ferocious. He really could not understand how the other party managed to block his immortal light. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Lin Xian sneered. Although the other party's immortal light was powerful, he was too naive to think that he could kill him with that. You forced me to do this, brat. No matter what price I have to pay, I want you dead today. Jiuxiao Seiko's voice was cold, and a terrifying murderous aura surrounded him. The surrounding experts in the passageway were so frightened that they trembled. Heavens, could it be that Jiuxiao Seiko still had a trump card? That was for sure. After all, he was the holy son of the 9 heavens' holy ground. He must have many trump cards in his hands. The immortal light was probably not his only trump card. That's right. Everyone guessed correctly. Jiuxiao Seiko did have a trump card. Chapter 2498. Jiuxiao Seiko's expression was cold as the immortal palace floated above his head. This time, the door of the immortal palace opened again, and an even more terrifying murderous intent spread out. Is that immortal light again? The surrounding experts were shocked. Someone said that it might be two immortal lights? That would be more than double the power. I wonder if that kid can withstand it? Two immortal lights? Lin Xian sneered. He had already caught one, so the immortal light was no threat to him. If I can catch it once, I can catch it a second time. He was not afraid even if there were two immortal lights. Humph, kid. You'll regret it. Zhou Seiko sneered. The immortal palace above his head became more and more resplendent. Whoosh! A figure walked out of the immortal palace. What? A figure? There's actually someone living in the immortal palace? The surrounding experts were stunned. No, it shouldn't be a real person. It should be condensed from energy. That's too terrifying. I thought an immortal had appeared. Immortals are only legends. No one knows if immortals exist in this world. However, the person who walked out of the immortal palace is definitely heaven-defying. I guess that kid might not be able to withstand it. Everyone was discussing intensely. Lin Xian was also stunned. To be honest, he did not expect that it would be a human figure who walked out this time. His face darkened, and his expression was incomparably solemn. That was because the intense murderous intent brought by this figure was even more terrifying than the immortal light from before. What is this figure? Lin Xian did not know, but he felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it! Zhou Seiko actually has such a powerful trump card. Kid, how is it? Are you trembling? Ha 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 ha, this is what you get for provoking me. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I won't let you off. Zhou Seiko sneered sinisterly. His face turned pale without a trace of blood. Obviously, using such a trump card was a huge burden on him. Now, die. With a roar, the figure that walked out from the celestial palace moved. Like a ghost, he streaked across the sky and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Pong! With a palm strike, energy whistled and enveloped Lin Xian. With a loud bang, Lin Xian was pushed back, his blood and qi churning inside his body. What a terrifying palm power! Lin Xian was shocked. This was definitely at the level of a saint. Furthermore, it was a very powerful one. If Zhou Seiko attacked again, it would be two saints against one. That kind of situation was much more dangerous than before. However, to his surprise, Zhou Seiko did not attack him. He did not cooperate with the terrifying figure and attack together. What was going on? Could it be that he was very weak now? Or was it because he had used his trump card that he couldn't make a move? Lin Xian couldn't understand. Whoosh! His figure swayed as he used the demigods and semi-devils. His speed suddenly exploded, dodging the attack of the figure from the celestial palace and charging towards Zhou Seiko. Seeing this scene, the celestial palace above Zhou Seiko's head revolved around him, blocking the shocking attack. It's useless, kid. Don't think about killing me. With the celestial palace around, you can't kill me at all. As expected, after Lin Xian was pushed back by the celestial palace, the figure charged over again. So that's it. So that was the case. He really couldn't attack. Seeing this, Lin Xian completely relaxed. Zhou Seiko could not attack. Although he was extremely powerful, he could not do anything to him. You want to kill me with just a figure? What a joke. Today, I'll show you that your so-called trump card is nothing in front of me. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and resounded in all directions. Nothing? You're courting death. Kid, keep being stubborn. You'll know in a while how powerful this figure is. Zhou Seiko ignored him completely. This figure was even more terrifying than the celestial light and could even kill a successor. However, to use it, he had to pay a huge price. First, the power in his body was almost exhausted. Moreover, he could not attack now. Therefore, Zhou Seiko did not want to use this trump card unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, he was forced into a corner. Even if he was weakened, he had to kill the other party. Buzz. As expected, the figure was expressionless as he charged towards Lin Xian like a flickering light. The monstrous aura made everyone tremble. Heavens, this is definitely the combat power of a successor. This figure is really too terrifying. Zhou Seiko is indeed terrifying. Moreover, this figure is not afraid of attacks or death at all. I wonder how that kid is going to block it? Everyone was discussing among themselves as they looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a long roar and the sword qi on his body erupted. His invisible combat power increased. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and swept through the surroundings like a sword god. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword qi surged and the sky was filled with sword qi. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Lin Xian did not waste any time. His combat power increased infinitely, and each slash was stronger than the previous one. The 9th slash caused the world to explode. The figure from the immortal palace was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body as if he was about to be shattered. He's so powerful. The surrounding people were shocked. Zhu Xiaoseiko's scalp went numb. He did not expect this. His trump card was about to be shattered by the other party. How is that possible? Why is the other party's combat power even stronger than before? He could not believe it. Damn it! With a roar, Zhu Xiaoseiko could not care less. His body flashed, and he charged forward. He merged with the figure from the immortal palace. When the two of them merged, an earth-shattering power erupted and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Whoosh! A crack appeared in the void and Zhu Xiaoseiko appeared again. His aura was much stronger than before. Kid, go to hell. After merging with the mysterious figure, Zhu Xiaoseiko charged forward again. With a palm strike, Lin Xian was sent flying and vomiting blood. This time, I won't give you any chance. Zhu Xiaoseiko's voice was cold. He swore that he would kill Lin Xian. After succeeding in one move, he charged forward again. Countless rays of light above his head were like heavenly blades that attacked Lin Xian. The 9 heavens' divine palm appeared again. Bang! Bang! Lin Xian was sent flying again and vomited blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the aura on his body became incomparably fierce. The great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian unlocked the 3rd seal on the ancient dragon abyss sword. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Today, I'll show you my trump card. With a swing of the sword, the world lost its color and the immortal palace was sent flying. With the 2nd swing, Zhu Xiaoseiko was sent flying. Damn it! I can't believe he's so powerful. Zhu Xiaoseiko's skin went numb. He turned around and left. He did not dare to continue fighting because he had merged with the figure and used his trump card. After such a long time, he still could not take down his opponent. His opponent's combat power was getting stronger and stronger. He did not dare to delay. If he continued fighting, he would become weak. Therefore, he was ready to retreat. Chapter 2499. However, there was no way Lin Xian would let him go. He waved his hands, and the ancient sword exploded once again. A ball of fiery light appeared. A sword shadow descended from the sky and tore through the void. Poof! The sword directly split Zhu Xiaoseiko's body into 2 halves. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhu Xiaoseiko's body floated in the air. Blood and internal organs flowed out of his body. What? Zhu Xiaoseiko was killed. Everyone went crazy. They could not believe it. That was Zhu Xiaoseiko. How could he be killed just like that? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Whoosh! Lin Xian also resealed the ancient dragon abyss sword. His face was pale. He looked ahead and furrowed his brows. That was because he realized that the body that was split in half did not die. Instead, it merged again and was absorbed into the immortal palace. The immortal palace emitted a mysterious light. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Only a voice was left between heaven and earth. Damn brat! I'll remember that sword today. I'll return it to you in the future. Humph! The next time we meet, I'll kill you with my own hands. Lin Xian replied coldly. He did not chase after him. The immortal palace was too mysterious. He could not break it with his current strength. However, it was enough this time. He directly split Zhu Xiaoseiko. Even if his opponent did not die, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. It was impossible for him to return to his peak in a short period of time. In other words, he had killed a powerful enemy. Whoosh! Lin Xian slowly exhaled and landed. He looked around and said coldly, "Why? How long do you want to watch? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. His cold voice echoed in the void. The people in the passage felt their scalps go numb. Many of them turned around and fled. What a joke. Even Jiuxiao Seiko was split in half. They did not dare to stay. However, not everyone ran away. The three figures did not leave. Instead, they came to the palace. Seeing this scene, the people that were fleeing also stopped and turned their heads to look. What were these people trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to make a move? Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw the three figures approaching. What? Do the three of you want to die? Kid, you don't have to threaten us. Those three sword strikes were powerful, but you must have used up too much energy to use your trump card. How many battles do you have left? Do you think you're bluffing to scare us off? Do you think that's possible? Jiuxiao Seiko wants to kill you for your treasures, right? Hand over your treasures, and the three of us can let you live. Otherwise, you will lose your life here today. You're courting death. How dare you three ants try to snatch my treasure? Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes bursting with piercing sword light. Ants? Brat, you're really blind. We just don't want to reveal our identities. Do you really think we're ants? The aura from the three of them suddenly erupted like a torrent, enveloping the entire sky. This power was simply too strong. This was definitely an expert. How powerful. Who were those three people? The remaining people in the passage were extremely surprised. They realized that the three of them were shrouded in black mist, and they could not see clearly. They must have done that to hide their identities. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me when you don't even dare to show your face? Lin Xian looked at the three of them, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Indeed, unlocking the third level of the ancient sword had consumed a lot of his energy. However, not everyone could target him. Since you don't want to cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. The man in black in the middle sneered. He reached out with his large hand and grabbed at the space in front of him. Whoosh! Poof! Lin Xian attacked decisively. He swung his sword and slashed at the large hand. With a bang, the hand was split open. Blood turned into a rain of blood and fell. That person grunted and retracted his hand. Damn it! Let's attack together and kill him. The three of them were shocked. They did not expect the other party to have such power after using his trump card. It seemed that they had to go all out. The three of them turned into three phantoms and attacked in a triangular formation. The ancient dragon abyss sword swept out and forced two of them back. The other person came to Lin Xian's side. Whoosh! A black long sword appeared in the hand of the man in black. The sword's gleam sent chills down one's spine. Hee, die, kid. The man in black sneered. The killing intent on his body surged. The sword was about to stab him. Whoosh! Suddenly, his body trembled because he saw a pair of golden eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They carried endless power. In an instant, the man in black was stunned. He felt his soul being sucked into a strange space. Bang! Lin Xian punched out and exploded the man's head. The headless corpse fell to the ground, dyeing the ground red. What? How could this be? How could he still be so powerful? Damn it! It's a soul attack. Run! The remaining two men in black turned around and ran. Originally, they thought that the other party was very weak, so they joined forces. However, although the other party was weak, he was not someone they could fight against. Therefore, the two of them quickly ran away. In an instant, the two of them entered the passage and were about to disappear. Buzz! Suddenly, the two of them stopped in midair and screamed. This scene was extremely strange because the others could clearly see that the two of them did not suffer any injuries. However, the two of them screamed like pigs being slaughtered. It made one's scalp tingle. 3 seconds later, the two of them stiffened and fell to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, and there was no trace of life. Who else wants to attack me? Step forward. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded as he looked around. Hearing this, everyone ran away, not daring to stay for even a second. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the hall had left. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He took out 2 pills, swallowed them, and turned to leave the hall. Shuttling through the passage, Lin Xian found a remote stone house. There were no treasures inside, and it was very simple and crude. He set up a formation seal. Then his figure flashed and entered the black earth. Hey, two, help me watch the situation outside. I want to cultivate. Lin Xian gave some instructions, then sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his palm, he took out the small bronze cauldron he obtained. The small cauldron was very thick and heavy. Although it was small in size, it was as heavy as a mountain. It was engraved with rune markings, and the top was sealed by countless runes, carrying with it an ancient power. Lin Xian activated the great dragon sword soul, opened Tianji's body, and carefully broke these seals. After about half a day, he finished breaking all these seals. Crack! He opened the small bronze cauldron. In the next moment, his pupils shrank because the moment he opened it, a strange pill fragrance drifted out. Smelling the pill fragrance, Lin Xian felt his entire body warm up. The strength he had consumed was recovering at a very fast speed. What a magical pill! Chapter 2500. Just the pill fragrance alone had such an effect. This was definitely a heaven-defying pill. He was also an alchemist, so he naturally knew the effects of this pill. Not to mention him, even an invincible king would be greatly tempted. With a wave of his palm, a pill floated out of the small bronze cauldron. The purple pill was the size of a longan fruit. It was covered with pill patterns and was very mysterious. Lin Xian couldn't understand it. However, it didn't matter if he didn't understand it, as long as it was effective. With a flip of his palm, he swallowed this purple pill. But as soon as he swallowed it, his eyes widened, and there was even a trace of regret. He was too careless. The power of this pill was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, it was like a furnace of heaven and earth, burning fiercely in his body. That violent energy turned into a turbulent sea, swimming in his meridians as if it wanted to burst his body. Damn it, suppress it. Lin Xian roared and quickly ran the longevity incantation. The longevity incantation was very magical, crazily absorbing the energy in his body. However, this energy was far beyond Lin Xian's imagination. There was too much, like a vast sea, endless. This surprised Lin Xian. He knew that he had underestimated this pill. This pill from tens of thousands of years ago was really too terrifying. The grade was probably unimaginable. Although his longevity incantation was very mysterious and could absorb unlimited energy, his body couldn't bear it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He quickly urged the dragon sword soul and at the same time, absorbed the energy in his body to awaken. The dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique with unlimited potential, but it was still in the growth stage at this moment. Lin Xian was now an early stage 7-star, and he could fight against an early stage 8-star peerless powerhouse. If the dragon sword soul went all out, it could even fight against a mid-stage 8-star peerless powerhouse. Although it was only the difference between the mid-stage and early stage, the real strength was worlds apart. A mid-stage 8-star peerless powerhouse could easily kill several early-stage 8-star powerhouses. The gap between them was huge. With the absorption of the dragon sword soul, the violent energy in his body was finally diverted. Lin Xian's body also avoided the consequences of exploding. This made him sigh in relief. He formed a seal with both hands and slowly closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the energy in his body with all his might. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. I wonder how far this ancient pill will allow him to advance his cultivation. Lin Xian was cultivating inside the black earth. The place he was staying in was very remote, and with the concealment of the array formation, nobody disturbed him for a while. Just like that, he quietly absorbed the ancient pill. On the other side, no flower had been chased by the big black bull ever since he separated from Lin Xian. This big black bull was an expert from the Demon Imperial Palace. He was very powerful. Moreover, he was not from the younger generation. Instead, he was a veteran expert. His strength had reached the peak of the 8-star beginner stage. Especially that pair of horns, they were absolutely no weaker than a heaven-step treasured artifact. Therefore, the big black bull was very aggressive in his pursuit. However, no flower was not weak either. As the saint of the Lanrua temple, he was extremely powerful. His cultivation had reached the early 7-star beginner stage. His combat strength had reached the early 8-star beginner stage. In addition, he had a mysterious bloodline and a precious treasure like the soul fixation pearl. Therefore, when he used his full strength, his combat strength was equivalent to a mid-8-star peerless expert. Although the big black bull was an early 8-star expert, his combat strength increase was not as good as No Flowers. When he used his full strength, he was only equivalent to a mid-8-star expert. Therefore, the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, No Flower directly used another Buddhist great divine power, the demon sealing mantra. This was a great divine power that was specially used against the demon clan. It had a strong restraining effect on the demon clan. However, it was very difficult to cultivate. Moreover, once this great divine power was used, it would produce a surge of evil energy. One had to go into seclusion and cultivate Buddhist Dharma to eliminate the evil energy in one's body. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, these Buddhists were not willing to use it. At this moment, No Flower was anxious because he was being chased, so he used it without hesitation. Once the demon sealing mantra was used, the big black bull's strength was sealed and suppressed. In the end, he was defeated and quickly fled. No Flower heaved a sigh of relief. He moved and found a quiet place. He also prepared to open his small bronze cauldron. On the other hand, the other martial artists were looking for opportunities on their own. Of course, most of them were running for their lives because there were too many traps and arrays in this ancient tomb. However, there was one thing that spread quickly. That was, Jiu Xiao Seiko was slashed by someone with a sword. This battle was witnessed by more than 10 martial artists from the Holy Land. Therefore, in the end, the news spread. Moreover, it spread more and more widely. For a time, many martial artists from the Holy Land were talking about it. Moreover, in the ancient tomb, the first thing that those martial artists who met asked about was that Jiu Xiao Seiko was slashed by someone with a sword. They all wanted to confirm whether this was true or not, because it was too shocking. Heavens, was Jiu Xiao Seiko really slashed by someone with a sword? Who was so ruthless? How terrifying! Was Jiu Xiao Seiko dead? The people from the 9 Heavens Holy Land would go crazy. Jiu Xiao Seiko was not dead. Although he was slashed in half, his body was taken away by the immortal palace. He should be able to survive. However, it was not that easy to recover. Who was it? How could he be so strong? Could it be an elder from a holy land? No, it was Lin Xian, the temple master of the immortal palace. What? The temple master of the immortal palace? How is this possible? Although the other party was the temple master of the immortal palace, he looked like a young man. He should be at the level of a saint of the younger generation. That's right. How could he slash Jiu Xiao Seiko with a sword? Could it be that this guy's strength increased greatly? I don't know. Anyway, I saw it with my own eyes. He slashed Jiu Xiao Seiko in half with a sword. As for whether his strength increased greatly, I don't know. I heard that Jiu Xiao Seiko was chasing after him for a treasure in his hands. Could it be the treasure map of the 6 Dao patterns? No. It seems to be something else. That kid might have obtained other treasures from other places. No way, that kid's luck was too good. He obtained the treasure map of the 6 Dao patterns and other treasures. As expected, it was enough to make people jealous. However, his strength was indeed shocking. The Saint of the 9 Firmaments was so terrifying that even a mysterious phantom had walked out of the immortal palace, yet it was still no match for him. Other than the top saints with sacred physiques and divine physiques, no one could defeat him. That was not necessarily true. Although Jiu Xiao Seiko was a saint, he was only average among the sons of the great sage. The other saints had many tricks up their sleeves. If they really attacked, that kid would definitely not be able to resist. Discussions broke out one after another. However, no matter what, the fact that Jiu Xiao Seiko was slashed in half by Lin Xian was still shocking. Everyone who heard it felt their scalps go numb. Chapter 2501. In the end, the 9 Heavens Holy Ground martial artists found out about this. One of the teams had a total of 7 people. 2 elders were leading the team, and the remaining 5 were young disciples. When they heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue, and they were stunned. What? Their holy son had been killed by someone. Was he killed? They were all panicking. If Joshua Seiko had died here, it would be a big deal. First of all, they could not bear the consequences. They would not be able to answer to the holy ground. Moreover, they would become the laughing stock of all the holy grounds. They would never be able to raise their heads again. Moreover, if a holy son died, not only would their reputation be damaged, but it would also be a huge blow to the nine heavens' holy ground. To nurture a holy son, the cost was heaven-defying. The amount of resources needed was unimaginable. Therefore, they could not afford it. They hurriedly asked around and found out that Juxiao Seiko was not dead. He was still alive. This made them sigh in relief. However, these people were still furious. Damn immortal palace! How dare they kill the holy son of our nine heavens' holy ground? Is that Lin Xian? We must catch him and tear him to pieces. Yes, no one dares to provoke our nine heavens' holy ground. No matter who it is, they will have to pay the price. These nine heavens' holy ground martial artists were filled with killing intent. They began to search for Lin Xian all over the world. Of course, they did not forget the most important thing. That was to find Jiuxiao Seiko as soon as possible. Although the saint of the nine firmaments had not been killed, he must be very weak. If he was targeted by someone else, he would be in danger. Needless to say, there were people who had designs on Jiuxiao Seiko. After all, he was a holy son with many treasures in his hands. It could be said that he was a small treasure trove. Normally, no one dared to provoke them, because whether it was their personal strength or their background, they were all frighteningly big. But it was different now. Jiuxiao Seiko had been killed. Even if he was still alive, his strength was greatly reduced. More importantly, he was now completely separated from the people of the nine heavens' holy ground. Now he was alone and helpless. If he took action at this time, no one would know, and he could even frame Lin Xian and Immortal Palace. It could be said that this was killing many birds with one stone. Therefore, some people really did have such an idea. The two of you don't have to follow me anymore. Go find Jiuxiao Seiko, kill him, and take his things. A young man in a blue robe with a jade-like face said coldly. He stood with his hands behind his back facing the crowd. Behind him, there were two mysterious figures whose faces could not be seen clearly. After receiving the news, the two of them immediately took action. With a sway of their bodies, they turned into two streaks of light and left the area. Jiuxiao Seiko, since you're so weak, don't blame me for being impolite. This green-robed figure gradually became hazy and illusory. From afar, it was as if 7 stars were connected together. Soon, he also disappeared into the void. It wasn't just this green-robed man. On the other side, there was a man whose entire body was shining like a fiend god sitting cross-legged. His eyes flickered, but there was no one around him. His palms were constantly forming seals. Soon, a ray of light rushed out from his body and turned into a figure. As soon as the figure appeared, its body flickered with fiend gods and was then absorbed into his body. Go, kill Jiuxiao Seiko. The figure sitting cross-legged was also surrounded by 108 fiend gods. Her cold voice sounded. The figure of light in front of him disappeared. These people were from the other sacred grounds, and they were ready to take action. However, there were also people from the nine heavens sacred ground who had the same idea. The status of a saint was very special in the sacred ground. He was the number 1 person of the younger generation, and if nothing went wrong, he would become the sacred lord of the sacred ground in the future. It could be said that countless people were envious. Normally, those holy son candidates were not strong enough. But now, they finally had an opportunity. Since you've been injured, don't blame me for being impolite. This was also a young man. His face was cold, and his eyes were emitting a biting cold killing intent. In the next moment, his body was wrapped in fog. He also turned into a stream of light and charged out. For a time, many people were looking for Jiuxiao Seiko, wanting to kill him. The elders of the nine heavens sacred ground were even crazier. They searched crazily, and at the same time, sent out assassination teams to assassinate the people of the Immortal Palace. Under their crazy actions, they really succeeded. One of the disciples of the Immortal Palace was killed, and 3 others were injured. However, the people of the nine heavens' sacred ground did not stop there. Instead, they became more aggressive. They even wanted to kill everyone from the immortal palace. If not for Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu, who were saintesses and had two super sacred grounds behind them, they would have been killed. These people of the nine heavens' sacred ground wanted to attack them. Damn it! The martial artists of the immortal palace gritted their teeth in anger. They did not expect the nine heavens' sacred ground to attack them. What was worse was that they were now scattered and could not find elderly, Xingtian, and the others. The remaining young disciples were also geniuses, but under the siege of the elders of the nine heavens' sacred ground, they could not hold on. For a moment, they could only hide temporarily and send a distress signal to elderly, Xingtian, and the others. However, they were still caught by the nine heavens' sacred ground. Among them, a team of 7 people surrounded 3 immortal palace martial artists. Not good, Run. When the 3 young martial artists of the immortal palace saw this, they quickly retreated, wanting to leave. However, among the 7 people, there were 2 elders, and the rest were 5 geniuses. Whether it was strength or numbers, they were far superior to them. Therefore, the 3 martial artists of the immortal palace were trapped. Among them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men shouted coldly, "Damn it, what are you trying to do? How dare you attack our immortal palace? Are you tired of living? What are you trying to do? Of course, we are going to kill you. Your palace master is so reckless. How dare you go against the nine heavens' sacred ground? Now is the time of your death. Not only will I kill you, but I will also kill everyone from the immortal palace. I will let your palace master know what regret is. Capture the 3 of them first, and don't let them die so easily. I will torture them to death. I will let everyone know that no one dares to provoke us." The 2 elders of the nine heavens' sacred ground gave the order. The 5 young disciples behind them rushed forward, courting death. The 3 young immortal palace martial artists roared angrily. They used all of their strength to fight against it. After a great battle, they were defeated. The 3 of them were injured, and there was not much strength left in their bodies. "Haha, you still want to fight with us? You are really reckless." A disciple of the nine heavens' sacred ground walked forward and stomped on one of the martial artists of the immortal palace. Buzz. Chapter 2502. Poof, 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 poof. How is it? Have you tasted pain? Kneel down and beg for mercy. Apologize to the nine heavens' holy ground. I can give you a quick death. Courting death. We, the immortal palace, will not let you off. Just you wait. Our palace master and elders will be here to kill you soon. Kill us? Fine. Let them come. We are looking for them. The nine heavens' holy ground disciples laughed coldly. They stabbed a few more times, and blood dyed their bodies red. The immortal palace martial artist struggled madly. Not only him, but his other disciple was also being tortured. The last female disciple was not tortured. However, the nine heavens' holy ground disciples were grinning maliciously. "Girl, not bad looking. I wonder how the women of Immortal Palace taste? Don't worry, yours truly will let you have a good time later." At this moment, the nine heavens' holy ground disciples were no longer people of the holy ground. They were clearly a bunch of beasts. "Arg, we, the Immortal Palace, will not let you off." The female martial artist screamed madly. Her face was filled with helplessness, because there was no one around her. Only 2 nine heavens holy ground disciples were walking towards her. She wanted to escape. However, in an instant, the space around her was frozen. The energy in her body was frozen as well. The ones who attacked were not disciples of the nine heavens holy ground, but 2 elders. Under the power of the 2 elders, this immortal palace female martial artist simply did not have any ability to resist. She closed her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She regretted not using her last chance to self-destruct. Who knows, she might have been able to drag the 2 of them down with her. But now, she could not even self-destruct. Poof, poof. I love to see you guys from Immortal Palace in despair. This makes me happy. The two Nine Heavens Holy Ground disciples grinned maliciously as they came before the other party. The other two Immortal Palace martial artists who were lying on the ground howled madly. Damn you, bastard! If you dare to touch her, I will not let you off. They were covered in blood as they howled madly. You will not let me off? Haha, you guys can't even save yourselves. What do you have to let me off? Is there anyone else here? This is our Nine Heavens Holy Ground's territory. As he spoke, one of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground disciples grabbed the female cultivator in front of him. Pong, pong. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void as a red light shot out, slapping the two Nine Heavens Holy Lands cultivators away. Endless light shone down as the two Nine Heavens Holy Lands cultivators were sent flying, crashing through the void. Half of their bodies were directly smashed open, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. The two of them rolled on the ground, screaming crazily. Light flickered on their bodies as they tried to repair the damage. The remaining people of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground were stunned. The two elders' faces darkened. Their gazes pierced through the void like lightning. The remaining three disciples roared madly. Who is it? Get the hell out here. How dare you attack us? Are you tired of living? Angry roars could be heard. Hope appeared in the eyes of the two Immortal Palace cultivators on the ground. That Immortal Palace female disciple even more so opened her eyes, her face full of shock. Originally, she had already given up all hope, thinking that it would be very difficult for her to escape the clutches of the devil. But who would have thought that at the very last moment, there would be an unforeseen event? Someone had come to save her. Who was it? Was it a strong cultivator from Immortal Palace? The elders of the Nine Heavens Holy Lands also thought so they looked extremely dignified. Damn it, you sneaky bastard. Get the hell out of here, shouted a disciple furiously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body was pierced through. A red claw pierced through his back and directly crushed his heart. Pong! That person fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. The people next to him were scared out of their wits. Damn it! The two elders of the Nine Heavens Holy Lands roared furiously and threw their palms at the red claw. Dong! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Their palms fiercely slapped the red claw, like a golden spear and armored horse. The void around them shattered. The elder took 3 steps back, his face pale. It was as if he had slapped a red mountain. His entire arm was numb. However, what shocked him was that the red claw was completely fine. There was no crack at all. Fuck. How dare you hit Master Long? Do you want to die? Behind them, an arrogant voice sounded, a roar shaking those people. Those people began to tremble, the chi and blood within their bodies roiling. A demonic beast. Could it be a flood dragon? They were shocked. The voice was too strong, like a dragon's roar. It made them tremble. The people of the Nine Heavens Holy Lands thought that the people of the Demon King Palace had come, but soon they were stunned, because they saw a red silhouette walking over. Damn it! Crawling snake. It was the crawling snake from the Immortal Palace. They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. The 3 cultivators of the Immortal Palace were excited. Master Long, quickly save us. They naturally recognized that it was the snake by the Immortal Palace's side. Don't worry. I'm here. I won't let you be in danger. The dark red dragon waved its claw, and countless red lights flew forward, turning into a cloud and enveloping the 3 of them. Whoosh! The 3 of them recovered from their injuries. How magical! Master Long is so powerful. The 3 cultivators of the Immortal Palace were excited. They had never seen the dark red dragon attack before. They didn't expect it to have such a magical technique. As expected of someone by the Immortal Palace's side, it was really strong. The 3 of them were too excited. The people of the Nine Heavens Holy Lands, however, looked gloomy. The other party had just appeared and injured 2 of their disciples, and even killed one of them. This method was too fierce. Moreover, what made them more worried was whether the other party had come alone. If the army of the Immortal Palace came, it would be difficult for them to escape. But after looking for a long time, other than the other party, no one else appeared. They heaved a sigh of relief. Humph! The 2 elders showed a ferocious look. Crawling snake. You came alone and dare to be arrogant in front of us. Later, we'll peel off your snake skin. Not bad. Your claws are also very sharp. It's suitable to be used as a weapon. Fuck. You dare to have ideas about me? You really don't know your place. The dark red dragon was angry. He didn't attack, but waved his claw. 9 lackeys, come over here. 9 lackeys? What was that? Could it be that there was really an ambush? The people of the 9 heavens holy lands were nervous. The 3 disciples of the immortal palace were also confused. Why was this name so melodramatic? Just as they were confused, more than 10 figures walked out from the passage in front. They were very fast. The 9 of them in front even flashed and came to the side of the dark red dragon. Master, you're looking for us? What? Seeing this, the people of the 9 heavens holy lands were dumbfounded. The 3 disciples of the immortal palace also opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Chapter 2503. The experts from the 9 holy lands half knelt on the ground, showing great respect to the dark red dragon. Was this a dream? The people from 9 heavens holy lands were going crazy. What was going on? Wasn't the other party a snake from immortal palace? How could he control the people from other holy lands? Moreover, those experts were half kneeling on the ground. Even the bodies of the great sage lands did not receive such treatment. What was going on? They were all stunned. The 3 from immortal palace were also stunned. They could not understand what was going on. The 9 people kneeling on the ground were naturally the 9 experts that the dark red dragon had subdued. These 9 people were stubborn before, but after being tortured by the dark red dragon, they were afraid. This was because they realized that whether it was their bodies or souls, they could not withstand the torture of the other party. Since they could not withstand it, they might as well be obedient lackeys. After all, they wanted to live as well. Catch a few of them, but don't kill them. Damn it. How dare they go against me? This is infuriating. The dark red dragon pointed at the martial artists from 9 heavens holy lands and said with gritted teeth. Hearing this, the 9 lackeys stood up. Their eyes were cold as they looked forward. People from 9 heavens holy lands, kneel down obediently and become our master's pets. If you do, I can spare your lives. One of the lackeys said coldly. As he spoke, lightning surrounded his body, and a sea of lightning surged around him. Seeing this, the people from 9 heavens holy lands were even more stunned. An expert from the myriad thunder holy lands. Damn it, why would you submit to a snake? Could it be that you are under an illusion? Or some kind of restriction? They were really shocked. Cut the crap and get over here obediently. Another cold voice sounded. This person was from the 5 elements palace. As he spoke, the 5-colored light around his body formed a huge mountain that floated above his head, bringing with it an infinite pressure. People from 5 elements palace. People from illusion palace. People from 4 symbols holy lands. Heavens. The people from 9 heavens holy lands were going crazy. What was going on? Why did the martial artists from the great sage lands become the other party's lackeys? Cut the crap. Hurry up and do it. The dark red dragon said impatiently. Hearing this, the 9 lackeys didn't dare to hesitate anymore. They all executed their own unique skills and charged forward. The endless thunder sea, the terrifying 5 elements mountain, the sky full of sword radiance, and the terrifying saber radiance. All of a sudden, the 9 experts made their moves and surrounded the people of the 9 heavens holy ground. How could these people from the 9 heavens holy ground withstand it? Of the 5 young disciples, 1 was killed, 2 were severely injured, and the remaining 2 were scared out of their wits. The other 2 elders also had ugly expressions on their faces. They roared and went crazy, using all their strength to stop him. However, other than the 9 lackeys, there were another 5 or 6 experts waiting for them. The young disciples were subdued in an instant. The 2 old men roared furiously. After all, they were peerless almighties with great strength. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon said, "The 9 of you will deal with 1. Leave the other 1 to me." Whoosh! The battlefield was divided into 2 sides. The dark red divine dragons personally entered the battlefield and displayed the dragon's great magical powers. In the sky, countless dragon silhouettes weaved about, fighting a great battle with that elder. In the end, the elder's dark red divine dragon was sealed. As for the other elder, he suppressed the 9 lackeys with his strength. He was strong and took advantage of his injuries, forcing the 9 lackeys to retreat. When he saw one of his companions being sealed, he roared and turned to attack the dark red divine dragon. However, the dark red divine dragon used its great magical powers and attacked. Boom! The elder's hands were broken. He was scared out of his wits. Damn it! This snake was too strong. He couldn't beat it. Moreover, there were other experts around. If he continued to fight, he might be sealed. Thinking of this, the elder roared and tore through the void to escape. One of the elders was also captured. One of them escaped. The martial artists of Immortal Palace were stunned. They didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Ha 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 ha. This is great. Looking at the people of the 9 heavens holy ground who were sealed, the 3 of them were filled with killing intent. Among them, 2 of the male disciples kicked the elder's face. Damn it! I'll let you be arrogant. I'll let you attack again. Their feet kicked the other party's face, making sonorous sounds. The impact made their feet go numb. Damn old gang noobs, old bastard. How thick-skinned. These martial artists of Immortal Palace were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They only had the strength of a great being and couldn't break the defense of a great being. However, so what if they couldn't break it? It felt good to be able to step on the other party's face. Sure enough, the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground was so angry that he vomited blood. Their hair stood up, the veins on their bodies bulged, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, he was sealed by the dark red divine dragon with an ancient seal. In addition, he was seriously injured and couldn't escape at all. Not only that, the dark red divine dragon was still worried and even injured his soul. In this way, the elder completely lost the ability to resist. Come. Don't be polite. Step on me to your heart's content. You can step on me however you want. The dark red divine dragon said very heroically. Sure enough, other than the elder, the remaining disciples also received special treatment. Their faces were trampled into mush. Whoosh! The dark red divine dragon waved its claws, and their faces were healed again. Their faces were healed again. Their faces were healed again. This went on for dozens of times. These people were about to break down. They finally experienced what was called despair. What was worse than death? The 9 lackeys at the side sneered. Now, they knew how they were treated. Now, they knew why they were so strong. They were going to be lackeys too. No one could help it. No one could bear this kind of torture. Damn it! How dare you touch us? You're dead. The 9 heavens holy ground will never let you go. The elder roared in anger. To think that as a dignified elder, when had he ever been treated like this? What was even more despicable was that a few juniors were stomping on his face. Although they couldn't hurt him, the soles of their shoes touched his face. This kind of face slapping made him very angry. He swore that as long as he escaped, he would tear these people into pieces. He would make them suffer a fate worse than death. Fuck. You dared to threaten me just now? What's with that look? One of the disciples of Immortal Palace directly slapped over, causing the void to tremble. His arm was numb, and the surrounding space was cracked. The elder's face didn't shatter, but there was a clear palm print on his face. Fuck. This is so fucking good. Come. The 2 of you give it a try. That disciple seemed to have discovered a new world and hurriedly called out to the other 2. The other 2 disciples also walked up. They also gave it a try and found that it was indeed satisfying. Chapter 2504. That elder fainted from anger. Damn it! How could they be so weak? The dragon curled its lips and looked at the remaining 4 disciples of the 9 heavens holy ground. The 2 whose bodies were smashed had also recovered. They were extremely weak and trembled as they looked at the dragon. The dragon came to the side of the 2. These 2 were the ones who wanted to offend you? The female martial artist nodded, and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. Very well, I'll give you a chance. The dragon waved its claws and a sharp sword appeared in the air. You can turn them into eunuchs with your own hands. What? Hearing this, the two martial artists from the nine heavens holy ground turned green. They felt a chill down their legs and a huge fear appeared in their hearts. What? Eunuchs? Damn it, no. You can't do this to us. Please, let us go. You can step on me, but you can't turn me into a eunuch. Do you still need lackeys? I can be your lackey. The two of them screamed crazily. They did not want to be tortured like this. One had to know that this was something that no man was willing to do. However, the female disciple's eyes lit up when she heard this. Did you think of letting me go back then? She was not a weak little girl, but an expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. If not for the dragon, she could not imagine what would have happened to her. Therefore, now that he had the chance to take revenge, he would not hesitate. With a sneer, the female disciple grabbed the sharp sword in the air. The aura on her body exploded like a flood. The cold, murderous aura pierced through the clouds and formed countless swords in the sky. No, beauty, you can't do this to me. I was wrong before. I was just fooling around with you. The two of them cried as they spoke. We can't do anything. We are also disciples. We can only listen to our elder. If there's anything, you can look for our elder. They were on the verge of tears. Their elder had fainted anyway. He could not hear this. They quickly pushed the blame to their elder. Seeing this scene, the 9 lackeys beside him felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Damn it, this guy is too shameless. How dare he push the blame to their elder? Fortunately, their elder had fainted from anger. Otherwise, if he heard this, his lungs would probably explode from anger. Thinking about how they were treated before and looking at the situation now, the 9 lackeys felt that they were so happy before. It's too late to beg for mercy now. The female disciple did not care. She waved her sword and pierced through the void. One of them screamed as blood gushed out of his vital parts. That feeling of shattering was 100 times more intense than any other pain. Hearing the sound like a pig being slaughtered, the other male martial artists felt their scalps go numb. However, the female disciple was excited. She turned her head again to look at the other person. The man's body started to tremble. He quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I beg you to spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I'll work like a horse for you. I'll be your lackey. Okay? What a joke. Seeing his companion hovering between life and death, he didn't want to suffer. However, the answer was definitely no. That immortal palace female warrior kicked him to the ground and then brandished her sword. Another blood-curdling scream rang out. The two 9 heavens holy lands cultivators who had not been punished directly fainted from fright. It was too cruel. They could not bear to watch it. The 9 lackeys also felt their hair stand on end. However, that female disciple from Immortal Palace was extremely satisfied. This feeling of revenge was simply too satisfying. Okay, wake them up. Let them be our new lackeys. Then, let's set off. The dark red dragon waved its hand. Immediately, the 9 lackeys woke up the unconscious martial artists of 9 heavens holy land. When the elder and the disciple found out that they had become the new lackeys, they had the urge to vomit blood. Damn it! After being beaten so much and suffering so much, they still could not escape the fate of becoming a lackey. However, they did not dare to resist. They were afraid that the other party would stab them in the vital parts. The group set off again. On the other side, the elder of 9 heavens holy land who had escaped was gnashing his teeth in anger. He was really mad. He did not escape. Instead, he hid and prepared to watch. When he saw that his companions were all tortured and became lackeys, he could not hold back his anger. The elder could no longer hold back and used his trump card. He took out an old, yellowed scroll and used his blood to write down names one after another on it. The scroll was densely packed. Blood floated and countless names shone. Then, the scroll floated in the void. The elder of 9 heavens holy land formed a seal and burned the scroll. Whoosh! The space cracked open, and one figure after another appeared around him. This was not an illusion, nor was it an illusion. They were real people. The martial artists of 9 heavens holy land who were all around the ancient tomb were all teleported here. This was their very important trump card. They would not use it unless they had no other choice. But at this moment, The elder of 9 heavens holy land could not hold back anymore. So, he used his trump card. In an instant, dozens of experts were gathered. However, except for Joshua Seiko, the others who had written their names all appeared. What was going on? Why did they use the blood sacrifice to teleport? When the elders and the disciples appeared, they asked one after another. Could it be that there was news of the Holy Sun? No, there was no news of the Holy Sun. However, the old man told him what he had seen earlier. What? Those guys really dared to do that? Damn it, they had gone too far. Kill them. We must kill them. The elders were mad. They were all filled with killing intent. There were too many experts around that snake. They did not know what methods he used to subdue so many of them. We were outnumbered. We were no match for him. That was why I used the blood sacrifice to teleport you guys here. We have to save our people and kill them all. That snake is very strange. I think he must have some secrets. Capture him and interrogate him. We can control other experts in the future. The elders rushed over with killing intent. Finally, the two sides met. Damn it, let go of our people. The people of 9 heavens holy land roared. The elder gritted his teeth. His eyes were like lamps. Oh, the reinforcements are here. The dark red dragon sneered. 9 lackeys, attack! The 9 lackeys rushed out. But at this moment, the elder who was running away snorted. He waved his hand. Countless 9 heavens holy land martial artists behind him walked over. Each of them was filled with killing intent. Seeing this, the 9 lackeys' faces changed. They quickly retreated. They left after images in the sky. The dark red dragon exclaimed, "Damn it, there are so many of them." Chapter 2505. Among the lackeys, the elders and disciples of the 9 heavens holy ground were crying emotionally. Elder, save us. You must save us. Kill him. You must kill him. I want to tear him into pieces. They roared madly, but what awaited them was a few slaps. The dark red divine dragon sent them flying, and now you want to escape? They haven't saved you yet. 9 great lackeys, cover us. The dark red divine dragon gave the order. At the same time, it spoke to the 3 immortal palace martial artists at its side. Let's leave quickly. There are too many of them. We'll be at a disadvantage if we continue fighting. He was a wily old fox. He wouldn't do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. If it was a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't be afraid of any elder. He could even kill them. But there were so many of them. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do it. So, he quickly retreated with the 3 immortal palace martial artists. The 9 lackeys wanted to escape too, but unfortunately, their lives were still in the hands of the dark red divine dragon. So, they could only obediently resist. But this time, there were too many people from the 9 heavens holy ground. In an instant, they were surrounded by more than a dozen figures. They couldn't exert any strength at all. The remaining people were like sharp swords, piercing through the sky and charging towards the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon roared, and his body expanded. The dragon blood on his body surged, enveloping the 3 immortal palace martial artists and increasing his speed. However, the people of the 9 heavens holy ground were determined to kill them. Moreover, their companions were still surrounded by the enemy. How could they let it go without saving their companions? Therefore, they finally arrived at a spacious cave after searching for a long time. Buzz, buzz. The 3 elders of the 9 heavens holy ground formed seals and raised their hands, summoning 3 phoenix shadows. They covered the sky and covered the entire space. The dark red divine dragon was blocked and stopped. The army behind them charged over and completely surrounded them. Master Long, what should we do? Seeing this scene, the 3 immortal palace martial artists were terrified. The dark red divine dragon's face darkened. Beside him, the 9 heavens holy ground lackeys who were tied up laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? This is what you get for provoking us. You're dead. They gritted their teeth. Finally, they had a chance to take revenge. However, the dark red divine dragon smashed half of their heads with a single slap, and many cracks appeared on their bodies. If you dare to threaten me, I'll kill all of you with a single slap. Damn it, Let go of our people. Seeing this scene, the nine heavens holy ground army roared in anger. This time, there were dozens of them, and they were not afraid of any sudden changes. This was unless Immortal Palace's great army also came. However, they suspected that this dragon didn't have any summoning and transport items in its hands. Otherwise, the other party would have called them over long ago. Indeed, Immortal Palace's three individuals were also asking. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. This emperor didn't have that kind of thing, but little Xianzi might have it. What should he do? The three of them felt as if the sky was falling. However, the crimson divine dragon waved its arm. Don't worry, it's not that hopeless. He instantly set up layers of array formations, which enveloped the surroundings and formed a defensive barrier. Soon after, the dark red divine dragon said, "Don't worry. Although I can't contact Immortal Palace's great army, I can contact little Xianzi. Let him save us. Contact the palace master." The three of them were excited. As long as they could contact the palace master, they would be able to contact Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others. When the great army came, they would have hope. Therefore, the three Immortal Palace's members were relieved. In front, the nine heavens holy ground martial artists snorted coldly. You want to trap us with array formations? You want to call for reinforcements? Not so easy. Nine heavens divine palm. An elder stood out and waved his palm. Light shone in the sky, and the entire space shook violently. 9 large palms appeared in the sky and slammed forward in an overwhelming manner. Pung pung pung. The intense collision shook heaven and earth. The bright light screen shook as if it would break at any time. But in the end, it did not break. It was blocked. It was blocked indeed. Inside the array formation, the three Immortal Palace martial artists were excited to see this. However, the nine heavens holy ground people frowned. Damn it, what kind of array is this? Why is it so strong? The crimson divine dragon sneered. Idiot, you think you can break my array formation so easily? How is that possible? His array formation skills were beyond the imagination of these people. In addition, he had many treasures in his hands, so the array formation he created was definitely powerful. How could a peerless almighty break it? If one is not enough, then 2. 3. I don't believe that I can't break your defensive array formation. The nine heavens holy ground people were filled with murderous intent. Indeed, the three elders descended from the sky like gods and demons. Their bodies were emitting a strong aura. The three of them used their ultimate techniques and attacked below. Indeed, the light screen shook violently. It seemed like it could not hold on any longer. But in the end, it managed to hold on. Damn it, he can hold on. The three peerless almighties were shocked. This is impossible. At this moment, the nine heavens holy ground people finally screamed. So what? I don't believe that he can hold on against all of us. Everyone, listen up. Attack together. In the sky, dozens of figures flashed and energy surged like an ocean. Seeing this, the crimson divine dragon's face changed. Damn it, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? I'll let you taste some pain first. The crimson divine dragon waved its dragon claws again. For killing arrays descended from the sky and shrouded the nine heavens holy ground. Let's see if you have the energy to break my array formation. Indeed, the killing arrays were extremely terrifying. They turned into a strong killing intent and shrouded the nine heavens holy ground people. The nine heavens holy ground people screamed and fought back madly. The elders also roared in anger. Damn it, is this snake an array master? Why does it have so many arrays? Under the siege of the 4 killing arrays, the nine heavens holy ground people temporarily gave up on attacking and started to fight back. Seeing this, the 3 Immortal Palace martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. The crimson divine dragon sneered. This is my strength. Do you see? If I use all my killing arrays, it'll be easy to kill you all. He snorted and ignored the people in front of him. Instead, he stared at the 5 lackeys of the nine heavens holy ground. In the next moment, he said coldly, "The 5 of you, get over here. Make dinner for me." As he said that, he took out a few demonic beasts from his storage ring. This one is steamed, this one is barbecued, and this one is braised for me. Make dinner for me. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to torture you all. The crimson divine dragon opened his mouth and spat out clouds of chi that evolved in the air. Tables, chairs, pavilions, and all kinds of exquisite decorations appeared in the cave. Those who did not know would think that it was a palace. The three immortal palace martial artists were stunned. The crimson divine dragon waved its dragon claws. Stop looking, come and enjoy. Chapter 2506. This is great. I love to eat. Following Lin Xian and Whitey, he also loved to eat barbecued meat and spirit fruits. If it was in the past, he would have skinned these demonic beasts alive. The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens holy ground had no choice. They wanted to resist, but after a few slaps, they screamed in pain. Therefore, they could only brace themselves and cook for the other party. Outside, the 9 heavens holy ground experts who were fighting against the killing array vomited blood when they saw this scene. Damn it. This is too despicable. They were risking their lives to fight against the killing array, but the other party was enjoying his dinner so leisurely, braising and steaming. This made them mad. They were the hunters, okay? The other party was surrounded by them, but why didn't he look anxious at all? They all regretted coming here to kill him. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Those cultivators couldn't find any treasures in a short time, so they all came to investigate. When they saw this scene, they exclaimed. More and more people came to watch, and there were about 100 people discussing. What's going on? Are the people of the 9 heavens holy ground fighting against the immortal palace? Sure enough, the news of Joxiao Seiko being killed by the immortal palace is true. Otherwise, the 9 heavens holy ground wouldn't be so crazy. Look at that snake. Aren't they Lin Xian's lackeys? They're trapped by the 9 heavens holy ground? Trapped? What a joke. They're enjoying life, while the people of the 9 heavens holy ground are fighting with their lives. Who do you think is trapping who? These people discussed fervently, and they were shocked. Someone in the crowd screamed, "Fuck! Who's cooking for that snake? Are they from the 9 heavens holy ground? What's going on? Aren't they fighting? Why are the people of the 9 heavens holy ground cooking for the other party?" Inside the array, 3 immortal palace cultivators looked around and said loudly, "What do you know? These people are the lackeys of our Lord Long." What? Lackeys? Everyone's mouth twitched, and the 9 heavens holy ground experts who were fighting against the killing array vomited blood. Bullshit. Who's your lackey? Damn it, I'll kill you. Don't give me the chance, or I'll make you regret it. They were furious. They were the elders of the 9 heavens holy ground, and yet they had become the lackeys of a snake. Moreover, they were being watched by so many people from the Holy Lands. How were they going to survive in the future? The dark red divine dragon did not care about this. He took out a small array formation and started to contact Lin Xian. Although it was enjoying the show, it knew that the people of the 9 firmament's sacred emperor would still be in danger after breaking the killing array. That was why he had to contact Lin Xian and have him lead Immortal Palace's great army over. The dark red divine dragon began to transmit its voice to the array formation. The formation flickered, and the message was sent out. Little Xian, hurry up and reply when you see the message. This emperor is about to be besieged. The dark sorcerer god sighed as he ate the golden roasted meat. How was he in any danger? Ancient tomb, in a stone house. Inside the black earth vessel, Lin Xian was cultivating when a certain array formation inside the black earth vessel suddenly moved. Radiance blossomed. Seeing this, He Tu floated over and waved his broken sword to open the array formation. Then, the dark red divine dragon's voice was heard. "Kid, save me. I'm trapped. These people from the 9 heavens holy ground are sending an army to hunt us down. Hurry up, otherwise, you won't be able to see me again." The dark red divine dragon's voice echoed in the black earth vessel, sounding very miserable. Those who did not know would think that he was being hunted down. When He Tu heard this voice, he waved his sword and floated back to Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was still cultivating with his eyes closed. How could ruffian dragon be hunted down so easily? He Tu thought for a moment and did not interrupt Lin Xian. After all, this breakthrough was very important. If he could successfully break the array formation, Lin Xian's strength and cultivation would rise to another level. Therefore, He too did not have the heart to interrupt him. Moreover, in his opinion, the dark red divine dragon was a wily old fox that had lived for thousands of years. He had the bloodline of dragons and even had great abilities of dragons. It was impossible for him to be killed so easily. He too would let him be hunted down for a while. He too waved his sword and stopped in midair. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon began to eat and drink after sending the message. The 3 cultivators from the immortal palace also ate and drank. The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens holy ground stood by the side, carefully waiting on him. Not far away, the experts of the 9 heavens holy ground were doing their best to resist the 4 killing arrays. Among them, one of the killing formations was sent flying, and the remaining 3 killing formations were also dimming. Oh, not bad, not bad. They actually managed to break one of my killing arrays in such a short time. These people from the 9 heavens holy ground are not bad. The dark red divine dragon nodded slightly as he ate and looked at the battlefield in the distance. Although he had broken 1 killing array, he was not too worried. More and more cultivators gathered in the surrounding passageways to watch. Even the cultivators who were passing by were alarmed by the intense fighting sounds. They thought that someone had found a treasure, so they could not wait to rush over. However, after rushing over, they found out that there was no treasure. Instead, there was a battle to the death. Whoosh! Friends from the 9 heavens holy ground, do you need our help? More than 10 figures flew over from one of the passageways. They were surrounded by 5 colored light, forming the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The people from the 5 elements palace were here. The surrounding experts exclaimed. The 5 elements saint was among them. That's right. The people from the 5 elements palace were here. Moreover, the 5 elements saint was leading them. When the 5 elements saint saw this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He gnashed his teeth in anger at the dark red divine dragon. Now that there was a good opportunity to kill him, how could they miss it? Thank you very much. The 9 heavens holy ground elder was overjoyed when he saw this. Great. With the help of the 5 elements saint and the experts from the 5 elements palace, they would definitely be able to break the killing arrays faster and faster. At that time, it would not be difficult to break the other party's defensive array. As expected, with the addition of the experts from the 5 elements palace, the second killing array was easily broken. I'll help you too. The 10,000 Thunder Saint led 7 or 8 experts from the 10,000 Thunder Holy Ground and appeared from a passageway. Even the 10,000 Thunder Saint was here. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed, but the people from the 9 heavens holy ground were excited. Great, the 10,000 Thunder Saint was here too. The heavens were really helping them. They knew that the 5 elements palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Ground had a grudge against the other immortal palace, especially the palace master who was suitable for the other side. Now that the 3 sides were attacking together, how could a small snake resist? Chapter 2507. Sure enough, with the 3 great sage joining forces, the remaining 2 killing arrays were shattered. In an instant, the 3 forces were like 3 mountains, pressing down on the void as they walked towards the crimson divine dragon. Fuck. What's going on? Damn it. 5 elements red and myriad thunder sacred ground are here too. The crimson divine dragon was no longer calm. He threw away the golden barbecue in his hand and floated up into the sky. Damn it, this is not good. Master Dragon, what should we do? The 3 martial artists from Immortal Palace were also worried. Previously, they could still fight against the 9 heavens sacred ground with their arrays. But now, the myriad thunder sacred ground and 5 elements palace were here too. They could not fight back at all. Don't panic. Damn it, these guys dare to come out at this time. Just wait, I won't let them go. The crimson divine dragon would remember this grudge. He swore that he would not let them go. However, this was all in the future. The most important thing now was to solve the crisis in front of him. He must not let them join forces to break the array. Otherwise, his defensive array would not be able to withstand it. It seemed that he could only use that thing. The Crimson Divine Dragon gritted his teeth and decided to use one of his trump cards. With a wave of his dragon claw, another array floated out. However, this array looked very strange. It was like black quicksand surrounding his defensive array. It formed a black circle. The black circle was more than 10 meters wide. It was like a black river flowing continuously, shining with a demonic light. What is this? The surrounding martial artists were stunned. The three great sage experts sneered. It's useless. No matter what you are, you can't escape death today. Indeed, they were very confident. Who could fight against the three great sage experts when they joined forces? Even the clan of the ancients would not be able to fight back, right? Not to mention, a little snake. Go. The nine heavens sacred ground elder, five elements Saint Sun, and Saint Sun Wan Lei waved their hands, and the three great sage experts stepped forward. This time, they sent 9 people. The 9 experts' auras pierced through heaven and earth. Their figures were like demonic gods, crushing the void. One could imagine how terrifying these 9 people were. Their figures were like lightning as they flew forward. The energy in their bodies surged like wild beasts, causing people to tremble. Soon, they arrived before the black quicksand. Facing this black quicksand, they did not care at all. The 9 of them struck out with their attacks, hitting the quicksand. The quicksand spun rapidly. The black sand was very soft, and it absorbed all the attacks. It could be said that these attacks had no effect on quicksand at all. It was as if they were punching cotton. Damn it! What is this thing? The 9 experts frowned, and 3 of them snorted coldly. The king's domain enveloped them, and in the next moment, they strode into the black quicksand. Since he couldn't break through it, he would just force his way through. The others were also puzzled. What exactly was the black quicksand? Soon, they were screaming. This was because they had finally discovered the use of the black quicksand. The 3 experts entered the black quicksand, and in the next second, they suddenly disappeared. Swish 2 people appeared in the distance of the palace, while the other person disappeared. What was going on? What happened? Why did those experts suddenly withdraw? Everyone was stunned. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground, 5 element palace, and 10,000 thunder sacred ground also frowned. What was going on? They hurriedly asked, and the other 2 people flew over from the corner of the palace. I don't know. As soon as we entered, we were teleported away by a force. Teleported away. Could it be a teleportation array? Hearing this, some people turned pale with fright. They looked at the black quicksand and gasped. The black quicksand was actually a teleportation array. Anyone who entered would be teleported. No wonder that dragon was so relaxed and calm. It turned out that he had such a treasure by his side. Yes, if they could not break through the black quicksand, they would not be able to reach the dragon, let alone break through the array. Ha 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 ha. The dark red dragon laughed loudly. Come, 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 sons of the 3 sacred grounds, hurry up and attack your grandpa dragon. The people from the 3 great sage, sacred grounds vomited blood when they heard the clamor. Damn it! Damn it! A snake dared to be so arrogant in front of them? He was courting death. Go attack. Since it's an array, we're afraid of being damaged. I don't believe that he can ignore all the attacks. The 5 elements saint looked solemn, and the 10,000 thunders saint looked gloomy. The elders from the 9 heavens sacred ground also roared. In an instant, the experts from the 3 great sage sacred grounds attacked again. This time, there were more people, more than 20 of them. They were connected as one, as if they were thousands of mountains. One after another, terrifying attacks were launched. The sky was full of flames, shocking lightning, 5-colored light, and a surging sea. All kinds of energy appeared in the sky, shaking the earth and causing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. However, after a series of attacks, the people from the 3 great sage sacred grounds were dumbfounded. Damn it, this was impossible. They did not receive any injuries. What kind of array was this? Could it be that all our attacks were teleported back? How could there be such a terrifying array in the world? The people from the 3 great sage sacred grounds were dumbfounded. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. You want to break my world's end near at hand array so easily? You must be dreaming. This array formation was his latest masterpiece. Previously, He had read a lot of information about ancient arrays in the Immortal Palace's treasure vault and combined it with his own attainments. Finally, he had created such an array. This array was called the World's End Near-at-Hand Array. It had the ability to teleport people randomly. After entering, who knew where they would be teleported to? Even the Dark Red Dragon did not know. Seeing that the Black Quicksand had really blocked the people from the 3 great sage sacred grounds, the 3 martial artists in the array breathed a sigh of relief. The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens sacred ground were pale and in despair. The 3 great sage sacred grounds combined could not do anything to this snake. How could this be? Could it be that they would have to be its servants for the rest of their lives? No, they screamed crazily in their hearts. This kind of life was worse than death. However, it was impossible for them to die, because the Dark Red Dragon had started to torture the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground for the 3 martial artists from the Immortal Palace. His purpose was naturally to provoke the experts outside the array. Sure enough, when the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens sacred ground were stepped on and slapped, the experts outside were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah, damn it! I must kill you all. Let go of our people. They were about to go crazy. This was a slap in the face. The 5 Elements Palace and the 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were also roaring in anger. However, they did not feel any psychological pressure, because there was no one among the lackeys. Chapter 2508. The Crimson Divine Dragon looked at the 2 holy lands and sneered. Initially, he did not intend to attack the 2 of you. But since the 2 of you were so reckless, how dare you jump out and go against me? Then, don't blame me. 9 big lackeys, get over here. This voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh. 9 figures flew over from the distant passageway. As soon as these 9 people appeared, they half knelt in the void. Greetings, Master. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people went crazy. The faces of the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land instantly sank. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, as they realized that 7 of the 9 lackeys were actually from the 5 Elements Palace and the myriad Thunder Sacred Land. The remaining 2 were from the Tai dynasty. 9 lackeys, I order you to slap each other. The harder the better. If I go soft on you, don't blame me for being impolite. The Dark Red Divine Dragon ordered. Hearing this, the people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. As for the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land, they roared furiously. They were really mad. Previously, when they saw the people from the 9 heavens holy ground being slapped in the face, they did not feel anything. But who would have thought that it would be their turn so soon? Not only were the 9 lackeys' lives in the hands of the Dark Red Divine Dragon, but their souls had also been implanted with a slave mark. Therefore, at this moment, although they were instinctively unwilling, once the Dark Red Divine Dragon activated this kind of mark, they simply could not control themselves and began to interact with each other. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Those people's faces were shattered in an instant, but they were all experts and could recover instantly. Thus, in an instant, countless slaps were heard. The Dark Red Dragon raised its wine cup and said to the passageways in all directions, Come, come, come. Today, I'll treat everyone to a good show. It's free. You don't have to be afraid. Just enjoy it. Heavens, what happened? What was wrong with these people from the Holy Lands? Was he caught in an illusion? This crawling snake was too heaven-defying. Using the people of the Holy Land as lackeys, he even slapped him in the face in public. This was the same as taking the lives of those holy lands. That's right, if they couldn't kill this snake, they would really lose all their face. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. Fuck, even if I saw it with my own eyes, I still wouldn't believe it. The other warriors in the passageway were stunned. The people of the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land were furious. The 2 saints, in particular, were brimming with killing intent. Attack. Capture them for me. Hearing this, the 2 elders of the 5 Elements Palace took action. They stretched out their hands, and countless rays of light flashed in their palms, instantly enveloping those people. The people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land were the same. They had to capture him. Otherwise, they would be utterly humiliated. The dark red divine dragon sneered at the sight. You want to take him back? Do you think that's possible? Attack him. Kill them all. He formed another seal, and the seals in those people's minds trembled. Roar. Kill. Those people roared out angrily, their eyes completely red. They didn't recognize anyone, directly attacking the large hand in the sky. In an instant, he had destroyed their attacks. Furthermore, they were charging toward the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land. Humph! The 5 Elements Saint snorted coldly as a cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He rushed out of the 5 Elements Mountain and blasted it forward. With a loud boom, the 3 figures in front of him were instantly blasted into a bloody mist. Nothing was left. They were directly killed. The surrounding people exclaimed. The people of the 5 Elements Palace were also stunned. They didn't expect their saint to be so decisive and merciless. They had killed all of their own people. They were already under his control. They were no longer his own people. The 5 Elements Saint's cold voice rang out, making everyone's scalp tingle. On the other side, the 10,000 Thunder Saint also made his move. An ice thunder divine spear pierced through the 4 directions, nailing the people who had just arrived to the void. In an instant, the 9 lackeys were mercilessly killed by the 2 great sages' sons. Blood rained down from the sky. When the people of the Immortal Palace saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. The dark red divine dragon also frowned. He sneered. How shameless! They even killed their own people. To be honest, he didn't expect the 2 saints to be so ruthless. When the people of the 9 Heavens Holy Land saw this scene, a hint of madness appeared in their eyes. Among them, a few of the palaces discussed and decided to attack. Those people probably wouldn't survive. Otherwise, if they used them now, they might be able to break the array. The few old men nodded. In the next moment, they suddenly formed seals and a strange aura exuded from their bodies. Not good. The dark red divine dragon's face changed. Damn, you guys are too shameless. He roared and completely distanced himself from the 5 lackeys of the 9 Heavens Holy Land. At the same time, his body expanded and turned into a huge dragon, enveloping the 3 martial artists of the Immortal Palace. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 lackeys of the 9 Heavens Holy Land suddenly exploded. Violent energy swept out in all directions. Everything was annihilated. The light shone brightly and the energy surged. What happened? The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect the 5 lackeys of the 9 Heavens Holy Land to suddenly explode. What was going on? Could it be that the people of the 9 Heavens Holy Land had done it? They looked at the sky. Indeed, the 9 Heavens Holy Land's elders looked extremely cold. There was still a lingering fierce aura on their bodies. It was indeed them who had done it. It seemed that the 9 Heavens Holy Land was also ruthless. The people of the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Land were overjoyed. That's great. This energy will definitely be able to tear apart the array formation. He might even be able to kill that snake. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the front. There were countless cracks on the defensive array in front of them. Some parts were even broken and several black holes appeared. Great. The array was broken. They wondered how the snake was doing. They looked over. However, at this moment, a scream came from within the light. Damn. It hurts. Who the fuck did it? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The scream made everyone's scalp tingle. What? That guy didn't die. However, judging by the scream, even if he didn't die, he was half dead. The people of the 9 Heavens Holy Land sneered. Great. As long as they could injure the other party, it would be much easier to capture him. However, when the light that filled the sky disappeared, they were dumbfounded. What was going on? Impossible. The other party was unharmed. How was this possible? They were all crazy. They realized that the other party's body was black, as if he had been struck by lightning. However, there were no cracks on the other party's body. There was no blood flowing out. The other party was not injured. Damn it. What kind of physique was that? Even the holy son of the Demon King Palace didn't have such a physique. Chapter 2509. The people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground went crazy. They didn't expect a snake's body to be so strong. The dark red dragon grimaced in pain. Although it didn't crack, the pain was very obvious. He stared at the Nine Heavens sacred ground. Damn it, I'm going to roast you all later. Humph. You don't even have an array, and you still dare to be arrogant? The five elements saint sneered. Kill. Countless people charged forward. However, although the defensive array was broken, the world's end near-at-hand array was still intact. This made everyone frown again. Don't worry, we also have array masters on the way here. The people from the Five Elements Palace and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground spoke. Hearing this, the people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground's eyes lit up. They already had array masters in their team. However, it would take a lot of time to break the array. But now, the other two sacred grounds had also sent array masters. With the three of them working together, they didn't believe that they couldn't break it. Moreover, they were really jealous of this array. If they could master it, it would definitely be a heaven-defying defensive method. Sure enough, after waiting for half a day, figures appeared in the passage. The array masters from the Five Elements Palace and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground had arrived. Four white-haired old men walked over shakily. They looked at the black quicksand in the sky, their eyes shining. On the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground side, Array Master also walked out. The five Array Masters came forward together, ready to break it. Heavens, this is a teleportation. How did this snake do it? It's too exquisite. It definitely didn't make it. I think it must have gotten a treasure in this ancient tomb. The five Array Grandmasters said. They didn't think that the black quicksand was made by the snake. Moreover, it didn't matter whether it was made or not. They had to work together to break it. With the five Array Masters working together, it was indeed very powerful. The Dark Red Dragon and the three members of the Immortal Palace were in danger again. One could imagine that once the world's end near-at-hand array was broken, what awaited them was the merciless killing of the three great sage. Little Xian, where the hell are you? Come quickly. The Dark Red Dragon took out the array disc again and sent a message. Black Earth. Lin Xian opened his eyes. A vast aura erupted from his body, like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. Violent energy blasted out in all directions. Fortunately, he was now in the cultivation room of the Black Earth, so he didn't cause any impact to the interior of the ship. Middle stage 7-star. Lin Xian stood up and clenched his fists. His eyes shone with a sharp light. He was too excited. You've broken through. The black soil floated in. Lin Xian grinned and asked, how many days has it been? 7 days. 7 days. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement. In just 7 days, he had advanced from early 7-star to middle 7-star. No one would believe him if he told others about it. One had to know that under normal circumstances, it would take 1 to 200 years for a King Realm cultivator to break through from primary to intermediate King Realm. As for him, he only needed 7 days. And it was done. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, all of this was due to the ancient medicinal pill. What surprised him even more was that not only did he make a breakthrough in his cultivation, but his great dragon sword soul had also awakened further. Now, his battle prowess was equivalent to a mid-8-star peerless cultivator. If the great dragon sword soul went all out and unleashed its maximum battle prowess, he would be able to contend with a late 8-star peerless cultivator. This didn't include his trump cards, such as the Black Earth and the Saint's Handbone. If he used those trump cards, he could even kill a late 8-star peerless cultivator. This filled Lin Xian with confidence. According to his estimation, he had only explored half of the Saint's tomb. There should be even more heaven-defying treasures in the latter half of the tomb, right? There shouldn't be anything happening these few days, right? Lin Xian asked. Ruffian Dragon sent me 2 distress signals, but I saw that you were cultivating, so I didn't interrupt you. Distress signals? Lin Xian frowned. What's going on? Listen to it. He too took the disc array over, and Lin Xian listened to it. It was indeed sent by Ruffian Dragon. He frowned. He knew the strength of the dark red divine dragon. It was at the level of a saint. Even the other saints wouldn't be able to do anything to it. But now, it had sent a distress signal. This meant that it was in danger. When he heard the second piece of information, he understood. The myriad thunder sacred ground, 5 elements palace, and 9 heavens sacred ground were really courting death. Hey 2, use the array to lock onto ruffian dragon's position and fly over. No problem, leave it to me. Hey 2 started to control it. Soon, the black earth flew over like a ray of light. On the other side, in the main hall, the world's end near at hand array had already dimmed. It was gradually being suppressed by the 5 top-notch array masters. Fuck. 5 or 6 days have already passed. Why isn't Lin Xian here yet? Could there have been an accident? The Crimson Divine Dragon looked at the scene around him with a gloomy expression. If Lin Xian didn't come, it would be in trouble. It estimated that its world's end near at hand array could only last for 2 or 3 days. After 2 or 3 days, it might be broken by the enemy. At that time, it would be difficult for it to deal with the enemy's army. Even if it could escape, it would be severely injured. That was not what it wanted. Another day passed. The 5 array masters were excited because they felt that they would be able to break the array one day. The people from 9 heavens sacred ground, 5 elements palace, and 10,000 thunder sacred ground were also excited. Their eyes shone with a sharp light. Crawling snake, prepare to die. The people from 5 elements palace sneered. The people from 9 heavens sacred ground gritted their teeth. Suddenly, 7 or 8 rays of light came from afar. These 7 or 8 rays of light were very fast. There was a floating immortal palace on top of them, shining with thousands of rays of light. The people from 9 heavens sacred ground were here. Could those immortal palaces belong to Jiuxiao Seiko? Sure enough, the people from 9 heavens sacred ground all turned their heads. Buzz. Their eyes shone with a sharp light as they went up to greet them. How was it? Did you find the saint? They asked anxiously. However, the 7 or 8 people who came had ugly expressions. Some of the elders even cried. Ah, we are guilty. The saint was killed. What? The saint was killed? How could this be? Didn't they say that the immortal palaces took him away after he was struck? This news was like a bolt from the blue, and it stunned the people from 9 heavens sacred ground. The people from 5 elements palace, 10,000 thunder sacred ground, and the surrounding people were all stunned. Especially the 5 elements saint and 10,000 thunder saint. Their faces were ugly. They were holy sons themselves, so they knew how difficult it was to kill a holy son. But now, Jiuxiao Seiko was killed. What was going on? Was Jiuxiao Seiko really killed? By who? Could it be Lin Xian? In the distance, the 5 array grandmasters stopped what they were doing and frowned. The dark red divine dragon laughed. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Who asked you to be so arrogant and find trouble with me? How was it? The saint was struck by someone. He was too happy. He was annoyed that he had been trapped here for the past few days. Now that he heard the news, it was as if he had eaten an iced watermelon in the summer. The 3 martial artists from immortal palaces also felt their eyelids twitching. Could it be the temple master? Chapter 25:10. Damn it! Is it that Lin Xian? The elders of the 9 heavens sacred ground roared. Their eyes were red, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. It was as if they had turned into demons. This news was too much for them to bear. Impossible! This is impossible! Among them, an elder in a white robe roared. Ah, damn it! Another elder went crazy. No, I believe. A few elders cried. Their tears turned into blood rain and scattered in the air. Not good. Retreat. The faces of the surrounding martial artists all changed. That was because they could feel a shocking, killing intent coming from the front. Puff, puff. Those who were slow in running were directly blasted away. Many of them were pierced by the killing intent. Defend. Even the people of the 5 elements palace and the 1,000 thunder sacred ground on the side were holding up their domains and armors as they retreated. They realized that the people of the 9 heavens sacred ground had really gone crazy. Kill, kill, kill. The killing intent of those experts pierced through the sky. With the immortal palace around, how could he be killed? An elder questioned. This immortal palace was a supreme treasure. However, the 7 or 8 experts who rushed over gritted their teeth. We don't know. When they arrived, only the immortal palace was left. Jiuxiao Seiko's storage ring was gone. All the treasures on him were plundered. His body was split in half, and his soul was completely destroyed. There was no way he could survive. As for the murderer, we don't know. These elders' faces were extremely ugly. If this news were to spread to the sacred ground, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. One had to know that the sacred ground had paid a huge price to cultivate a saint. But now, he had fallen in this ancient tomb. This was definitely a huge earthquake. Find the murderer. We must find the murderer. Cut him into pieces. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the sacred ground. These elders had really gone crazy. Among them, many turned their heads and stared at the dark red dragon. It's them. It must be the people of the immortal palace. Kill this snake. Kill that Lin Xian. Kill everyone from the immortal palace. Avenge our saint. Fuck, what nonsense are you spouting? The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Which fucking eye did you see us do it? Killing the saint was also a big deal, and the dark red divine dragon was unwilling to admit it. It's you. No matter what, Lin Xian must die. If it were not for him, the Holy Sun would not have been injured, and no one would have dared to attack the Holy Sun. Therefore, the main culprit was still Lin Xian. Kill. These people roared crazily and attacked like crazy. However, due to the presence of the world's end near-at-hand formation, those attacks were all teleported away. However, these people had gone crazy. Dozens of 9 Heavens holy ground cultivators attacked without any regard for their lives. There were even people who directly entered the world's end near-at-hand array. At this moment, 2 attacks were sent towards the dark red divine dragon. One of them was even sent in. Ha 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 ha. That's great. This was a random teleportation. As long as we try a few more times, we will definitely be able to enter. That elder roared madly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Damn snake, go to hell for me. They had gone crazy. They could not accept the fact that their holy son had been killed. Therefore, they vented all their anger and killing intent on the dark red divine dragon. This scene stunned all the surrounding martialists. Even the dark red divine dragon did not expect that the other party could be randomly teleported to its side. The probability was too small. The person who was teleported was an elder. He was a peerless almighty. At this moment, his body was filled with killing intent that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That piercing aura seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Feeling this killing intent, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Sure enough, these 9 heavens holy ground people were going crazy. How could an ordinary peerless almighty exude such a terrifying killing intent? Boundless light surged, and a violent force was about to swallow the dark red divine dragon and the 3 immortal palace martial artists. The 3 immortal palace martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They thought that they were young geniuses, but under such a terrifying killing intent, they had no way to fight back. They felt the void around them freeze, and the energy in their bodies was also frozen. They could not resist at all. Roar! The dark red divine dragon roared, and the dragon's roar turned into a sound wave that surged forward to fight back. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. At the same time, he swung his dragon tail, and a red river slashed out like a heavenly blade. Pung pung pung. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the 2 forces of energy dissipated in the sky at the same time. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The 9 heavens holy ground people were stunned, and so were the 5 elements palace and myriad thunder holy ground people. The elder of the 9 heavens holy ground had gone crazy and struck out a shocking blow, but he still could not do anything to the other party. One had to admit that the other party was too strong. Its strength was probably not comparable to these holy sons and elders. Damn it, what kind of species is this? A variant of the heavens and earth? The myriad thunder saint's face was gloomy, and the 5 elements saint's eyes were like divine lamps. It seemed like it was indeed a variant of the heavens and earth. Thinking about it, It should have some kind of powerful flood dragon bloodline. Otherwise, his physique would not be so strong. So what if he had the flood dragon bloodline? Today, he provoked us, so he must die. Go to hell. Just as the two holy sons were talking, the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground and the dark red divine dragon were still exchanging close to 100 blows, and the surrounding area was shattered. There was not a single spot in the void of the entire main hall that was intact. Damn it, do you really think that I am a pushover? The dark red divine dragon was also angry. It waved its dragon claws and formed two arrays that overlapped, protecting the three martial artists of the immortal palace. At the same time, its body swayed, and it turned into a giant dragon, roaring as it charged out. The dragons used their grand super skills, and countless red lights in the sky were like red swords, fighting against the dark red divine dragon. After another 300 blows, the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground screamed as half of his body was smashed by the dark red divine dragon's claws. Blood mist filled the air, and the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground screamed as he retreated frantically. He entered the black quicksand and was teleported out. He did not appear in the main hall, and no one knew where he was. But soon, a roar came from afar. The elder with half of his body came out from a passage, and the half of his body had already recovered. His face was incomparably pale. Damn it! The elder roared crazily. He did not expect that with his peerless strength and the 9 heavens holy ground's unique skill, he would not be able to defeat the other party. In the distance, the people of the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder saints' eyes lit up. They had finally found a way to kill the other party. Hurry up, everyone. Get into the black quicksand. Although it was a random teleportation, there was still a certain probability that they would be teleported to the other party. As long as they were near the other party, they would immediately kill them. Chapter 25:11. He had to use all of his trump cards. The 5 elements saint and the myriad thunder saint gave the order. The 9 heavens holy ground's elder roared, and everyone from the 9 heavens holy ground rushed over. On the other side, the people from the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder holy ground also rushed over. They were continuously transported by the black quicksand. However, after many attempts, 3 of the Almighties finally arrived near the dark red divine dragon. Not good. Lord Dragon, be careful. In the array behind, the 3 immortal palace martial artists were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. If the 3 of them worked together, they could probably even kill a saint. Therefore, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon was in absolute danger. As expected, the dark red divine dragon was pushed back as soon as they exchanged blows. Fuck. This emperor is in so much pain. The dark red divine dragon rolled in the sky and bared his teeth. His eyes emitted a bloody light, and his body was overflowing with killing intent. With a swing of his tail, the 3 immortal palace martial artists were sent into the black quicksand. At the same time, he said, "Hurry up and leave. Teleport out. Don't stay here." The 3 immortal palace martial artists entered the black quicksand and were completely teleported out, disappearing from the main hall. Seeing this, the martial artists of the 3 holy lands roared out in anger. Damn, don't let me be teleported too. They struck out layers of light, and the 3 king domains floated in the air, completely sealing the space where the dark red divine dragon was. Damn it, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Seeing the 3 immortal palace martial artists eyeing him covetously, the dark red divine dragon was furious. He was a dignified dragon. When had he ever been beaten like this? In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. The dragon blood turned into a sharp sword and flew out instantly. Poof! An elder from the 5 elements palace screamed. His body was penetrated, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. His internal organs were all shattered. However, this elder was a great sage after all. Although the injury was serious, it was not fatal. Whoosh! The elder from the 5 elements palace retreated. The power of the 5 elements palace rolled in his body, and his internal organs were instantly regenerated. However, his face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Damn it! Be careful. This guy is too evil. The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. A mouthful of blood was enough to severely injure a peerless almighty. Heavens, what kind of blood is this? God's blood? The other two almighties wore solemn expressions. They shot out countless beams of light. Among them, the Almighty from the 9 heavens' holy ground shot out a pagoda with 9 floors. Floating in the sky, thousands of rays of light shone down and enveloped the dark red divine dragon. The old man from the 10,000 thunder holy land was wearing a thunder battle robe. Terrifying lightning covered the entire sky. The elder of the 5 elements palace took out a large amount of elixirs and swallowed them. His pale complexion also became rosy. Boom! A 5-colored cauldron rushed out of his body and floated in front of him. Then, he attacked again. The 3 experts besieged the dark red dragon once again. For a moment, the dark red divine dragon was in danger. Even if he was a dragon, even if he was an old monster, he was still forced to retreat. However, this was already shocking enough. Because if an ordinary almighty was surrounded by 3 experts of the same level, he would probably be killed very quickly. However, the dark red divine dragon had persisted for so long and was still not killed. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. However, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before he was killed, unless reinforcements arrived. However, would the people from the immortal palace really come? It had been so many days, but they had not come. Perhaps they did not even know what had happened here. Damn snake, go to hell. The elder of the 9 heavens holy land roared. The 9-story pagoda above his head turned into a towering mountain and pressed down. On the other side, the elder of the 10,000 thunder holy land formed streaks of heavenly tribulation and thunder and blasted down. The powerhouse of the 5 elements palace activated the 5-colored cauldron and directly smashed through the void. He wanted to suck the dark red divine dragon into the cauldron. The dark red divine dragon could not dodge the 3 ultimate moves at all. He roared and sent the 5-colored cauldron flying. At the same time, he relied on his strong body to resist the thunder that filled the sky. However, he could not resist the last 9 floors of the pagoda. It was about to envelop him. Go to hell, snake. Seeing this, the elder of the 9 heavens holy land turned solemn. The surrounding powerhouses of the 9 heavens holy land laughed wildly. Their eyes were filled with blood-red light, and they looked like demons. At this moment, a sword light appeared and directly slashed the 9-story pagoda. With a clang, the 9-story pagoda was sent flying. What? It was blocked. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. Old Zhang of the 9 heavens holy land even took a few steps back. He stopped and shouted coldly. Who is it? How dare you interfere in my business? Get over here and die. He was really crazy. How dare someone interfere in the current situation? Who is so reckless? I think you should be the one getting over here and die. A cold voice sounded. The void split open and a young figure descended. What? Damn kid. It's you. Seeing this, the elder of the 9 heavens holy land was stunned. The surrounding martial artists of the 5 elements palace and 10,000 thunder holy land all looked over. In the next moment, they were all stunned. Lin Xian, it's you. Ha 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 ha, kid. I wanted to kill you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. The elder of the 5 elements palace laughed loudly. The people of 10,000 thunder holy land snorted coldly. Seems like you didn't take the path to heaven and barged into hell instead. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. Kid, I'll tear you to pieces. The people of the 9 heavens holy land were even more murderous. The 4 powerhouses in the sky descended and surrounded Lin Xian. To be honest, they were too excited. They did not expect the murderer of their holy son to be here. Below, the dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Xian. He quickly took out some treasures and swallowed them. At the same time, his body swayed and he appeared in the sky. Kid, be careful. These guys from the 9 heavens holy land are crazy. Their holy son was killed by someone, and now they suspect you? Destroyed? I did split him in half with my sword. Lin Xian admitted it directly. Hearing this, The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The dark red dragon explained, "No, after you split him, someone else killed him. This time, his body and soul were destroyed. Someone else killed him?" Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect so many things to happen while he was in seclusion. Jiu Seiko was really killed. A holy sun had fallen just like that. This was indeed a big deal. No wonder the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Land were so crazy. However, what did this have to do with him? Humph, this Jiu Seiko is really unlucky. Lin Xian sneered. Chapter 25:12. Ah! The elders screamed. "Damn kid, don't try to deny it. You killed our holy son. Today, we must kill you. We will use your blood to pay tribute to our holy son. We must catch you, skin you alive, and send you to the 18th level of hell. Never kill him. Avenge our holy son." The martial artists of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground roared. The people of the Five Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground also gathered around. "Kid, looks like you are going to die today. I don't know what kind of hatred you have for Jiu Seiko to kill him." The Five Elements Saint said coldly. The Myriad Thunder Saint sneered. "Yeah, can't we talk it out? Why do you have to kill him?" The two of them were very sinister. Although they did not know who did it, they had already identified Lin Xian as the murderer. This way, they could kill him together with the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. "Fuck, you two are so shameless. Which eye of yours saw us do it?" The dark red divine dragon scolded. "These two holy sons are too sinister. He wished he could cook them and eat them." Lin Xian's face darkened as he stared coldly at the Five Elements Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint. "I will say it again. I did not kill Jiu Seiko, but the two of you might be killed by me on the spot." Lin Xian did have the intention to kill the Five Elements Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint. The two of them had gone against him time and time again. Did they really think he would not kill them? "Don't try to deny it. You killed him. Admit your guilt." The Myriad Thunder Saint and the Five Elements Saint sneered. "Kid, go to hell." The elders of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground roared out in anger as dozens of them struck out together. The sky was filled with light and exploded in front of them. There were so many experts. No one among the Almighties would be able to resist them, let alone the Holy Sons. Lin Xian did not resist. His body shook as he used the demigods and semi-devils to dodge in the sky. After the breakthrough, his speed had increased tremendously compared to before. Coupled with the heaven-defying speed of the demigods and semi-devils, he was able to move faster than before. For a moment, his figure was erratic, and his speed was beyond the imagination of these people. What a fast speed! The martial artists around them exclaimed. They discovered that such a violent power had actually failed to hit the other party and had allowed him to escape. Five Elements Seal. Myriad Thunder Purgatory. The Five Elements Saint Sun and the Myriad Thunder Saint Sun used two sealing mystic abilities to completely seal the entire hall. They would never allow him to escape. So what if you did? I don't believe that you can hide forever. The two saints sneered the Holy Sun and the Holy Sons of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. Their gazes were like heavenly blades that pierced through all directions. There. Soon, they locked onto Lin Xian again. "Brat, you have to pay with your life for killing my holy son." Lin Xian was infuriated as well. He sneered, "You said I killed him? Then I'll take it that I killed him. So what if I killed him?" Speaking of this, an extremely violent aura exploded from his body. It was like a storm, sweeping in all directions. Once this aura appeared, the surrounding people trembled, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying aura! How can this kid be so strong? The Five Elements Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint were even more shocked. Impossible! How did his aura become stronger again? The two of them were crazy because they realized that the other party's aura was on par with theirs. But now, the other party's aura had surpassed theirs. How could this be? Damn it! Where did this brat go during the time that he disappeared? Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Cries of surprise rang out. The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed, "Kid, you broke through?" "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and pointed it forward. "You won't let me go? You killed my immortal palace's disciple and trapped my companion. Now you want to kill me? Do you think I will let you go? Come, let's see who will die first." His cold voice was accompanied by countless rays of sword light. At this moment, he was like a sword god that everyone looked up to. "Humph. So what if you've become stronger? We have so many people. It's easy to kill you." The five elements saint said coldly. The myriad thunder saint gritted his teeth. Damn it. He broke through in such a short time. They were jealous. Kill. The martial artists from the nine heavens sacred ground were even crazier. Indeed. So what if he had become stronger? They had so many people. Would they be afraid of him? Swoosh. Swoosh. Several elders from the nine heavens sacred ground charged forward. Boom. A dazzling palm covered the sky like countless clouds. It carried with it an unparalleled divine aura and slammed down from the sky. When this force came out, everyone's scalps went numb. It was too violent. The four elders were enough to destroy everything. No one present would be able to fight against them. Buzz. Looking at this terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone sharply. The sword chi on his body shone brighter and brighter, constantly rising. Swoosh. His body was like a flickering shadow, quickly dodging the sharp palm. At the same time, he appeared in another space. Whoosh! The ancient dragon abyss sword was swung, as if a giant dragon was roaring. Boom! This ray of sword light enveloped one of the elders. A blood-curdling scream was heard, and blood spurted out. The elder who was enveloped by the sword light was cut in half. However, he did not die immediately. His miserable scream reverberated, and his internal organs and blood stained the void red. What? He was cut in half by a sword. Another sword. Everyone was stunned. That elder was a peerless almighty. He was extremely powerful. However, he was cut in half by Lin Xian's sword. The eyelids of the five elements palace and the myriad thunder sacred grounds martial artists twitched wildly. The people from the nine heavens sacred ground screamed. This was impossible. How could he be so powerful? That was not his trump card. It was just a casual ray of sword light, and it split one of their elders. No, they could not believe it. On the battlefield, the other three elders from the nine heavens sacred ground were also facing a formidable enemy. They quickly retreated. They came to the side of the elder who was cut in half, wanting to save him first. Buzz. A golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. In the next moment, the elder who was cut in half screamed again. His body, which had originally healed, kept rolling in the sky. His aged face was contorted in disbelief. Not good, a soul attack. The expressions of the remaining three elders changed drastically. Such a strange method, perhaps only a soul attack could do it. Damn it, save him. They struck out with unparalleled magical power and poured it into the old man's body, wanting to save him. However, the elder's neck tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Dead. A peerless almighty was killed just like that. Everyone was stunned. What kind of method was this? This was too heaven-defying. Chapter 25:13. Damn it. How could this kid be so strong? This scene made the faces of the five elements saint and the myriad thunder saint turn dark. Their hearts raced. The one who was killed was an early 8-star saint. Even they would have to put in a lot of effort to kill him. However, his opponent had effortlessly killed him with 2 moves. This was shocking. Damn it, little Xian, you're amazing. Behind them, the dark red divine dragon cried out in surprise when it saw this scene. But soon, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. This is awesome. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Damn it. Kill them all. A strange voice rang in the sky. Everyone was silent, completely stunned. The people from the nine heavens sacred ground were even more shocked. Soon, they came to their senses. Damn it. This kid is too strong. Attack together. Don't give him a chance. Attack together? Do you think you can keep up with my speed? Lin Xian kept changing his position in the sky. Every time he appeared, these people would exclaim. He was too fast, so fast that their souls couldn't keep up. How could they fight? If the other party kept moving at high speed, they wouldn't even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. At this moment, the people from the nine heavens sacred ground were extremely sullen. They thought that they could avenge their saint today, but they didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. The people from the Five Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground were also solemn. However, they didn't retreat. This was because they felt that the other party was too terrifying. They had to kill him today. Otherwise, if the other party continued to grow, he would be a great enemy of the three great sage sacred grounds. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. If you have any trump cards, use them all. The Five Elements Saint said coldly. The aura on his body also erupted rapidly, and a Five Elements mountain appeared above his head. Today, he would definitely die. The Myriad Thunder Saint took a step forward, and a purple sea of lightning formed around his body. Use the Heavenly Palace. The few elders of the nine heavens holy ground retreated one after another. They gathered together and struck out a series of hand seals. Whoosh! The heavenly palace that originally belonged to Jiuxiao Seiko floated in the sky, emitting thousands of rays of light. It was as if it had really fallen from the immortal realm into the human world. A shocking force burst out from his body. Everyone watching felt their scalps go numb. What the hell is this? Wasn't this Jiuxiao Seiko's divine ability? No, Jiuxiao Seiko was already dead, but this immortal palace was still here. This was definitely not Jiuxiao Seiko's sacred art. This must be one of the treasures of the nine heavens holy ground. Precious treasure? Are you saying that Jiuxiao Seiko possessed an extremely terrifying weapon and was killed by someone? Heavens, who was it that did it? No wonder the people from the nine heavens holy ground didn't believe him. The surrounding people exclaimed and discussed animatedly. There were all sorts of speculations in their hearts. The people of the nine heavens holy ground were indeed aggrieved. The immortal palace in their hands was a precious treasure of the Holy Land. It could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Even if Jiuxiao Seiko encountered a terrifying enemy, no one below invincible kings would be able to break out of the immortal palace. However, why had their holy son been killed? They couldn't figure it out at all. In the sky, immortal light blossomed with incomparable brilliance as the mysterious door slowly opened. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Feeling this aura, everyone's face changed and they kept retreating. It was too terrifying. This aura could kill everyone. Lin Xian's face was also solemn. He never dared to be careless when facing the immortal palace. His body swayed and the dragon sword realm appeared beside him, wrapping him up and turning into the shadow of an azure dragon. However, at this time, the Five Elements Red and the Thousand Thunder Holy Lands trump cards were also displayed. His sword light that filled the sky dimmed. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. Competing with trump cards? Do you think you're the only ones with trump cards? Buzz. Boom. A golden light appeared in the sky, and a white bone floated. An extremely violent aura spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The immortal palace trembled, and the Five Elements mountain shook. The lightning in the sky dimmed. The entire sky couldn't bear it, and countless cracks appeared. The surrounding martial artists vomited blood and were sent flying. Damn it! What was that? They were going crazy. A small bone in the sky could emit such an aura. Did it have to be so terrifying? A sage. This belonged to a sage. Damn it! He actually had such a thing. The elders of the Five Elements Palace screamed. The people of the Thousand Thunder Holy Land also felt their scalps go numb. The people of the Nine Heavens Holy Land were even more shocked. How could they resist a sage's item? Everyone, don't panic. He's just a small powerhouse. How could he fully unleash the power of a sage? If he unleashed it, he would probably be destroyed in both body and soul. Therefore, although the sage's bone was powerful, it wasn't impossible to resist. The Five Elements Saint said coldly. Hearing this, everyone quieted down. Indeed, so what if it was a sage's item? If it couldn't unleash its full power, it would be useless. Although they didn't have a sage's item, they could unleash the full power of their trump cards. In this way, it wasn't impossible to block the sage's bone. Sure enough, in the sky, the three great sages' trump cards blocked the sage's aura. Seeing this scene, the three great sages' people heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sneered. This scene was completely within his plan. What he wanted to do was to block these people's trump cards. As for killing these people, he would do it himself. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he charged over like a flickering shadow. The dragon sword realm above his head covered the entire sky. Thousands of sword chi flew out like a rain of swords, enveloping everyone in front of him. Courting death, those people were furious. How dare the other party challenge the three great sages' powerhouses alone? Too arrogant. Too arrogant. They fought back crazily. Behind them, the dark red dragon also charged forward. It opened its mouth and spat out 7 to 8 killing arrays. At the same time, the dragon swung its tail and rushed into the crowd to kill. Whoosh! A mouthful of dragon flames was spat out, and many people screamed. The dark red dragon was like an old monster, rampaging through the world. He had been too aggrieved before. Now that he seized this opportunity, how could he not fight back? In an instant, a great battle broke out in the sky. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Xian appeared near the nine heavens' holy ground and slashed out with the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Pung pung pung. Clang. The sound of an intense collision rang out. Those nine heavens' holy ground martial artists fought back. In the end, their weapons were instantly cut into pieces. Damn it. Not good. Heaven-class treasure. These people's scalps went numb as they frantically retreated. So what if it's a heaven-class treasure? I have one too. An elder roared, holding a long spear in his hand, and charged forward. With a clang, it collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword, and a bright light burst out. The world shook, and many people were sent flying. Chapter 25:14. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a heaven-tier treasure. The old man held a long spear in his hand, his killing intent awe-inspiring. Let's see if your heaven-tier treasure spear or my treasure sword is more powerful. Lin Xian instantly unlocked the ancient sword's 3 seals. An incomparably violent sword chi slashed out. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The elder's arm went numb, and his long spear was sent flying. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Both of his arms were completely shattered, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it! How could his strength be so strong? The light on the elder's body soared into the sky, wrapping around his heaven-tier treasure spear as he frantically retreated. Wanna leave? Not so easy. Didn't you want to kill me? Come, I'll give you this chance. Lin Xian turned into a sword light and chased after him. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the injured elder's scalp went numb. The others from the nine heavens holy ground charged over. Not only that, the people from the 5 Elements Palace and the 1,000 Thunder holy ground also charged over. Countless attacks shattered the front. However, Lin Xian's speed was beyond their expectations. In an instant, he dodged these attacks. The remaining energy shockwaves were all destroyed by the sword chi on his body. Moreover, these people attacked Lin Xian while resisting the thousands of sword lights in the sky. It could be said that they were in a mess. Lin Xian easily dodged the attacks and once again came in front of the injured elder. Old bastard, do you think you can kill me just because you have more people? Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a biting cold killing intent. Since the people from the 3 great sage holy lands wanted to kill him, then he would not be lenient. He wanted to see who would kill who today. Courting death, the elder was so angry that he vomited blood. You're just a kid. What qualifications do you have to say such words to me? Is that so? I'm a kid? You're an elder? But so what? Today, I'll kill you, an elder. Sword chi erupted from Lin Xian's body. The surrounding people's faces changed, and even a few experts who rushed over were directly sent flying. A series of dragon roars and sword cries rang out, piercing through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire hall had turned into a world of sword Tao. Everyone was trembling. Even the 5 Elements Saint and the myriad Thunder Saint were shocked. The two of them looked at each other and quickly charged over. They wouldn't give the other party a chance to make a move. However, Lin Xian was even faster. Pong! The sword slashed down and landed on the heaven-tier treasured spear. The huge force caused the elder to be sent flying again. There were even more places on his body that had collapsed. Other than his head, which was still intact, the rest of his body was torn apart. The old man was scared out of his wits. Light blossomed from his head, and a mysterious rune flickered between his eyebrows. He was protecting his soul because he knew that Lin Xian had a terrifying soul attack. He didn't want his soul to be destroyed in an instant. If that happened, he would really be dead for sure. Shua! Lin Xian disappeared and dodged the attacks of the myriad Thunder Saint Sun and the five elements Saint Sun. In the next moment, he arrived before the old man once more. At this moment, the old man's body was glowing and he had recovered. His face was extremely ugly. At this moment, he had swallowed countless treasures and even swallowed 2 elixirs that could increase his combat strength. Buzz! He held the long spear, and a bloody light burst out from his eyes. Damn brat, go to hell. The long spear danced, and a terrifying and violent power accompanied by a murderous aura pierced out. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, forming a green dragon that coiled around him. Thousands of sword chi destroyed all the power around him. Swallowing elixirs? That's your trump card? You're such an elder? You want to use elixirs to increase your strength against a young junior like me? What a joke. Shameless. Damn it. I'll kill you. The old man was furious. How dare Suimo look down on him? What right did Suimo have to look down on him? He was a peerless almighty, an elder of the sacred land, an expert who dominated a region. When had he ever been looked down on by a young man? He roared crazily and completely shattered the void in front of him. However, he couldn't hurt Suimo at all. What peerless almighty? What elder? In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash who climbed to your current position in 1,000 years. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as killing a dog. At the end of his sentence, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body exploded again. A dragon's roar resounded in all directions. Boom! The ancient dragon abyss sword released an unparalleled power. The current Lin Xian could completely withstand the power of the 3 seals. Therefore, the ancient dragon abyss sword was unstoppable. Sky-shattering, battle song, chaotic pattern, God Punisher. The 4 killer moves exploded, completely destroying the void below. Violent sword intent swept through the 9 heavens. The old man didn't have time to dodge or resist. His body exploded and turned into blood. Even his soul was directly destroyed by the piercingly cold sword light. Only a purple spear was left in the sky. Ruffian dragon. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent the purple spear flying. The dark red dragon swung its tail and caught it. Seeing this scene, the people of the 9 heavens sacred ground screamed crazily. No! Damn it! Give us back our treasures. You actually dared to kill our elder. I won't let you go. They were all crazy. Suimo had killed their elder. That was a peerless almighty. Moreover, he was a peerless almighty who used a heaven-grade treasure. They couldn't believe it. At this moment, the young disciples were all frightened and kept retreating. What a joke. How could they fight against such a terrifying person? All the disciples retreated and the elders went forward. Kill him for me. The elders of the 9 heavens sacred ground also understood this, so they hurriedly let the young disciples use the array to attack from afar. As for the elders, they would fight in close combat. The 5 elements palace and the 1,000 thunder sacred ground used the same method. Among them, the 5 elements saint and the 1,000 thunder saint led the charge. They knew that they couldn't wait any longer. They had to get rid of Suimo, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to sleep well in the future. Boom! 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 The 5 elements saint and the 1,000 thunder saint joined forces and attacked Lin Xian together. Lin Xian's sword light flashed and shattered the void. He stopped and stared at the 2 saints coldly. Just nice. I'll get rid of the 2 of you today. Ruffian dragon. Lin Xian roared. The dark red dragon swung its tail and sent a group of people flying with its spear. At the same time, he said, "Understood." He naturally understood what Lin Xian meant. With a wave of his dragon claw, black quicksand swept out and enveloped the Thousand Thunder Saint and the others, teleporting them randomly. Damn it! Seeing this, the Five Elements Saint roared and retreated quickly. Originally, he wanted to join forces with the Thousand Thunder Saint to kill Su Mo with absolute strength. Chapter 25:15. The 10,000 Thunder Saint had been randomly teleported away before he even started attacking. This scene was indeed beyond his expectations. Therefore, he had to stop. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered disdainfully. "Why, without the 10,000 Thunder Saint, you don't dare to attack? What a piece of trash. Coward. Get lost, you ant. You're not worthy of my attack." What? He actually called the Five Elements Saint a piece of trash? Coward? In the distance, those people did not leave and were watching from afar. When they heard that, their scalps went numb, and their hearts beat wildly. Who dared to call the Five Elements Saint a coward? A piece of trash? No one in the younger generation was qualified to say that. However, at this moment, the other party said it without hesitation. The Five Elements Saint's face was terrifyingly dark. "You're courting death." He was really mad. Indeed, without the 10,000 Thunder Saint, he did not have full confidence. However, it was just a lack of confidence. This did not mean that he was afraid of the other party, nor did it mean that he was afraid of the other party. The other party dared to call him an ant? He dared to call him a piece of trash? He could not stand it. "Kid, do you really think I can't beat you?" The Five Elements Saint's voice was cold. "I just want to find a safe way. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you alone." The Five Elements Saint was really angry. He said coldly, "Everyone, listen up. Step back and don't attack. I want to kill him alone." Saint. When the people of the Five Elements Palace heard that, they were extremely anxious. The Five Elements Saint snorted. "What? Didn't you hear what I said? Or are you saying that even you don't believe me? Do you think I'm a piece of trash?" When those words came out, the people of the Five Elements Palace did not dare to speak. What a joke! The Five Elements Saint was a powerful existence. At such a young age, he had defeated all the heroes and obtained the position of saint. How could such a person be a piece of trash? How could he be an ant? Forget it. Let the saint do it himself. Yes, with the saint's strength, it was definitely not something that this kid could imagine. "Kid, you're dead. Our saint has been suppressing his strength. Today, he will show it all. You will definitely die." What? The Five Elements Saint suppressed his strength? When the people in the distance heard that, they were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. "Suppressing his strength? Don't flatter yourself. Show me what you've got. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be invincible." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Every word he said transformed into countless sword waves that blasted out in all directions. For a time, no one could get close to him. "Kid, you don't have to provoke me. I'll show you. I will let you see the true Five Elements world." The Five Elements Saint's expression was cold as he quickly formed five seals. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth revolved around him. The Five Elements seal was undone. A cold voice sounded. The Five Elements Saint's power exploded again, reaching the peak. A terrifying power of the fifth form swept across the surroundings. Everyone took a few steps back. So powerful. The Five Elements Saint's power had indeed skyrocketed. Heavens, could it be that he really suppressed his strength? What was he trying to do? Cries of surprise could be heard. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, his opponent's strength had increased. But so what? Today, he had to kill him. I was planning to use my Five Phases world to deal with Leaf Doudinier and Sage Sun Alcade. Who could have guessed that I would use it on you instead? However, you can die in peace now. Sure enough, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental light appeared around the Five Elements Saint. They connected with each other and formed a strange world. Although it was called a world, it seemed to be the other party's domain. However, it was not an ordinary domain. It was an extremely strange five elements array that was formed by combining it with the five elements saint's domain. Its power was much stronger than a simple domain. Humph. The five elements saint snorted coldly. With a wave of his arm, a golden light flashed and turned into countless golden spears that flew forward. Each spear was flowing with a biting, cold, murderous aura. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to touch it lightly. How terrifying! Is this the five elements world? It is indeed powerful. That's right, this attack is much stronger than before. I wonder if that brat will be able to withstand it. Discussions broke out one after another. The people from the five elements Holy Land were paying close attention. The people from the nine heavens Holy Land did not go forward. It was not that they did not want to go forward, but the five elements saint's domain made it impossible for them to go forward. The five elements saint's five elements world enveloped all the space around Lin Xian. If they went forward, they would probably be attacked. Therefore, they retreated to the side to watch. Facing the thousands of golden spears, Lin Xian waved his sword and destroyed all the spears with the power of 1,000 soldiers. Clang, 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 clang. Everyone's blood boiled. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself the five elements world? It is just a space formed by a domain and an array. Let me break it for you. Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, if one was not a sage, one would not dare to call their domain a world. This five elements saint was so arrogant that he dared to call his domain a five elements world? You are courting death. The five elements saint roared. How dare his opponent look down on him? In the next moment, the power of the five elements in the five elements world formed a five-shaped spear in his hand. Boom! With a thrust of the spear, heaven and earth collapsed. The terrifying long spear shattered the sword light that filled the sky. It then charged towards Lin Xian in a ferocious manner. Lin Xian used the demigods and quickly dodged. At the same time, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand again. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The five-element spear was cut in half, and the terrifying power of the five elements disappeared. What? It was cut in half. The surrounding people exclaimed. The people from the five elements palace were even more shocked. They didn't dare to believe that such a terrifying weapon had a power that was close to that of a priceless treasure. However, it was cut in half by his opponent's sword. This was too unbelievable. Is this your five elements world? It is so pitifully weak. Lin Xian sneered. The chaotic heaven destroyer sword and the five elements sword appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The five elements world trembled as if it was about to collapse. It was too powerful. Everyone trembled. At this moment, the combat power that Lin Xian displayed was really terrifying. It filled all of them with despair. The five elements saint kept retreating, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Several cracks appeared on his body. Finally, he stopped and roared at the sky. The power of the five elements in his body erupted. Kid, you forced me to do this. He roared like a madman. Boom, boom, boom. In his five elements world, the sky was filled with dazzling lights. Five figures appeared in the void. These five figures were overflowing with light and color. Their faces were exactly the same as the five elements saint. Clones. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, they had seen such a remarkable power before. However, it was usually divided into two, or at most three. Chapter 25:16. Damn brat, you've completely infuriated me. Today, I'll let you know my final trump card. A cold voice sounded from all directions. The five clones spoke at the same time. A terrifying murderous intent pierced through the clouds. Lin Xian frowned. Five clones? It was indeed beyond his expectations. But so what? The other party couldn't even defeat him. Did he think he could overturn the situation with a few clones? What a joke. You're no match for me, and neither are your clones. Even if you have 50 clones, I can still destroy them, let alone 5. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, shaking the 9 heavens. In the next moment, a dragon's roar and a sword's cry sounded in his body. Countless violent sword chi slashed forward like a mountain. Raging waves. The cold voice reverberated in the air. The 5 clones in the sky shouted together, and their palms formed the same seal. Then, they suddenly opened their mouths. The seawater in the sky surged, and a blue light shrouded the entire sky. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. In an instant, the boundless sea swept forward and completely surrounded the sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The void collapsed in an instant, and the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. The weaker ones were directly sent flying backward while vomiting blood. The stronger ones also felt their chests tighten, as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on their heads. Oh no, this is not ordinary seawater. This is 1,000-layer heavy water. A drop of seawater was as heavy as Mount Tai. What? 1,000-layer heavy water? Was it the legendary water? Damn it, the 5 elements saint is so terrifying. He has mastered 1,000-layer heavy water. Everyone was frightened and retreated crazily. Even the dark red divine dragon retreated to the side. The water was too terrifying. When it appeared, it was like 1,000 mountains crying out in unison. As expected, the seawater in the sky bent countless sword chi. Many of the sword chi were even broken in the middle. Did you see that, brat? With my trump card, you're no match for me at all. The 5 clones on the opposite side sneered, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted from their eyes. Indeed, Lin Xian also suffered the same attack. He felt that the blood chi in his body was about to solidify, and his body was about to be crushed into a bloody mist. 1,000-layer heavy water? As expected, he had some trump cards. However, it was still not enough. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword spirit erupted once more. A powerful force swept out in all directions. The 1,001 heavy water around him was completely wiped out by the sword light. Whoosh! Lin Xian stepped into the air, and with each step, a dragon image appeared beneath his feet. Terrifying roars rang out, blasting apart the seawater in the sky. Sky-shattering. A beam of sword light flew out and exploded in the sky, splitting into pieces. Heaven and earth shattered. The 1,001 heavy water was mercilessly torn apart, and a huge black hole appeared. All the seawater in the sky flowed into the black hole. You want to devour my 1,001 heavy water? What a joke. In the distance, the 5 elements saint sneered. The 5 figures formed hand seals again, and the black hole collapsed. The 1,000-pound heavy water flowed out once more. They turned into dozens of water dragons and roared in the sky, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. As expected of the 1,001 heavy water, it was indeed terrifying. If even the black hole could not swallow them, then there was probably nothing that could withstand their weight. All the experts in the surroundings exclaimed. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and 10,000 thunder sacred ground revealed a cruel smile. The people from the 5 elements palace looked even more ferocious. You want to compete with our saint? You're still far from it. You can't devour them? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect sky shattering to be unable to devour these things. However, so what? If he could not devour them, then he would completely destroy them. His great dragon sword spirit was not to be trifled with. Boom! Lin Xian waved his long sword, and the aura of the dragon sword gushed out. Suddenly, the 1,001 heavy water that was close to him let out a sizzling sound, then turned into water vapor and drifted into the sky. More and more of the 1,001 heavy water was destroyed, turning into water vapor that shrouded the surroundings. In the end, the dozens of water dragons were completely destroyed and did not exist anymore. You want to hurt me with a mere 1,001 heavy water? What a joke. What other tricks do you have? Show me, or you won't have a chance. Lin Xian held his sword and strode forward. What? He actually destroyed the 1,001 heavy water? Moreover, he did it so easily? Heavens, who the hell is this kid? Why is his sword light so sharp? He can actually destroy the 1,001 heavy water? Everyone was stunned. The 1,001 heavy water could not be destroyed at all. Even the black hole could not devour it. However, Lin Xian destroyed all the water with just a few swings of his sword. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have dared to believe it. Damn it! The 5 elements saint's face turned ugly. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to destroy his 1001 heavy water so easily. It was really hard for him to believe. However, he soon became ferocious. His trump card was not just the 1001 heavy water. Blazing red lotus. North Pole Earth. The 5 clones formed seals again, and the attributes on their bodies changed into the fire and earth attributes. The power of fire and earth surged out, and between heaven and earth, flames burned, forming countless lotus flowers that danced in the fire. The mountains crushed the rift as they charged toward Qin Nin once again. They completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the dragon sword realm and transformed into a true dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out seawater. The dragon swayed its tail and knocked away the surrounding mountains. Buzz! Thousands of sword chi burst out from the dragon's body and slashed in all directions. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the sun was about to be destroyed. The power of fire and earth were destroyed again. The sky was filled with terrifying sword light. The frenzy of energy terrified everyone. They had completely retreated from the main hall and hid in the surrounding passageways. There was nothing they could do. The energy was too terrifying. Let me show you what the true power of the 5 elements is. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. He floated in the void like a god fiend. Whoosh! He waved his sword and simulated everything in his body. Around him, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared. Then, the 5 elements began to evolve under the effect of the great dragon sword soul. Boom! Black flames danced and turned into black suns one after another, filling the sky palace. There were thousands of them densely packed together. Each of them contained terrifying power that would make the eyelids of peerless almighties twitch. Now that thousands of them appeared together, probably nothing could resist. 10,000 suns burning the sky. Lin Xian waved his sword, and thousands of black suns smashed forward like meteors. Boom! 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 The 5 elements saint felt as if he was struck by lightning. His 5 elements world shook, and countless cracks began to appear. The 5 clones also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! Be destroyed for me. The 5 elements saint roared crazily and attacked with the 1001 heavy water again to resist. But at this moment, Lin Xian's second attack came. The power of metal flashed quickly and formed many golden swords in the sky. 108,000 golden swords filled with killing aura filled the sky. Chapter 25:17. Metal Slaying, Shaking the Heavens. 108,000 swords descended together with Lin Xian's wave. The 5 elements saint spat out blood and flew backward again. More cracks appeared on his 5 elements world. The 108,000 swords pierced through his 5 elements world, and the 5 elements power inside was quickly destroyed. The 5 clones were also covered in cracks. 2 of the clones exploded with a loud bang. The 5 elements saint was severely injured, and his face was filled with madness. 10,000 wood descends. The 5 elements saint roared crazily, and the power of wood flashed. Bang! Countless forests appeared around Lin Xian, covering the entire sky. Those trees began to absorb Lin Xian's power, trying to suck him dry. Humph! Let me show you what the true power of wood is. Lin Xian's sword flashed, and he destroyed all the primeval forests. He pointed his sword at the sky. Heavenly tree. Heaven and earth trembled, and the void above cracked open. A green tree fell from the sky. This green tree was too terrifying. It was surrounded by green light and covered with mysterious patterns. It was like a heavenly tree, and it completely suppressed the 5 elements saint. Puff! The 5 elements saint spat out blood, and his 5 elements world shattered again. The surrounding people were stunned. What is this? How can this kid have such a terrifying superpower? They were stunned, because they had never seen the great dragon sword soul's imitation superpower. They were horrified. The 5 elements saint could not believe it. He looked at the heavenly tree that fell from the sky, and his face was filled with shock. Impossible! How can his 5 elements power possibly be more powerful than mine? I don't believe it. Half of his body was smashed by the heavenly tree. Not only that, the heavenly tree took root in his five elements world, and it quickly absorbed his power, causing his five elements world to shatter. The five clones were destroyed at the same time. Not good. Saint. The people from the five elements palace could not hold it in anymore. Although the five elements saint had said that he wanted to fight one-on-one, the situation was very dangerous now. If they fought one-on-one, their saint would be killed. They could not bear the consequences. Therefore, the people from the five elements palace rushed forward like crazy. Damn brat, go to hell. These people unleashed terrifying attacks towards Lin Xian. At the same time, they attacked the heavenly tree. Whoosh! Lin Xian shifted his position and dodged in an instant. However, the heaven-reaching divine wood was able to withstand the attacks that filled the sky and began to emit rumbling sounds. It was covered with countless cracks, but for a moment, it did not shatter. That was because if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that those cyan streams of light were actually tiny sword auras. At that moment, those sword auras were extremely sharp. Damn it! These people went crazy and attacked again. Finally, the heavenly reaching divine wood was shattered. The sky-reaching divine tree collapsed, shattering the void. The entire ancient tomb seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The Holy Sun! These people exclaimed and rushed forward, wanting to rescue their holy son. Without the suppression of the sky-piercing sacred tree, the five-element saint retreated quickly. But in the next moment, he screamed. This was because he discovered that Lin Xian was once again charging towards him. Damn brat, how dare you! The people of the five-element palace were furious. Lin Xian actually dared to kill their holy son. How despicable! Lin Xian sneered. What? You think you can kill me? Can't I kill you? His body emitted a piercing light as he unleashed his four killer moves, shattering the void. The five-element sword formed a five-element formation around him. Boom, 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 boom. The four killer moves sent many people of the five-element palace flying. The five-element sword formation was surrounded by sword auras and murderous intent. Many people were blocked. The five-element saint was also affected and kept retreating. Lin Xian could not escape. Lin Xian held his sword and charged forward. The elder of the five-element palace roared. You're courting death. They unleashed the power of the five elements. Mountains crisscrossed in the sky. Flames and seawater filled the sky, making splashing sounds. The entire sky was completely shattered, but all of this was split apart by the sword. Boom! Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the sun and moon in his hand spun, sending an elder of the five-element palace flying. Lin Xian threw out another punch. The black dragon roared and sent another elder flying. There were not many experts around the five-element saint. The elders of the five-element palace screamed crazily. Friends of the nine heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground, attack together and kill this kid. Attack! Hearing the cry for help, the people of the nine heavens sacred ground roared. The people of the myriad thunder sacred ground also rushed out. Although they could not use the immortal palace's trump card, the other party also did not have the sage's hand bone. With so many of them, they could definitely kill the other party. What? You want to bully me with numbers? Have a taste of my array. The dark red dragon also roared. At this moment, he did not hold back. He opened his mouth and spat out killing array after killing array. In an instant, an intense battle broke out. It was extremely terrifying. The surrounding cultivators retreated crazily. They did not dare to stay any longer and could only watch from afar with their souls. The experts of the Great Sage Kingdom were moving with earth-shattering movements. They wanted to destroy the entire ancient tomb. Lin Xian and the Crimson Mystical Dragon felt a strong impact. Damn it, there were too many of them. The dark red dragon roared angrily. A crazy light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he tore a corner of the sage's hand bone. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. Boom! The immortal palace was blasted away. The five elements mountain was overturned, and the sea of lightning was torn apart. The terrifying aura of a sage swept out in all directions. The cultivators of the Great Sage Kingdom were sent flying while vomiting blood. There were two elders of the sacred ground who did not dodge. They were instantly killed by the aura. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they no longer existed. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were also affected. The two of them were very fast and kept retreating. They did not suffer too much damage, but the aura in their bodies was tumbling. Damn it, this kid is crazy. The people in the passage were terrified. The experts of the great sage kingdom were roaring crazily. This was the result of both sides suffering. The other party dared to do such a thing. Could it be that he did not want to live anymore? They could not understand. Among them, the elders of the 9 heavens sacred ground roared. Quickly activate the immortal light. Use your trump card. Suppress the sage's handbone. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. They were really afraid. If the other party went crazy and wanted to fight to the death, no one would be able to survive. In the distance, the immortal palace was fixed in the void, emitting thousands of rays of light. The mysterious door slowly opened. 3 rays of immortal light slashed out. It was like a sword from the gods, making people tremble. Once the immortal light appeared, even a peerless almighty would be killed in an instant. They collided with the sage's handbone, and the result was directly shattered. What? It was so terrifying. The experts of the 9 heavens sacred ground felt their scalps go numb. Just a strand of aura was enough to shatter their trump card. This was simply too shocking. The people of the 5 elements palace and the 1,000 thunder sacred ground did not dare to be careless. They also activated their trump cards. Among them, the 5 elements mountain flew over again. This time, 5 runes appeared on it, emitting supreme power. Chapter 25:18. Sure enough, in an instant, everyone in the hall seemed to be frozen. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground cried out in horror. Fellow cultivator, help us break the seal. The 5 elements palace elder waved his staff and broke the seal on these people. These people frantically retreated. The people in the passageway were filled with terror. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's pupils shrank. They felt that their bodies were imprisoned by the void, and they could not move at all. They could only watch as the terrifying attack came toward them. Look, those two are frozen. The martial artists in the passage were shocked when they saw this. That was for sure. Once the 5-element seal was activated, it would seal the heavens and earth. Nothing could escape. Didn't they see that the other 2 talents from the great sage land were also sealed? If the 5 elements palace had not unsealed them, they probably would not have been able to escape. What? It's so terrifying. Those people trembled. Indeed, they felt a sealing power revolving around them. Furthermore, this was because they were very far away from the sealing power. One could only imagine what kind of suppression Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had suffered. Ha 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 ha. When the elders of the 5 elements palace saw this scene, they all laughed loudly. See? This is the power of the 5 elements palace's Dharma treasure. The 5 elements saint also heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Previously, the other party had caused him to suffer such heavy injuries. He swore that he would cut the other party into pieces. He would not let the other party die so easily. He would torture the other party well. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground also surrounded them. They all laughed maliciously. Among them, the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground looked even more ferocious. Fellow cultivator, can you let us deal with this kid? They were too angry because the other party might have killed their saint. If they did not capture the other party, they would not be able to explain it to their sacred ground. First, cripple their cultivation and break their limbs. They will not be able to escape. The people from the myriad thunder sacred ground said viciously, "Yes, I want to see his body and soul destroyed with my own eyes." The 5 elements saints killing intent sword. Murderous auras and malicious voices echoed between the heavens and earth. The people in the passage were shocked when they heard this. Heavens, it's over. These two are probably not going to survive. That was for sure. Although he was strong, he was still no match for the 3 great sage. What a pity. Such a genius could very well become a great emperor in the future. So what? A genius who couldn't grow up was nothing. Sighs could be heard one after another. These people were all sighing for Lin Xian. However, The people from the three great sage lands were laughing coldly. The elders of the nine heavens holy ground and five elements palace could no longer hold themselves back and rushed forward. The two of them instantly arrived near Lin Xian and Crimson Shinno, wanting to destroy their cultivation bases. Then, they cut off their limbs. Humph! Upon seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Looking at the elder of the nine heavens holy ground, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Golden runes shone in the sky. Although he couldn't move at the moment, his eye technique wasn't affected. As expected, the elder of the nine heavens holy ground screamed in pain as his body twisted. He retreated like a madman. A piece of the black necklace on his neck broke into pieces. This was the artifact that protected his soul. Under the effect of soul ignition, it broke into pieces. The elder of the nine heavens holy ground screamed in agony. His soul was severely injured, and he screamed in agony. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. They didn't expect that even though the other party was immobilized, he could still injure an almighty with just a look. Such a move was heaven-defying. Damn it, this kid's soul power is still there. Hurry up and defend. The people of the nine heavens holy ground roared in anger. They took out all the soul defense artifacts they could use to protect their souls. The people of five elements palace and nine heavens holy ground did the same. Whoosh! Among them, the elder of five elements palace had already arrived in front of the Crimson Shinno. He revealed a sinister smile. This was because the Crimson Shinno didn't have the same eye technique as Lin Xian. Wah! The Crimson Shinno indeed didn't have any eye technique. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flame. This dragon flame contained a trace of dragon blood. It directly enveloped half of the five elements palace elder's body. The elder screamed in pain as half of his body melted. He flew back while screaming in pain. Damn it! What kind of move is this? It's a flame. He actually has such a strange flame. Once he killed this snake, he would definitely take out his inner core. Angry roars could be heard. The people of five elements palace stared at the Crimson Shinno. The people of nine heavens holy ground stared at Lin Xian. Kill. They charged forward once again. They had immobilized the other party and were injured. This made them feel ashamed. This could be said to be a great humiliation. They had to kill the other party alone. Humph. The five elements saint snorted. This time, he was going to do it himself. Although he was severely injured, the five elements palace had many treasures to help him suppress his injuries. His damaged body had also recovered. However, his face was still pale. He stared at Lin Xian. Brat, I'll pay you back 10,000 times, no, 100,000 times for the injuries you suffered. He once again formed a five elements world and circled behind Lin Xian before beginning his attack. He was afraid of Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian laughed when he saw this. Five elements saint, I have to say, you're really a piece of trash. I've been immobilized, but you don't dare to attack me directly? Ha 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 ha. Merciless laughter rang out, and the people of five elements palace cried out. The five elements saint was so angry that he vomited blood. The people around him were terrified. Yes, Lin Xian was already in such a state. Other than his eye technique, there was nothing else he could do. Such a person was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, the five elements saint didn't even dare to attack him directly. He only sneaked behind Lin Xian. It had to be said that it was indeed surprising. It seemed that the five elements saint was completely afraid of Lin Xian. The people of five elements palace roared. So what? As long as we kill you, our saint is still invincible. Invincible? How could a piece of trash like him be called invincible? Lin Xian snorted coldly. No matter what, you're going to die today. The five elements saint's cold voice came from behind. A terrifying killing intent mixed with the five elements realm pressed down. This time, the five elements saint didn't hold back. Buzz. Buzz. Lin Xian couldn't move, and he didn't use his eye technique. Countless sword chi burst out from his body, as if it had turned into a rain of swords. Boom, 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 boom. The sky full of sword chi blasted on the five elements realm, making earth-shattering collisions. Heaven and earth trembled again, and countless cracks appeared. What? He can still attack? Chapter 25:19. The people from the nine heavens sacred ground and myriad thunder sacred ground were shocked. The people from the five elements palace were even more shocked. That's not right. The great five elements seal can seal not only the body but also one's strength. How did he manage to attack? These people have gone crazy. The five elements saint was even more shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to release sword chi. No matter what, his opponent could not escape now. The five elements sword saint frantically activated his five elements force. On the other side, the people from the nine heavens sacred ground and myriad thunder sacred ground charged at Lin Fan again. They unleashed their most powerful super skills, wanting to cripple Lin Xian together. As long as they crippled this kid, he would not be able to cause any more trouble. At that time, he would be at their mercy. Kid, let's see how you'll die this time. The elders from the five elements palace sneered. The people from the nine heavens sacred ground looked even more ferocious. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to our saint. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? There are plenty of people who can kill you. The people from the myriad thunder sacred ground said coldly. The great sage emitted a dazzling light that enveloped Lin Xian. It's over. That kid is dead. When the crowd saw this scene, they sighed. The dark red divine dragon also roared angrily. He let out a series of dragon roars as his body tried to break free. However, it could not do so for the time being. Lin Xian felt a sense of danger, and his eyes shone with a cold light. What? You want to kill me with just the great five elements seal? You're still far from it. Lin Fan's aura exploded as the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. Rays of sword chi appeared on his body. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared on his body and kept circling. The surrounding sword chi became more and more piercing as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Damn it! Attack! Don't give him a chance to resist. The five elements saint roared. He felt that something was wrong with his opponent. He had experienced his opponent's sword chi many times. The sharpness of his opponent's sword chi made him feel despair. Therefore, he would not give his opponent a chance. Ka ka ka, roar. However, they had underestimated Lin Xian and the great dragon sword spirit. The power unleashed by the number one offensive saint art in the world was definitely beyond the imagination of these people. The roar of a dragon and the cry of a sword rang out. Between heaven and earth, the dragon sword shadow slashed in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the void, with Lin Xian as the center, spreading in all directions. Boom! The space he was in completely collapsed, and black holes appeared one after another. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a long howl. His figure flashed, and he instantly escaped from the black hole. What? He had escaped. How could this be? Damn it! Hurry up and kill him. Angry shouts rang out one after another. The people of the three great sage lands were all stunned. The warriors in the surrounding passageways were even more shocked. Roar! The dark red divine dragon also let out a dragon roar. Its huge body shook the void as it escaped from inside. Damn it! You actually dare to trap me. I'll cook you all and eat you later. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon's body expanded, turning into a true peerless demon king. The dragon blood in his body surged. With a swing of his dragon tail, it directly shattered the void. It was like 100,000 mountains pressing down. The people of the three great sage lands vomited blood. Kill. Lin Xian also let out a roar. The great dragon sword spirit continued to rise, and the ancient dragon abyss sword was swung out. Spurt. An elder of the myriad thunder sacred ground was sent flying. The thunder cane in his hand was split into 3 parts. His body was also split into 3 parts, floating in the sky. A miserable voice rang out. That elder was screaming nonstop. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swept out in all directions. Not good. Damn it. Counterattack. The 5 elements saint, myriad thunder sacred ground, and 9 heavens sacred ground roared crazily. They realized that the other party's combat strength had increased again. Damn it. Could it be that the other party did not use his full strength before? How could it be? Is he trying to run? Seeing the 5 elements saint continuously retreating, Lin Xian sneered. The azure dragon hand stretched out, turning into a coiling dragon picture, and enveloped the other party. Scram! The five elements saint roared and struck out his five elements world to fight against the coiling dragon picture. The two forces collided in the sky, creating a tsunami-like energy wave. The coiling dragon picture was blocked, and the five elements saint was also forced back. Whoosh! A dragon shadow appeared under Lin Xian's feet. He was extremely fast, and in an instant, he was near the five elements saint. You felt good when you sneak attacked me, right? Now, have a taste of my attack. The fourth seal on his ancient dragon abyss sword was undone, and an unbelievable sword chi burst out. No! The five elements saint screamed and instantly summoned his five clones to resist. However, this sword was truly too terrifying. His five clones were destroyed in an instant. His main body was also sent flying, vomiting blood. The five elements world was split into two by the sword. Another sword slashed out, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. They were scared out of their wits by this sword chi. The five elements saint screamed again and again. This time, one of his arms had been chopped off. He wanted to escape, but at this moment, a golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. A pair of cold golden eyes appeared in the sky. Ah! The five elements saint screamed, and his soul seemed to be ignited. He rolled in the sky, and his speed of escape slowed down. Sky-piercing sword. The dragon sword shadow appeared on Lin Xian's body, enveloping him. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand, and the four seals were undone. His entire body turned into a sharp sword light and flew out. Whoosh! Poof! All the light between heaven and earth dimmed, and there was only a sword light in the sky. At this moment, everyone stopped attacking. They turned their heads and stared blankly at the scene. With a splashing sound, blood splattered. No! The people from the five elements palace screamed, and the people from the nine heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunders sacred ground gasped. This was because the five elements saint's head had been chopped off, and his corpse fell to the ground. However, the five elements saint was not dead. His head screamed and turned into a stream of light, trying to break through the void and escape. How could he escape? Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and the sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, sealing the entire space. In the next moment, he grabbed the five elements saint's head and brought it to his side. Then, he activated soul ignition and completely burned his soul into ashes. Whoosh! Lin Xian held the five elements saint's head with one hand and the ancient sword in the other, sweeping it in all directions. Who else? If you want to die, come here. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. The people from the great sage land were stunned in the air, and the people in the passageway were all trembling. Fear, infinite fear, spread throughout their bodies. That was the five elements saint, the top genius of the younger generation. The future master of the five elements sacred ground had been killed here. Was this kid still human? Demon King. He was definitely a demon king. In the future, they must not provoke him. Those people swallowed their saliva. The people from the great sage land regained their senses, and they roared crazily. Chapter 25-20. Dead. Their holy son had been killed in front of everyone. His head was even in the other party's hand. This made them want to die. How were they going to explain it to the sacred ground when they returned? Kill him. You must kill him. The people of the five elements palace roared crazily. At this moment, they had lost their minds. Everyone's eyes were red, and their bodies were surrounded by a murderous aura as if they had turned into demons. The people of the nine heavens sacred ground were also roaring. They didn't expect that apart from their holy son, even the five elements' holy son had been killed. This was definitely an earth-shattering earthquake. Although the people of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were frightened, they were relieved. Fortunately, their holy son had been randomly teleported away by the black quicksand. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Therefore, at this moment, the elders of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were secretly delighted. But soon, these people of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were stunned and even frightened. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. That was because in a passage next to them, a figure streaked across the void like a bolt of thunder and quickly arrived at the main hall. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun. This figure was the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun. Previously, he had been randomly teleported away by the black quicksand, but he had finally returned. As soon as he appeared, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun released a sea of lightning that filled the entire sky. He roared coldly, "Damn brat, come and die." He was really mad. Before he could make a move, he had been teleported away. Moreover, the teleportation distance was very far. He had spent a lot of effort to rush back here. Therefore, he swore that he would join hands with the five elements' holy sun. He would torture him to death, but soon he was stunned because he realized that no one responded. The entire main hall was silent. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were even more furious. The people in the passage also swallowed their saliva. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun had come at this time. Wasn't he walking into a trap and dying in vain? Sure enough, the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground roared crazily. "Holy Sun, leave. Leave this place quickly." They were about to go crazy. Previously, they had been secretly delighted that their holy sun was not here and could avoid a calamity. However, they did not expect that just as they finished speaking, their saint would charge over from afar. They had to quickly remind the chosen to leave. Otherwise, who knew what crazy things this kid would do? Leave quickly? What did he mean? The 10,000 Thunder Saint's son was stunned. He frowned. Why did these elders want him to escape? What did she mean by that? She didn't look up to him? He snorted coldly and turned to look at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he thought, "Damn brat, I will definitely." Before he could finish, he was stunned. He realized that Lin Xian was holding a head in his left hand. That head belonged to the five elements saint. Damn it, what happened? The 10,000 Thunder Saint shuddered, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The five elements saint's head was held in the other party's hand, and there was no sign of life. What was going on? Could it be that the five elements saint was killed? Holy Sun, leave now. Seeing the 10,000 Thunder Sage in a daze, the 10,000 Thunder Sage's elders roared again. At the same time, they rushed up crazily to protect the 10,000 Thunder Sage. The five elements saint had been killed by this kid. Holy Sun, leave now. The elders roared again. What? He was really killed. The 10,000 Thunder Sage's pupil shrank, and his mind went blank. How could this be? The five elements saint was a genius like him. How could anyone kill him? Even if other saints wanted to kill them, it would be very difficult. After all, they were all of the same level and had many trump cards. Unless it was an invincible challenger or a peak 8-star. A late-stage 8-star powerhouse could defeat a saint, but it was impossible to kill him. Therefore, the 10,000 Thunder Sage did not believe it at all. Although Zhu Seiko was killed before, they did not think that it was Lin Xian who did it. They knew how difficult it was to kill a saint. They said that Lin Xian was the murderer to find an excuse to kill him. But now, the five elements saint was killed by him. This made him suspect that the ninth firmament saint might have been killed by the other party as well. Thinking of this, a trace of horror appeared in the 10,000 Thunder Sage's eyes. He did not dare to stay any longer and turned to escape. Brat, you just wait and see what happens this time. It won't end like this. Let's go. Of course, the 10,000 Thunder Sage did not want to admit that he had escaped, so he left a few words and left with his men. At least, he would not lose too much face. Wanna leave? I think you'd better go to hell and accompany the five elements saint. That way, you too won't be lonely on the road to hell. Lin Xian was full of killing intent as he charged over again. Damn it! How dare you attack our saint? The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw the five elements saint's head out. With a bang, it was blown up by the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground. Damn it! When the people of the five elements palace saw this, their eyes turned red. They stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. At the same time, they stared at the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground. The elder of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground hurriedly said, "Brothers of the Five Elements Palace, this has nothing to do with us. The Five Elements Saint was killed by this kid. We should join forces to take him down." Take me down? Humph. You guys are already trying to escape. Do you want to drag the Five Elements Palace down with you? Lin Xian began to sow discord. Sure enough, the people of the Five Elements Palace looked unfriendly. They stared at the 10,000 thunder sacred ground with cold eyes. The people of the Nine Heavens sacred ground also walked out. The 10,000 thunder sacred ground obviously wanted to retreat now because their saint had not been killed. However, the people of the Five Elements Palace and the Nine Heavens sacred ground were different. Their saint had been killed by the other party, but they still wanted to fight to the death. Do you want to leave, 10,000 Thunder Sage? The people of the Five Elements Palace gritted their teeth. The elder of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground braced himself and said, "You guys have seen it. This kid's strength is too terrifying. I think it's better for us to leave for the time being and think about it. Otherwise, more people will die." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people of the Five Elements Palace and the Nine Heavens sacred ground turned black. What a joke. How could they stop at this time? The murderous intent on their bodies became stronger and stronger. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stared at the 10,000 Thunder Sage and said, "I told you, you can't escape." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. A terrifying sword light slashed forward. "Get lost." The 10,000 Thunder Sage roared, and the elders were scared out of their wits. Bang! The 10,000 Thunder Sage's lightning palm was split open by the sword. Chapter 25-21. Damn it! How could his sword chi be so powerful? The 10,000 Thunder Saint's expression changed in an instant. He did not dare to fight back. After all, his opponent had killed the Five Elements Saint. He was afraid that his opponent's strength had surpassed his. Boom! The 10,000 Thunder Saint roared, and the lightning in the sky intertwined, forming a sea of lightning. He turned around and left. However, he was still one step too late. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 108,000 golden swords quickly intertwined and cut off the 10,000 Thunder Saints' escape route. At the same time, the sky-reaching divine wood descended from the sky, trying to suppress him. Boom! The divine wood was like a giant pillar that reached the sky. It crushed the void, tore apart the sea of lightning, and blasted the 10,000 Thunder Saints' body. The 10,000 Thunder Saint vomited blood and flew backward. All the bones in his body were broken. He flew out for a long time before he stopped. Then, with a roar, lightning crackled all over his body, and all the broken bones were reborn again. Damn kid, don't go too far. The 10,000 Thunder Saint roared crazily. He was a saint after all. How dare his opponent treat him like this? That drove him crazy. What? You want the treatment of a saint? You want me to be respectful to you? Fine. Lin Xian sneered. Then I'll invite you to die. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. The biting cold sword light shrouded the void as he slashed forward. Thunder God Bracelet. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was also angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a Thunder God Bracelet. It was covered with terrifying runes. It was one of his trump cards, called the Thunder God Bracelet. As soon as the Thunder God Bracelet appeared in the air, it whistled and crashed forward. Boom! In an instant, it shattered the sword light that filled the sky and erupted with an incomparably powerful power of thunder. The Thunder God Bracelet was a trump card. It was said that it was indestructible and could destroy everything. That brat surnamed Lin also walked the path of a firm and fierce cultivation method. Between the two of them, who would be the stronger one? The martial artists in the passage were discussing animatedly. They were somewhat expectant. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' confidence increased greatly after his successful attack. From the looks of it, the other party was only us. Could it be that the other party had used the Saint's handbone to kill the Five Elements Saint? Although he hadn't seen it, he didn't believe that the other party could kill a holy sun by relying on his own strength. In the next moment, He activated the lightning god's bracelet again and charged forward. Instantly, the surrounding sword chi was all sent flying. Ha 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 ha. You're just a... Today, I will avenge the 5 elements saint. The 10,000 lightning saint sun let out a long roar. Instead of running away, he attacked. The holy sun. These elders were worried about the 10,000 thunder saint sun. They wanted to remind him to leave. However, Wanlei Shang still rushed over and fought with Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a strange smile. Great 5 elements seal. A cold voice came out of his mouth. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Great seal of 5 elements? What was this kid talking about? He also knows the 5 elements great seal? Heavens, what kind of joke was this? The Great Seal of 5 Elements was the supreme secret technique of the 5 Elements Palace. Other than the 5 Elements Saint and a few of the elders, no one else could learn it. This kid is obviously not from the 5 Elements Palace. How could he know the Great Seal of 5 Elements? That's right. I think he's just trying to scare the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun. Although that kid also knows the power of 5 elements, he can't use the Great Seal of 5 Elements. However, these people were soon stunned. This was because they found that the lightning god's bracelet was fixed in midair. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The lightning god's bracelet shone brightly, and countless lightning runes flashed on it. It was very terrifying. However, at this moment, it couldn't move at all. Not only that, but the 10,000 lightning Saint Sun's body was also stiff, as if he had been enchanted. What? He was really sealed. How could this be? These people were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The people of the 5 Elements Palace screamed. Whoosh! In front of him, a sword light slashed over and slashed the 10,000 lightning Saint Sun's body, sending him flying. The 10,000 lightning Saint Sun's armor was split open, and blood flowed out like a river, dyeing the void red. Poof! He kept retreating. Ah! The 10,000 lightning Saint Sun roared crazily. He was finally frightened. It was too terrifying. His opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. He didn't dare to fight anymore. Revenge for the 5 elements Saint Sun could go to hell. He just wanted to take back the thunder bracelet and leave quickly. Boom! The lightning god's bracelet trembled, and endless thunder burst out like a vast sea, piercing through the surrounding void. Whoosh! It directly broke all the seals and rushed out. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the lightning god's bracelet to break through the seal. He didn't expect the lightning god's bracelet to break through his seal so quickly. He had simulated the great seal of 5 elements through the great dragon sword soul. Although it wasn't the real great seal of 5 elements, the seal's effect was not weak at all. The lightning god's bracelet could escape. It seemed that its strength was indeed powerful. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The 10,000 lightning Saint Sun heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning god's bracelet on his head turned around and fled. It turned into a flash of light and tore open the void. Just as he was about to escape, a divine dragon's tail slapped over and smashed half of his body. He was sent flying again, vomiting blood. Who was it? The 10,000 lightning Saint Sun roared. He was about to go crazy. It was me. The dark red divine dragon sneered. Your magic treasure is not bad. Leave it for me. The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up as he stared at the lightning god's bracelet. That was a good thing. The dark red divine dragon was very happy. Previously, he had snatched a heaven stage elementary treasure chi spear, and now he had his eyes on the lightning god's bracelet. The heaven stage treasure chi spear had the soul mark of a peerless almighty on it, but the dark red divine dragon had forcibly sealed it. After the battle, he would erase it bit by bit. At this moment, he grabbed a spear and stabbed it out. Between heaven and earth, thousands of spear lights shot forward like rainbows. Stinky snake, get lost. The 10,000 lightning Saint Sun was furious. He waved the lightning god's bracelet to fight against it. An earth-shattering collision sounded, but at this time, on the other side, Lin Xian also waved his long sword. He slashed the lightning god's bracelet with his sword. The dark red divine dragon roared and waved his dragon claws, which kept enlarging. Like a red mountain, he enveloped the lightning god's bracelet. Ha 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 ha. The lightning god's bracelet is mine. The dark red divine dragon laughed strangely. Ah. Seeing this scene, the 10,000 lightning saint sun's face changed. The elders of the 10,000 lightning saint sun roared. Damn it. They put down the lightning god's bracelet. They attacked like crazy, trying to take back the lightning god's bracelet. However, they were all destroyed by Lin Xian's sword chi. A sword slashed across the sky, cutting off the connection between these people and the lightning god's bracelet. The dark red divine dragon grabbed it to the side, wanting to take it back. However, at this time, his expression changed, because a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from the lightning god's bracelet. Chapter 25-22. Inside the Thunder God bracelet, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted. Like a flood, it gushed out. Damn it! In an instant, the dark red divine dragon threw out the Thunder God bracelet. However, he was still affected. Bang! He was sent flying. A crack appeared on his dragon claw, and blood flowed out. Damn it! This emperor is in so much pain. The dark red divine dragon grimaced in pain and hurriedly drank all the dripping dragon blood back. His blood was very precious. He was unwilling to leave it for nothing and let others take advantage of him. Lin Xian was also surprised. He knew that the dark red divine dragon's body was strong. Even a heaven-grade artifact might not be able to blast it open. But now, there was a crack. What exactly was that shocking killing intent? The killing intent of an invincible king. There was actually the killing intent of an invincible king in this Thunder God bracelet. The dark red divine dragon cried out. Damn it! How dare you trick me? What? The killing intent of an invincible king. No wonder. The people in the passage also understood. Indeed, they had seen the power of the dark red divine dragon before, but they did not expect this killing intent to be the killing intent of an invincible king. An invincible king was a terrifying existence that they looked up to. A single look could kill a peerless almighty. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. The people of the myriad Thunder Holy Land had gloomy faces, and the myriad Thunder Holy Sun's face was even colder. Damn it, it actually failed to kill him. They were too surprised. As these people knew, the killing intent of an invincible king could easily kill a peerless almighty. However, the other party did not die. It was only a crack in his claw. This kind of injury was nothing to people of their level. Kid, be careful. This Thunder God bracelet is too damn evil. The dragon blood on the dark red divine dragon surged and the cracked claw recovered. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. He did not expect that there would be the killing intent of a king in the Thunder God bracelet. This was definitely something that could threaten his life. However, what puzzled him was that if there was such a terrifying killing weapon, why didn't the other party directly use it before? If that was the case, perhaps he would have suffered more serious injuries. Could it be that the killing intent of an invincible king could not be activated? He could only use it passively? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He felt more and more that it was possible. Moreover, he guessed that invincible kings wouldn't have too much killing intent. Otherwise, the 10,000 Thunder Saint would not have escaped. The elders of the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land would not be so nervous. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. If that was the case, then things would be much easier. Humph, it's just a strand of the killing intent of an invincible king. You want to kill me? You guys are too naive. Lin Xian attacked again. What? This brat actually dared to resist the killing intent of an invincible king? Was he tired of living? Could it be that he still had some sort of trump card to rely on? The martial artists in the passageway discussed animatedly. As for the people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land, their faces darkened. Damn it! The 10,000 Thunder Saint waved his hand and controlled the Thunder God bracelet to rush out. Brat, you are too arrogant and ignorant. Today, I will let you know the power of an invincible king's killing intent. Sure enough, a terrifying killing intent circulated between heaven and earth, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Lin Xian also felt a great crisis. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, forming the shadow of a dragon sword that roared in the void. It resisted the killing intent of an invincible king. There was a loud rumble. Heaven and earth trembled, and Lin Xian retreated with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the 10,000 Thunder Saint laughed wildly. Did you see that, brat? An ignorant ant like you dares to compete with an invincible king? A wisp of killing intent can destroy you. What's there to be arrogant about? Even if you hurt me, it's the power of an invincible king, not your power. I really don't know where your arrogance comes from. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. It's just a wisp of killing intent, not the true body of an invincible king. Do you really think you can kill me? So what if you are an invincible king? Next, I will let you have a taste of the pressure of a sage. Lin Xian tore another corner of the sage's seal. Boom! A force that swept across heaven and earth surged out, and the killing intent of an invincible king was swallowed up like a boat in a storm. Damn it! This scene made the people of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground roar crazily. The people of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground and 5 Elements Palace also retreated to resist the pressure of the sage. But fortunately, this time, Lin Xian only tore it for a short while before sealing it again. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The people of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground had dark faces. The killing intent of an invincible king in their Thunder God bracelet had been obliterated. Even if there was a wisp left, it was very little and could not exert its power. Ha 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 ha. What invincible king's killing intent? It's nothing in front of a sage. The dark red divine dragon sneered. Keep acting tough. Come and kill me. Let's see if your invincible killing intent can still work. Lin Xian also brandished his sword and charged forward. The ancient dragon abyss sword turned into a giant sword and slashed down, crushing the void. It slashed on the Thunder God bracelet. With a boom, the Thunder God bracelet was sent flying again. At the same time, the sharp sword light slashed toward Jiuxiao Seiko. Jiuxiao Seiko's face changed drastically. He knew the power of the opponent's sword chi. If even the Thunder God bracelet could not resist it, he was afraid that his body could not resist it. So, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he controlled the Thunder God bracelet to float above his head to resist. However, the power of the great dragon sword soul was beyond his imagination. If he still had the killing intent of an invincible king, he might be able to resist it. But now, the Thunder God bracelet alone was not enough to resist it. Sure enough, after 3 slashes, the Thunder God bracelet was sent flying again. The 4th slash cut the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Sun in half. Sacred Sun. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground went crazy. They even burned their spiritual power and rushed forward crazily, trying to save the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Sun. Half of them rushed toward the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Sun, while the other half rushed toward Lin Xian. All kinds of secret techniques and magic treasures were thrown out without any regard for their lives. Lin Xian did not resist. His body shook, and he quickly retreated into the distance. This is great. After saving the Sacred Sun, the people of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground breathed a sigh of relief. Boom, boom, boom. The 10,000 Thunder Sacred Sun's broken body was reassembled. His face was pale and full of horror. Damn it! Run! Run! He did not dare to stay here any longer. 6 or 7 elders gathered around him, and there were many disciples of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground around him, protecting him in the center. The group of people quickly retreated. Lin Xian did not chase after them. Instead, he sneered. Mysterious golden lines appeared in his eyes. Not good. It's a soul power attack. Sacred Sun, quickly defend. Chapter 25-23. The elders of the Thousand Thunder Sacred Land shouted frantically. They covered the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun with their soul defense magic treasures. The Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun even activated his magic treasure. The opponent's soul power was no weaker than the sword chi. In fact, it was even weirder. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless. They didn't expect that Lin Xian's soul power attack wasn't aimed at the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun. Instead, it was aimed at an elder next to the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun. This elder was very close to the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun, just to his left. Moreover, just now, this elder even gave his soul defense magic treasure to the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun. It could be said that there was no defense at all. It had to be said that these elders were really dutiful. They would rather have their souls destroyed to protect the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun. However, this also gave Lin Xian an opportunity. Lin Xian didn't use soul ignition. He used another magic power, divine guidance. It was a kind of controlling eye technique. In other words, it could temporarily control someone's soul, and thus that person. Lin Xian's current soul power was so powerful that it had surpassed that of a peerless almighty, coupled with the heavenly secret divine eyes. Although the opponent's elder was also a peerless almighty, he was still controlled in an instant. A strange light appeared in his eyes, and his body was out of control. A long saber appeared in his hand, and then he slashed at the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun. He raised his hand, and the saber fell. The Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun was split in half, and blood spurted out wildly. What's going on? The Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun was split in half. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Lin Xian had made his move again? No. Who was it? It was the elder of the Thousand Thunder Sacred Land. The martial artists in the surrounding passageways went crazy. Not to mention them, the people of the Five Elements Palace and the Nine Heavens Sacred Land were also stunned. Those of the Thousand Thunder Sacred Land were even crazier. Damn it, what are you doing? The people next to him hurriedly sent the elder flying with a palm strike. The elder's bones were broken, and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. He screamed miserably and flew out, smashing through the void. However, the pain also woke him up from the illusion. When he found out what he had done, he screamed like a madman. No, damn it, that wasn't my intention. I'm being controlled. However, the people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land reacted as if they were facing a great enemy and refused to allow them to approach. On the other side, the 10,000 Thunder Saint screamed crazily. He didn't expect to be struck by his own people. This caused his injuries to worsen. Fortunately, although he was seriously injured, it was not fatal. His body slowly healed. However, right at this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded from behind him. Do you still want to recover? Go to hell and accompany the Five Elements Saint. No. The 10,000 Thunder Saint roared like crazy. Save me! The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land went crazy. They wanted to save him. However, it was already too late. During the chaos just now, Lin Xian had reached the back of the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun at an extreme speed. A dragon-shaped sword shadow condensed in his hand. With a slash, the great dragon sword spirit destroyed everything, directly destroying the opponent's mind and spirit. Boom! The 10,000 Thunder Saint's body, which had not yet recovered, exploded again and turned into a bloody mist. This time, not even his bones were left. It turned into a rain of blood, sprinkling in all directions. His soul was also destroyed in the biting cold sword light. The great dragon sword spirit was unparalleled. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was killed. Heavens! Everyone went crazy. This was the third saint to die. Although the ancient tomb was dangerous before, no one at the level of a saint had died. But who would have thought that 3 holy suns would fall in succession? Moreover, they were not killed by the powerful array formation in the ancient tomb, but by a young master who killed them in a domineering manner. It's over. Earthquake. It was definitely a big earthquake. The 3 great sage would probably go crazy and hunt them down at all costs. Sure enough, the 10,000 Thunder Saints screamed crazily. They began to burn their spiritual power, and their murderous aura was monstrous. At this moment, they could kill gods and Buddhas. Not only the 10,000 Thunder Saint, but also the 5 Elements Palace and the 9 Heavens Holy Land. At this moment, they also attacked at all costs. They sealed off all directions. They swore to kill the other party. Lin Xian waved his hand, and Ruffian Dragon quickly came in. He raised his hand and summoned the Black Earth, and the two of them entered. At the same time, Lin Xian completely tore open the seal on the saint's hand bone. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged out and flooded the entire space. Ah! Oh no, run! The people in the passage were so scared that their scalps went numb. They turned around and fled. In an instant, they were enveloped by the pressure of the saint. They turned into a large cloud of blood mist. Only some experts were able to escape. However, their bodies were also shattered. Only one of their heads remained intact and reassembled in the distance. Their faces were filled with horror. Run! These people did not dare to stay any longer, and they did not want to know how the battle was going. The pressure of the saint was too terrifying. Damn it! Is that kid crazy? How can he resist this power? Does he want to die together with the saint? These people were terrified as they fled. In the main hall, the people of the three great sage screamed again and again. They did not expect that the other party would really dare to activate the saint's pressure. Previously, although they were terrified by the saint's hand bone, their lives were not threatened, because they knew that the other party did not dare to go all out. Otherwise, the other party would not have been able to survive. But now, the other party had gone all out. Why? They could not understand. In an instant, many elders and geniuses were pierced by the saint's pressure. Their bodies split open in the sky and turned into blood mist. It was sad and beautiful, but it made people despair. Quickly recall our land tokens. The elders of the three great sage roared crazily. An immortal palace floated over, and the door opened, storing the remaining people inside. A purple thunder pool descended, and terrifying thunder and lightning enveloped the remaining elders of the myriad thunder holy land. In the sky, the five elements flag rolled and shrouded the surviving people of the five elements palace. These three treasures were used to resist the saint's hand bone, so they could not use them. But now, the saint's hand bone had completely erupted, and they could not resist it. They quickly used these three treasures to protect the remaining people and prevent them from being killed. The remaining people had all gone into hiding. In the space, there was only the pressure of the saint and the sea of blood that filled the sky. Although the people of the three great sage had used their super trump cards, only a small number of them survived. About 1/5 of them survived. The rest of them were all killed. Moreover, even if they hid in their trump cards, they still suffered a fierce impact. The three treasures kept retreating, swaying in the sky. On the other side, inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. They looked outside through the light screen. Chapter 25-24. The dark red divine dragon sneered, "You let these guys chase us. Now you know what's good for you." But unfortunately, not all of them were killed. It's already very good to be able to do this. It's impossible to kill all of them. If we hadn't used the hand bone to block their three magic treasures, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult to kill the five elements Saint Sun and the thousand thunder Saint Sun, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The Black Earth kept swaying in the sky, also suffering a strong impact. However, this was a super spirit ship. Although the impact was fierce, it couldn't be broken at all. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon inside were not worried. They stopped in mid-air and quickly communicated with each other. Lin Xian frowned. "I'm very curious. Who killed Jiuxiao Seiko?" "You really didn't do it?" the dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. "That was strange. That guy had the immortal palace. It seemed that this immortal palace could withstand the pressure of a sage. However, Jiuxiao Seiko was killed. What kind of method is this? Could it be that there are others who have a sage's magic treasure? Kid, be careful. The people who came in this time were all extremely terrifying people. There were even existences like the sage physique. Who knew if there were any mysterious people hiding here? For example, the Yi family and the Yaoguang sacred ground both had imitations of extreme weapons. If the power was fully unleashed, it would be extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the pressure of a sage. Perhaps There was another reason, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What's the reason? The dark red divine dragon asked. A mole. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Remember when I used divine attraction to injure the Thousand Thunder Saint Sun? They couldn't react at all. Even if the Thousand Thunder Saint Sun was heavily protected, I still succeeded. Therefore, a mole is the most difficult to guard against. You're saying that someone from the Nine Heavens sacred ground killed Zhou Seiko? The dark red divine dragon also gasped. Then what is he after? Zhou Seiko's death caused a huge commotion. Even if these people returned alive, they would be punished by the Holy Land. The Holy Land would definitely not let them off easily. What if Zhou Seiko's death was beneficial to that person? For example, he could become the new son of Saint. You're saying that it was done by a successor candidate. The dark red dragon instantly understood. Indeed, the position of the Holy Sun was very coveted. However, the Holy Sun was usually very powerful and had a lot of support. It was impossible for others to plot against him. However, if a Holy Sun was seriously injured and his whereabouts were unknown, then it was a different story. If he could quietly get rid of the other saints, there was a possibility that the other saints would become the next generation of saints. Then he would have the chance to become the future master of the Holy Land. To everyone, this was another form of temptation. Even the inner members of the Nine Heavens holy ground would do something like this. After all, the human heart was the most vicious. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with me. Let them fight each other. It would be best if they were torn apart. Lin Xian sneered. He prepared to take back the saint's hand bone and leave. Forming a seal with his palms, Lin Xian cast a few seals and floated out of the black earth. He flew forward, wanting to seal it again. However, this time, he frowned. What was going on? The seal had failed. Lin Xian frowned. The dark red dragon was also puzzled. It shouldn't be. Let me try. He waved his dragon claws and cast a few seals, but this time, it also failed. Damn, what was going on? Could it be that the seal couldn't work? Little Xian, how big of a seal did you tear? It wasn't too big. It should be the same as before, 3 seals. Previously, when Lin Xian fought against the battle tribes Zhan Wuhan, he had torn this kind of seal. At that time, he had also successfully resealed the saint's hand bone. But now, he realized that he couldn't reseal it. This was far too inconceivable. One had to realize that when he had fought against Zhan Wuhan, he had only been a 7-star king tier. Now, he was already a mid-7-star king. His strength and cultivation had undergone earth-shattering changes. It could be said that it should be easier to reseal it. But now, he realized that it wasn't like that at all. Oh no, something's wrong. Something must have gone wrong. Damn it, this ancient tomb is too strange. The dark red dragon was also scared. He had a feeling that this ancient tomb was definitely not simple. Now, the saint's hand bone was very likely because of this ancient tomb. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the seal on the saint's hand bone outside was broken again. Even more terrifying pressure swept across the area. This time, not only the entire hall, but the surrounding passageways and the distant space were all affected. Oh no! The black earth was instantly sent flying. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's blood boiled. In addition, the martial artists of the 3 great sage lands in the Immortal Palace, the Lightning Sea, and the 5 element flags were so scared that their scalps went numb. They couldn't care less anymore and quickly retreated. They turned into a stream of light and tore through the void. Lin Xian didn't leave. He stared at the saint's hand bone. Now, he could leave safely. However, he still had to reseal the hand bone. So, he stayed here. Ka. At this moment, the surrounding void quickly shattered, and black holes appeared one after another, spreading in all directions. Oh no, it's this situation again. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's expressions changed. At this moment, not only them, but all the martial artists in the ancient tomb exclaimed. These people were scattered in all directions. Some were fighting for treasures, some were killing, and some were resisting the array formation. At that moment, without exception, cracks appeared in the space around them. This scene was extremely similar because not long ago, They found the heads of 99 invincible kings in the bronze cauldron. Then, the void shattered, and they were teleported in all directions. Now, the same thing was happening. Damn it, what's happening? These people screamed crazily. Could it be that someone had found the heads of 99 invincible kings again? In the Yi family, Yi Wudao frowned. In the wavering light sacred ground, the wavering light holy sun's eyes flickered. The 108 godly demon halos around his body protected him. Could it be that there was something similar to the bronze cauldron and 99 heads in the ancient tomb? They weren't the only ones. Gu Santong, No Flower, Morong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, Xing Tian, and all the other experts were stunned. In the next moment, they were swallowed by the black hole and couldn't resist at all. On Lin Xian's side, the black earth was also swallowed by the black hole. Damn it! Lin Xian roared and used his last chance to cast another set of seals and float out. He didn't know what happened next. The world spun and the surroundings were dark. After an unknown period of time, there was finally light. This is? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon hurriedly looked outside. They saw that the outside was incomparably vast and boundless. What is that place? Chapter 25. Is this another strange space? The dark red dragon was surprised. Lin Xian shook his head. No, look at the ground below. It's exactly the same as the floors of the palaces in the ancient tomb. It's filled with a desolate aura. Come to think of it, we should still be in the ancient tomb. I'm guessing that this should also be a large hall, but it's too spacious and we can't see anything. Damn it, we've been teleported again. Could it be that the saint's hand bone triggered some mechanism in the ancient tomb? That's possible. Lin Xian nodded. The dark red dragon's mouth twitched. Little Xian, do you think the pressure emitted by the saint's hand bone triggered the saint's corpse? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing that, Lin Xian was so scared that his scalp went numb. They could not even resist a wisp of the saint's pressure. If the ancient saint buried in the ancient tomb was resurrected, or his corpse mutated, then all of them would be finished. Not to mention the clan of the ancients or the peerless sacred grounds. Even if they had the black earth, they would not be able to survive. The saint was too far away from them. One look from the saint could probably kill all of them. The dark red dragon was also shocked by its own thoughts. Impossible. Someone who has been dead for tens of thousands of years can't be resurrected. Suddenly, the dark red dragon exclaimed, "Kid, the saint's hand bone is back." Sure enough, they discovered that on the floor of the black earth, there was a white hand bone quietly lying there. At this moment, the saint's hand bone was sealed again. Great! Seeing that, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and the saint's hand bone floated into his hand. It's indeed sealed. He was originally worried that they would be teleported away. What would happen to the saint's hand bone? Wouldn't they lose it? He did not expect it to come back on its own. This is very strange. Don't move around. Let's see where we are first. In the sky, spatial cracks appeared, and figures appeared one after another. It seemed that other than Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, the others were also teleported to the vast and boundless hall. More and more people appeared. As soon as they appeared, they also shone brightly and formed a protective barrier. Then, they looked around in bewilderment. What was that? When they saw the black spirit boat floating in the sky, they all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. With a flash of light, the spirit boat disappeared. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon appeared in the void. It was that brat. These people were shocked. They didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. We were teleported here as well, Lin Xian said indifferently. He didn't want to start a war for no reason. These people heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party had been teleported here just like them. Damn it! What was going on? What happened? These people discussed animatedly. They didn't know that it was caused by Lin Xian's saint's hand bone. Otherwise, these people would have gone up and fought Lin Xian to the death. Young master, Xing Tian was teleported over as well. He took a step forward and arrived beside Lin Xian. Other than him, Elder Li, Elder Lu, Elder Wang, Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others had rushed over from all directions. Older brother Xian, Murong Qingcheng, was also there. Lin Xian, big brother, Xin Jingqiu ran over cheering. Lin Xian hugged the two of them in his arms and asked with concern, "Are the two of you hurt?" Seeing this scene, the others were envious, jealous, and hateful. Fuck. Having two lovers on each side was the pinnacle of life. That damn brat. How dare he show off his love on the spot? Someone go and kill him. The sound of teeth gnashing could be heard. Boom. They stopped talking because a golden figure was teleported out of the sky. This person was tall and had a golden body. He was exuding vitality like an ancient demon god. Yi Wudao. Why do I feel that his aura has become stronger again? Heavens, did this sacred physique get some heaven-defying opportunity and breakthrough? Everyone screamed in horror. The saints and saintesses were also facing a formidable enemy. Indeed, they felt that Yi Wudao's aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, it wasn't his full strength. It was just an aura that was occasionally emitted when he stood there casually. He had broken through. The four symbols saints clenched their fists. It was unbelievable that he had broken through a small realm in such a short time. The saintess of the illusion palace's eyes were also shining. As expected of a sacred physique, he had such a great opportunity. A prince of the Ninely dynasty was also very envious. After Yi Wudao appeared, he stood in the void and looked around. Soon, he saw Lin Xian and greeted him with a smile. Lin Xian also responded. Behind Leaf Dao Denier, the other elders and experts of the Yi clan hurried over to join him. After him, the Alcade Saint also arrived, and the light on his body was even brighter. Why do I feel that the Alcade Saint's aura is even stronger than before? After the Alcade Saint appeared, he also looked around. The light on his body was so bright that no one could see his expression clearly. Only his eyes were like divine lamps. Powerful figures descended one after another. Among them, there was a handsome man in a green robe. He was spirited and handsome, like an immortal, the Taishian saint of the Taishian sacred ground. As soon as he appeared, the light on his body quickly disappeared, and he looked like an ordinary person. Everyone glanced at him and did not pay attention to him, because his aura seemed to be slightly weaker than the Alcade Saint and Yi Wudao. More and more people gathered. Among them, the people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, the Five Elements Palace, and the Thousand Thunders Sacred Ground had all arrived. However, these people did not know what had happened. Otherwise, they would not be so calm. Among them, among the people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, a man's eyes were shining, and he looked very excited. When he looked up and saw Lin Xian in the sky, he immediately sneered. "Kid, let's see how you die later." He was a candidate of the Nine Heavens Sacred Emperor. Previously, he had done something big. If this matter were to spread, he believed that it would definitely shock everyone. Moreover, no one would suspect him. Everyone would suspect that Lin Xian. In this way, not only did he benefit from it, but he also framed others. It could be said that he had killed many birds with one stone. Around them, where exactly was this place? The others were discussing it. Those elders also gathered together and began to discuss the matter quickly. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, the sky split open again, and three powerful auras came over. As soon as the auras appeared, the void collapsed. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they retreated crazily. Some of the martial artists who retreated too slowly were directly sent flying. Damn it! Who is it? There's danger. Hurry up and defend. Exclamations came one after another. Everyone was on guard, but when they saw the attackers, they were stunned. In the sky, three black holes appeared. An immortal palace floated, and a lightning pool spread out. A five elements flag swayed in the sky. The three artifacts appeared in the sky. They did not attack, but the aura they emitted casually sent those people flying. Heavens! So powerful. This was the trump card of the Five Elements Palace, the Thousand Thunders Sacred Ground, and the Nine Heavens Sacred Emperor. Why did they use it? What happened to them? Chapter 25-26. The people from the myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, and Five Elements Palace were also stunned. They quickly flew up to welcome them. They're here. Below them, the saint from the nine heavens' sacred ground sneered. Whoosh! In the sky, the immortal palace opened, and 7 or 8 elders walked out. They were not staggering, but their faces were pale and there was blood on their bodies. It was a shocking sight. What happened? The people from the nine heavens' sacred ground who came to welcome them saw this scene, and their hearts beat wildly. They had a bad premonition. Could it be that they had encountered a killing array in the ancient tomb? The others were also puzzled. The people from the Five Elements Palace and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground became nervous. Even the nine heavens' sacred ground elder who came out of the immortal palace was injured. Then, would the people from the lightning pool and Five Elements flag be affected as well? Sure enough, when the people from the lightning pool and Five Elements Palace walked out, they were also stunned. Because these people's auras were weak, and their eyes were red. Their killing intent was shocking, and their bodies were covered in a bloody light. What happened? They asked, and the others also watched with wide eyes. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because the 3 great sage, sacred ground elders were crying together. They were crying like crazy. It was as if they were newborn children. Heavens, what's going on? Are these elders dazed? A peerless almighty expert was actually crying? These people couldn't believe their eyes. The 3 great sage, sacred ground elders who came to welcome them were also stunned. What happened? Their hearts were beating faster and faster. It seemed that the situation was more serious than they thought. No, where's the saint? Where's our saint? The people from the great sage, sacred ground elders finally reacted. So many experts had come, and the others seemed to have arrived as well. Only the 3 great sage, sacred ground elders were missing. Could it be that the holy sun of their holy land was trapped by some kind of array formation? Our holy sun has been killed. The people from the Five Elements Palace were the first to scream. What? This voice was like a bolt from the blue, and the Five Elements Palace's experts fainted on the ground. The others also cried out in surprise, not daring to believe their own ears. The Five Elements Saint was killed? Heavens, that's impossible. I don't believe it. What a joke. Who dared to attack the Five Elements Saint? Who could kill the Five Elements Saint? Everyone was talking about it. Among the crowd, the Nine Heavens Holy Ground's Holy Prince was dumbfounded. What's going on? He was stunned. He was waiting for news. He knew that Joshua Seiko had been killed. If this news were to come out, it would definitely shock the world. However, the Five Elements Saint had actually been killed. Heavens, did he kill Joshua Seiko? Why was the Five Elements Saint killed as well? What exactly happened? He didn't know. The other saints and saintesses also frowned. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Holy Sun, and the Prince of the Grand Xia all had grave expressions on their faces. Murong Qingsheng and the others were also puzzled. Lin Xian coldly snorted. As expected, these people still came out alive. Our Holy Sun has also been killed. We won't be able to answer to the Holy Land. The elders of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground and the myriad Thunder Sacred Ground screamed in agony. Their faces were filled with despair. The people from the remaining 2 Holy Lands were also stunned when they heard the news. 3 of the great sages' holy sons had been killed. The countless experts, holy sons, and holy daughters in the hall were all dumbfounded at this moment. To be honest, when they first heard that the Five Elements Saint had been killed, they didn't believe it. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Although the Five Elements Saint was powerful, he was only average among all the saints. If there was a powerful saint with enough trump cards, it wasn't impossible to kill the Five Elements Saint. However, no one was willing to kill a saint and offend a holy land. Therefore, at first, they suspected that it might be some itinerant cultivator or a lunatic like the twin kings of Middle Ground. However, when they heard that the Joshua Seiko and the Myriad Thunder Saint had also been killed, they couldn't accept it. They couldn't accept it. What a joke. The death of a saint might be an accident. However, 3 saints had died at the same time. What was going on? Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb? Their hearts beat wildly. After all, this was the ancient tomb of a saint. There were some things left behind that they couldn't resist at all. For example, if the 99 heads of invincible kings were released, Not to mention 3 saints, even 30 saints wouldn't be able to resist it. These 3 people from the great sage were too unlucky. Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array at the same time? The others were discussing. The saint from the 9 heavens holy land also had a gloomy expression. What a coincidence. Well, it'll help me cover it up. However, that kid got lucky. He looked at Lin Xian. The saints and saintesses of the other holy lands had their eyes flickering. The 3 great sage experts hurriedly asked, "Damn it, what did you say? How could our saints have been killed? What's going on? What's going on? Tell us. Who killed our holy son? Could it be that it was really a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb?" It wasn't a peerless killing array. The 3 great sage elders went crazy. They looked around. Then, they stared in one direction. These surviving elders roared and pointed forward. "It's him. It's that kid. He was the one who killed our holy son." What? It wasn't a killing array? It was killed by someone? Who was it? Was it really the twin kings of Zhengzhou? These people went crazy. They followed the finger of the 3 great sage elders and looked into the distance. Along the way, those martial artists instantly dodged in the direction pointed by the finger. Even the older generation and saints also dodged. Their scalps went numb. What kind of joke was this? They didn't kill any saints, and they didn't want to be the scapegoat. Therefore, in an instant, everyone fled faster than rabbits. However, there was a group of people who didn't dodge, and that was the people of Immortal Palace. Everyone looked in that direction. When they saw Lin Xian and the Immortal Palace experts, their scalps went numb. It wasn't the twin kings of Zhengzhou, but the people of Immortal Palace. Could it be that the Immortal Palace experts killed the 3 great sage sons? But that shouldn't be the case. No matter how powerful the Immortal Palace experts were, they couldn't compete with the 3 great sage sons. After all, if the 3 great sage sons joined forces, even a clan of the ancients like the Yi family would have a headache, let alone Immortal Palace. For a moment, countless eyes fell on Lin Xian and the others. Among them, Shen Jingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also stunned. Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others were also confused. The Immortal Palace martial artists were even more stunned. Elder Li, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu were stunned as well. Xing Tian shouted coldly, "Nonsense!" Elder Li also stood out. "If you want to fight, we'll accompany you. But don't use such unnecessary excuses. We're not afraid of fighting with you." The other 2 elders stood out. They emitted powerful auras. The Immortal Palace martial artists behind them also had cold expressions. Chapter 25-27. Damn it, do you think we're afraid of you? Today, we'll kill all of you. The people from the great sage land had gone mad. Their killing intent overflowed into the sky like a vast ocean, making everyone's hair stand on end. What was going on? The surviving elders were so mad that they didn't hesitate to burn their life force and soul to attack. Could it be that this kid really did it? Saintess. Everyone retreated. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the elders of the Purple Dawn Holy Land and the Jade Lake Holy Land cried out in alarm. Their saintess was still beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian let go of the 2 girls and said, "You too, go back to your respective holy lands first." "Brother Xian," Murong Qingqing shouted. Shen Jingqiu was also puzzled. They realized that Lin Xian hadn't explained anything until now. This made them have a thought, but they didn't dare to be sure. "Be obedient and go back." Lin Xian patted them on the back. Then, with a burst of energy, he pushed the 2 of them out. When the 2 of them returned to their respective sacred grounds, they still wanted to go back. However, they were held back by their respective elders. What a joke. Seeing the great sage land's desperate appearance, they didn't want their saintess to take any risks. "Kid, today you will die without a doubt. No one in the heavens or earth can save you. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to our saintess. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and refine your soul. I'll suppress you in hell forever. You, and these people from the Immortal Palace, I won't let any of you go." The cultivators of the great sage land surged with killing intent and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. The others frantically retreated, afraid of being implicated. However, No Flower, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others frowned. No Flower chanted Ba. Brother Lin, do you need help? Yi Wudao took a step forward. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. His golden blood surged to the sky, making people want to kneel down. Seeing someone step forward, the cultivators of the great sage land frowned. The surviving elders, on the other hand, went crazy. Whoever dared to stop them would be dealt with together. They've really gone crazy. What? Are these people of the great sage land crazy? Are they going to start a war with the ancient families? Lin Xian finally spoke up when he noticed that the atmosphere was getting tense. That's right, I did kill the 5 Elements Saint and the 10,000 Thunder Saint. What? Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what is he saying? He's killed 2 saintesses? No way. This brat actually admitted it. How? How could he possibly have the strength to kill 2 saints? I don't. What's happening? Countless cries of alarm rang out, and even Leaf Doudinier and No Flower were stunned. They also didn't expect Lin Xian to admit to it. Previously, they had acted because they felt that the people from the 3 Holy Lands were being unreasonable. That was why they couldn't stand by and watch. But now, the other party had admitted it. This made them feel like they had no justification. Humph. Lin Xian spoke again. However, I didn't kill Jiuxiao Seiko. I don't know who killed that unlucky guy. But if the people of the 9 Heavens Holy Land want to put the blame on me, I don't mind. Anyway, killing one more or one less doesn't make a difference to me. No difference? Everyone's mouth twitched. You killed a saintess. Do you think you're cutting cabbage? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They really couldn't understand what had happened. How could the other party kill 3 of the great sage's sons in a row? The cultivators of the great sage land, who didn't know the truth, were furious when they heard this. Each of them was filled with killing intent. Damn kid. Kneel down and accept your death. Kill him. You must kill him. Avenge our saintesses? Originally, they didn't believe that their saintesses had been killed. But now, it seemed that their 3 great sages' sons might really have been killed. Moreover, the murderer was the person in front of them. The elders of the 3 great sage land were so angry that they were trembling. Good, good, good. Kid, you've got guts. You actually dared to admit it. Since that's the case, kneel down and accept your death. Not only you. None of Immortal Palace's people will live. I want all of you to taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Murderous intent filled the sky. The people of the 3 great sage land were like killing gods as they surrounded Lin Xian and everyone from Immortal Palace. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu were extremely nervous. The others also frowned. Of course, there were also many who sneered. They thought that Lin Xian and Immortal Palace were too arrogant. They actually dared to kill the saintesses. They deserved to die. Immortal Palace's side was also angry. The other party was so aggressive. So what if their palace master killed these saintesses? Did they really think that Immortal Palace was easy to bully? They did not think that Lin Xian would kill these people for no reason. Lin Xian must have his reasons for killing the 3 great sages' sons. They also knew that these 3 great sages' sons were not good people. They had targeted their palace master more than once or twice. Sure enough, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I killed them because they deserve to die. If you are not convinced, just attack. I'll take it. Lin Xian was not afraid. At most, he would tear the saint's hand bone. He did not believe that these people could resist. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill. The elders of the 9 Heavens Holy Land, 5 Elements Palace, and 1,000 Thunder Holy Land roared. Countless figures charged over. Attack. Xing Tian and Elder Li's side also roared. The people from Immortal Palace all attacked. A great battle broke out. However, there were too many people from the 3 great sages' lands. It could be said that they were 3 times more than Lin Xian's side. Therefore, Lin Xian's side was at a disadvantage for a while. When the surrounding Holy Lands saw this scene, they began to discuss. This Immortal Palace was too reckless. 1 against 3, this was a sure death situation. Unless they had some trump card. So what if they had a trump card? Did they think that the three great sages' lands were vegetarians? The strength of these holy lands was not too different. Moreover, the three great sages' combined strength was enough to make up for everything. Even the remote antiquities families did not dare to fight them easily. This time, Immortal Palace was dead for sure. Many people sneered. Sure enough, Immortal Palace's people were retreating. The eyes of the three great sages' people were red, like demons. Do you really think that you can fight against us? Do you really think that you can fight us? Do you really want to kill all of you? Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu cried out when they saw this scene. They wanted to send people from their holy lands to help. However, they were stopped by their elders. Holy Maiden, you can't. This is not a child's play. Yes, this is not an ordinary battle. The death of the three great sages' holy sons could be said to have driven these people crazy. If they attacked now, they would definitely fight to the death with the three great sages' lands. Although Jade Lake and Purple Dawn Holy Land were powerful, they were not willing to offend the three great sages' lands for no reason. Don't worry, Holy Maiden. At the critical moment, we will take action and save Lin Xian. Chapter 25-28. Hearing this, Murong Qingcheng heaved a sigh of relief. Xin Jingqiu also said, Granny Qian, you said it. You have to help later. On the other side, Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others also had flickering eyes. Although they also wanted to help, the current situation was too complicated. They did not dare to act rashly. However, they also decided that at the critical moment, they would definitely help. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was prepared to take out the Black Earth and fire a few shots at them. He would kill a few peerless almighties first. However, before he made a move, Elderly roared from the side. Competing in numbers? You are too inexperienced. Buzz. Elderly waved his sleeve, scattering out tens of thousands of rays of light. The surrounding people were surprised because they could see that the tens of thousands of rays of light were actually hundreds and thousands of beans. Each of them was like a golden bean, floating in the sky. What kind of divine ability was that? Or was it a magical treasure? The surrounding people were shocked. They did not know what the other party was doing. The people from the great sage land sneered in disdain. Just a mere bean, and they wanted to make them retreat? What a joke. They had to kill the other party until not a single one was left alive. However, soon, they were stunned. In fact, their faces became extremely ugly. The crowd uttered cries of astonishment. Heavens! What kind of divine ability was that? Everyone was stupefied because the golden bean was trembling in the sky. Then, they suddenly became bigger and turned into figures. Heaven and earth trembled rapidly, and the void cracked, unable to withstand the energy. 1, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of figures appeared in the sky. When these people appeared, they roared in the void, and the energy sound waves shook the blood of the people, causing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. The eyes of the Holy Land elders were like divine rainbows as they stared ahead. They sucked in a breath of cold air because the figures that appeared in front of them were too strange. They had the upper body of a human, but their lower body was the tail of a snake. They held long sabers, spears, and pikes in their hands. Terrifying killing intent swept in all directions. What was that? Puppet mechanism? The cultivators of Zhou dynasty were discussing this matter. The people from the great sage were also shocked. One of the young men laughed coldly. You're just a mere puppet, and you want to fight us? He was really courting death. He rushed forward, wanting to kill those puppets. He was a genius of the Nine Firmaments' sacred emperor. No matter how strong the puppet was, how could it be compared to them? Kill. With a furious roar, light filled the sky and turned into a silver arc that slashed forward. The void was sliced in half in an instant. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that attack was. Clang. Among them, a figure with a human body and a snake tail stabbed out with a spear. Bang. It collided with the silver light and made a clanging sound. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked as thunder rumbled. The silver light was shattered, and the bronze spear pierced through the void. smashing into the body of the genius from the 9 heavens holy ground. What? Everyone was stunned by this scene, especially the people of 9 firmaments Saint Emperor. They screamed like crazy. The faces of the others turned ugly. What kind of puppet was this? That was too terrifying. The one who attacked was a young genius. Although he was not as strong as a saint, he was still a powerful figure. However, he was unable to resist the opponent's spear. The level of these puppets was too terrifying. If there was such a puppet army, no one would be able to resist it. However, they had never heard of anyone who had such a terrifying puppet technique. No, damn it, impossible. The people of 9 firmaments, Sacred Emperor roared. At this moment, an elder of the Yi family narrowed his eyes. This was not a puppet technique. This was magic bean soldiers. What? Magic bean soldiers. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. A few elders who were like living fossils trembled in fear. Was casting beans to create soldiers the divine ability of the legends? It was rumored to be an immortal technique. How could these people know it? Immortal technique. Everyone trembled. Anything related to immortals was definitely the most mysterious and powerful. How could these people from the immortal palace have such a strange ability? Could it be that they were related to immortals? They did not know. Their faces were pale. Now, they finally understood why the immortal palace dared to fight against the 3 great sage. With this magic bean soldiers, they could instantly gather thousands of experts. They could definitely fight against the 3 great sage. Damn it! The 3 great sage roared in anger. They were also stunned by the other party's move. For a moment, they did not attack. Instead, they stood there in bewilderment. The people of the immortal palace heaved a sigh of relief. They cheered and sneered. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not know that the immortal palace had such an ability. It seemed that the immortal palace was even more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. He knew that although he was the palace master now, the immortal palace he had come into contact with was probably only the surface. The true core was probably still in the hands of the old palace master. As for the true strength and foundation of the immortal palace, he did not know how far it had reached. Perhaps other than Xiaojuyo, no one else knew. So, are we still going to fight? The corners of his mouth curled up as he asked indifferently. The dark red divine dragon sneered again and again. The 3 great sage, are you that awesome? Come and attack together. Let's hurt each other. With this great ability and so many powerful puppets, they definitely did not fear the 3 great sage. Therefore, the immortal palace's side was full of confidence. In particular, the dark red divine dragon pointed at these people and cursed. Others were embarrassed to curse, but he could not care less. Come, 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 the 3 great sages' grandsons, fight 300 rounds with this emperor. This emperor will definitely turn each and every one of you into golden roasted meat. That damned snake. You're courting death. Kill him. You must kill them. So what if they have great abilities? They're just high-level puppets. Do they really think they have immortal methods? That's right. How can puppets be compared to us? They were really provoked and went crazy. They attacked again. In an instant, the 2 sides fought. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 great sages' people rushed up. When Elderly saw this, he snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm. Boom. In front, thousands of human-shaped puppets held weapons and roared. They were wearing bronze armor. Runes lit up and flickered incomparably. They turned into a green wave and surged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of thousands of top-notch puppets were incomparably powerful. They collided with the 3 great sages. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Boundless energy swept in all directions. The surrounding warriors retreated one after another, not daring to be affected at all. Bang, bang, bang. The surging green wave was like a heavenly blade, slashing at the 3 great sages' people. Pooh! Those young warriors vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying with miserable screams. There was nothing they could do. The elders could resist, but their strength was not enough. They were sent flying in an instant. Chapter 25-29. Many sacred land martial artists turned into blood and scattered in the void. The scene was very miserable. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the three great sage powerhouses roared crazily, "Use your trump cards." They used the Immortal Palace, Lightning Pool, and Five Elements flag again, preparing to kill these top puppets. Humph. Elderly snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm again. Thousands of top puppets roared. The runes on their bodies flickered quickly and circled continuously, forming a huge phantom in the sky. This phantom also had a human body and a snake tail. It held a desolate ancient artifact in its hand and emitted a desolate aura as if it had crossed time and space. Was this a half-demon? Many young disciples were puzzled. Those living fossils were trembling. Don't talk nonsense. This was a totem. It was said that countless years ago, the ancestors of the human race had this form of a human body and a snake tail. This immortal palace was too terrifying and mysterious. I'm afraid they're even more terrifying than we imagined. What? Totem? The surrounding people were stunned. The eyes of the Yi family, Jade Lake Sacred Land, Daoyi Sacred Land, and other great sage powerhouses flickered. The elders of the imperial dynasties also had solemn expressions. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Their expressions eased, and they even smiled. The stronger Immortal Palace was, the safer Lin Xian would be. The more relieved they were. However, the elders behind them were completely stunned. Previously, they had planned to save the other party's life in a critical moment. But now, it seemed that there was no need to do so. The other party's foundation was beyond their imagination. In the sky, the huge totem emitted a desolate aura and quickly pressed down. It collided with the trump cards of the three great sage powerhouses. An even more intense explosion sounded as if the world was about to be destroyed. At this moment, all the surrounding sacred land martial artists activated their armor and defense to resist. They were like small boats swaying in the wind. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, in this violent energy, there was an even more terrifying murderous aura. 7 rays of light pierced through the entire space like pillars. They tore apart the storm that filled the sky. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that Immortal Palace used another trump card? The surrounding people were terrified. They all trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. This power was too strong. Even the Immortal Palace, the Lightning Pool, and the 5 Elements flags in the sky were trembling nonstop. How could this be? How could they possess such powerful strength? The faces of the people of the great sage changed. Could it be that it was the pressure of the sage again? They thought that Lin Xian had unraveled the saint's handbone and produced this power. Immortal Palace's side was similarly shocked. This was because Lin Xian did not use the saint's handbone. He looked around and found that other than Elder Li's being soldiers, no one else had used any other terrifying trump cards. Then what was with this terrifying aura? Elder Li also noticed this point, and his expression was uncertain. Elder Li, don't do anything, Lin Xian said from the side. He had a feeling that there was something wrong with the tomb. Sure enough, Elder Li nodded and withdrew the huge totem in the sky. The 1,000 top-notch puppets quickly retreated and circled around them. It disappeared. The totem's aura disappeared. The eyes of the experts outside flickered. Whoosh! The light that filled the sky was pierced through. Finally, everyone could see the scene in front of them clearly. What was that? They were stupefied, because they discovered that the trembling power that made them feel despair wasn't released by Immortal Palace. It was not released by the Great Sage either. It was something else. The Great Sage was also stunned. What exactly was that? Damn it! It wasn't Immortal Palace's people. In the space between them and Immortal Palace, 7 streaks of light appeared. To be more precise, they were 7 coffins. 7 bronze coffins appeared on the ground. They emitted a heavy aura. The 7 streaks of killing intent that connected heaven and earth were released by these 7 bronze coffins. As soon as they appeared, it was as if 7 demonic mountains were pressing down on everyone's hearts. It was so heavy that they couldn't breathe at all. Each of the 7 bronze coffins was incomparably huge, as if they had existed for countless years. Looking from the sky, they formed the shape of the Big Dipper. In fact, There were stars engraved on the 7 bronze coffins. The Big Dipper coffin. Everyone swallowed their saliva crazily. They were facing the bronze coffins that suddenly appeared as if they were facing a great enemy. Whose coffin was that? Who was buried inside? Why would it appear at this time? Could it be that they had encountered some kind of restriction when they were fighting earlier? Would it be dangerous for them after it appeared? They had no idea. Boom, boom, crack. While they were still in shock, one of the bronze coffins suddenly began to tremble. Damn it! What happened? Could it be that it was going to turn into a corpse? Everyone was terrified. No, they had to stop it. They were too terrified because the corpses and heads they had discovered so far were at least at the level of an invincible king. Moreover, the Een soldiers from before had also left a huge shadow on them. Therefore, they did not allow the bronze coffin to revive. They did not allow the things inside to come out. In an instant, countless people unleashed formation after formation to seal the coffin. They flew down, wanting to completely seal the coffin. Boom. The people from the 5 Elements Palace were the closest, and they were the first to set up the 5 Element seal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 5 mysterious runes floated down and enveloped the bronze coffin. Whoosh! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Bang! Damn it! Not good. They cried out in alarm again because they discovered something. The 5 Element seal. It was actually shattered in an instant. On the bronze coffin, a flickering star. It directly broke through the 5 Element seal, and the bronze coffin trembled even more violently. Ice World! A delicate shout sounded, and countless ice spread out. Immediately, the trembling bronze coffin was sealed in ice. Not only it, but the surrounding space was covered in snow, turning into a world of ice and snow. An elder from the Moon Palace made a move. However, everyone did not relax and continued to watch intently. Sure enough, in the next moment, the world of ice and snow that filled the sky quickly melted, turning into countless puddles of water that sank into the ground and disappeared. The bronze coffin was still trembling, and it was getting more and more intense. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and make a move, the Yi family elder said coldly. The people from the Wavering Light Sacred Land also shouted coldly. In an instant, everyone in the surroundings made a move. The light that filled the sky condensed, trying to seal the bronze coffin below. However, before they could make a move, the bronze coffin in front of them cracked open. Damn it! It opened. Everyone trembled and almost fell from the sky. They did not expect the coffin to open so suddenly. Chapter 25:30. Whoosh! When the bronze coffin was halfway open, a pale hand grabbed the edge. Then, a figure sat up. Crack! Crack! The purple figure walked out of the coffin and floated in the air. What's that? Everyone was stunned. They finally got a clear look at the figure. To be exact, it wasn't a human. It was very strange. It was very similar to the puppet from before. It had a human body, but its body was covered in scales. There was also a tail behind it that looked like a snake's tail. However, it had a different tail. The snake's tail was extremely smooth, but the tail was covered in poisonous thorns. As it swayed, it easily shattered the void. Monster beast. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the thing that came out of the bronze coffin was not a human, but a monster beast. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. They had encountered all kinds of strange things before. They had even encountered the heads of 99 invincible kings. However, those people before were from the human race. They didn't look like monsters at all. But now, one of the coffins of the Big Dipper contained a demonic beast. What was going on? Were the other 6 demonic beasts as well? They didn't know. They couldn't even fight against one of them. That was because the monster with purple scales and a purple tail in front of them was floating in the air. 2 balls of white flames suddenly appeared in its eye sockets. Attack quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Countless powerhouses attacked, turning into a sky full of energy that slashed at the fist technique. In an instant, the purple figure was shrouded. Light erupted. Sword chi and saber light flashed. The space in front of them exploded in an instant, turning into nothingness. That's great. Was it destroyed? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party had come out, it definitely couldn't withstand the attacks of so many people. Gulp, gulp. Suddenly, a purple light appeared in the sky. It was like a heavenly saber that cut open the sky. Boom. The energy was also cut open. A pair of purple hands destroyed everything. A purple silhouette walked out from within. Whoosh, whoosh. It wasn't injured. How was that possible? Damn it, was it still human? What level had this corpse reached? Everyone was stunned. The purple monster beast didn't receive any damage at all. What was even more frightening was that several purple mouths grew out of its body, quickly absorbing the surrounding energy as if it was enjoying delicious food. Oh no, it was going to attack. Boom. The purple palm covered the sky and the earth, slapping toward them. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. With a bang, many people were pushed back, and the violent energy in the sky was also torn apart. Damn it, it was so powerful. It seemed that its strength had exceeded that of a supreme. These people were terrified. They didn't expect the other party was too powerful. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the corpse that had been dead for tens of thousands of years had mutated and was now alive. Foolish humans, how dare you trespass into the tomb of the demon race's saint? All of you will die. A cold and ruthless voice, a voice. Ancient tomb of a demon saint? What? How is that? This is clearly the tomb of the human race's saint. All the martial artists from the Holy Lands and great sects were stunned. Lin Xian frowned as well, because from all the previous signs, all the methods were of the human race. Whether it was those Tao patterns or the treasures, the 99 heads were all of the human race. That was obviously the ancient tomb of the human race's saint. But now, the Big Dipper coffin appeared, and the corpse inside was resurrected. It actually said that this was the ancient tomb of the monster race. Impossible. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Moreover, more people were puzzled. How could the corpse be resurrected after tens of thousands of years? That was too abnormal. They didn't know the reason, but it was similar to the Yin soldiers. It wasn't a real resurrection. The one that came out of the bronze coffin was already so powerful. If the other 6 bronze coffins came out, wouldn't they be able to defeat everyone? No, they had to kill it quickly. And stop it. Why don't we run away? All kinds of discussions sounded. Many people's eyes flickered as they stared at the bronze coffin. They didn't know what was inside the bronze coffin. They felt that it was necessary to check it out. Behind them, the people of the Demon Emperor Palace were overjoyed. That was great. Finally, someone from the monster race appeared. Like I said, this is the ancient tomb of the monster race's saint. Those despicable humans didn't believe me. Now, they know how powerful we are. What should we do now? Should we go up and meet up with the powerful corpse and kill these humans together? An expert voiced his opinion. However, Yin Ruyu shook his head. Do you want to be the target of public criticism? Do you think you can exterminate all humans? If one of them goes out, all the holy lands and major sects in the world will attack the Demon Emperor Palace. Do you think the Demon Emperor Palace can survive? If the Saint Physique dies here, I'm afraid the Yi family outside will bring extreme weapons to attack. Hearing about extreme weapons, the experts of the Demon Emperor Palace trembled and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What should we do? Others asked. Hua Tiandu's eyes flickered. We can stay here and watch. Let them kill each other. These people of the Demon Emperor Palace didn't move forward. Instead, they retreated to a corner. At this moment, no one paid attention to them. After all the Holy Land warriors were staring at the purple figure in front of them as if they were facing a great enemy. At the front, those people were also discussing. Let's fight. We have to deal with this demonic beast. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward. 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Holy Land, and the 1,000 Thunder Saints people had gloomy expressions. They wanted to take revenge, but they didn't expect such a situation to occur. They gritted their teeth and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. Why? You want to fight? I don't mind playing with you. As he spoke, the top-grade puppets around him flickered with mysterious runes and formed a powerful force that intimidated everyone. Damn it, Brad, just you wait. I won't let you off. The people of the great sage Holy Land gritted their teeth and didn't continue to attack. Compared to Lin Xian, the purple demonic beast in front of them was a greater threat. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. Elderly waved his hand and kept the top-grade puppets. These were trump cards and couldn't be used for too long. He would only use them in times of danger. Seeing this scene, the four symbols Holy Land, Yin Yang sect, Tuoba family, and others had gloomy expressions. Originally, they wanted to let the other party take the lead and use these puppets to kill the purple demonic beast. They wanted to exhaust Immortal Palace's trump cards. However, they didn't expect the people of Immortal Palace to be so decisive and put away their trump cards in an instant. Humph. A young expert from the Tuoba family didn't give up and snorted. Fellow cultivator, why put them away? These top-grade puppets don't have life and can't feel pain. Moreover, they are very strong. Chapter 25:31. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their heads to look. The faces of the people of Immortal Palace changed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, flicked his finger, and a sword wave flew out, directly killing the young powerhouse who spoke. Damn it! What are you doing? The people of the Tuoba family roared crazily. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack them. Moreover, it was a fatal blow right from the start. They couldn't react at all. Give me a reason to protect you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and didn't speak. That's right, when Immortal Palace was besieged and killed, they didn't go forward to help. Now they wanted the other party to protect them? How is that possible? Damn it, we are all humans. Now that we are facing the demon race, we naturally have to unite against a common enemy. The people of the Tuoba family wanted to use righteousness and reason to suppress the other party. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered in disdain. Are you all humans? In my eyes, you are not humans. You are just a bunch of animals. What qualifications do you have to say that you are all humans? You. The people of the Tuoba family were so angry that they vomited blood. They were a dignified family of spirit seekers, dominating a region. When the various holy lands saw them, they had to be courteous. But now, someone actually scolded them in public. How could they endure this? They must kill them. This kid was too arrogant. Damn kid, kneel down and kowtow. Countless roars came. Lin Xian's body erupted with endless sword light. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. As soon as the sword light came out, it swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Damn it, his strength had become stronger again. This sword chi was so terrifying. No wonder he could kill the 3 sons of the great sage. His strength was much stronger than before. Could it be that this kid had also broken through? Exclamations came one after another. At this moment, the Alcade Saint's eyes flickered. The Zhongzhou twin kings' faces were ferocious. Yi Wudao smiled. As expected of Brother Lin, he didn't let him down. No Flower also chanted Umitba with a smile on his face. Both he and Lin Xian had obtained a small bronze cauldron. Inside the small cauldron, he had obtained a great opportunity. Come to think of it, Lin Xian should be the same. Stupid humans, even now you're still killing each other. Go to hell. The Purple Monster King's cold voice resounded once more. His palms blotted out the sky and covered the earth, sweeping in all directions. From the looks of it, he should be a protector, protecting the peace of this ancient tomb and hunting down all outsiders. Dodge quickly. Seeing this attack, the Holy Land martial artists were so scared that their scalps went numb. They fled like crazy. Pong. The void cracked open, and a huge black hole appeared. Boundless energy surged and swept out in all directions. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. Boom. However, the experts from the various holy lands also made their moves. Leaf Daudinier roared, and golden light erupted from him, making him look like a golden sun. Then he thrust his hand out, unleashing a massive sealing mark. Wong. On the Alcade Saint's body, phantoms of gods and demons filled the sky. Above his head, a ball of holy light condensed and flew out quickly. Kill. The middle ground twin kings roared. Demonic chi and Buddhist light flickered. It was strange and terrifying. In addition, the other saints and saintesses all made their moves. Not only the young disciples, but the experts, elders, and living fossils also made their moves. Wang, Lin Xin circled around him. Under his control, the five-shaped sword Qi also flew forward. Flying flower. Murong Qingcheng waved her hand, and petals scattered in the sky, forming a huge light blade that slashed down from the sky. Purple Qi from the east. Shen Jingqiu's face was cold, and her jade-like hands kept waving. Purple Qi floated in the sky, carrying with it a supreme divine power. When these people attacked together, it was really terrifying. Nothing could resist. No matter how powerful the purple monster king was, he was still forced back. This is great. He was not an invincible existence. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed and their confidence increased. If they joined forces, they might be able to kill him. Roar. The purple monster king was forced back, and he was mad with anger. In his eyes, white flames flickered, and an incomparably mysterious power burst out from his body, sweeping in all directions. The attacks from the experts of the great sage were all sent flying or disappeared into the black hole. Quickly, form a formation. These elders and saints might be able to withstand such a violent attack, but those young warriors simply couldn't withstand it. Many of them were directly blasted to pieces. Therefore, the elders hurriedly asked the young disciples to form a powerful formation to resist. Sure enough, the foundations of the great sage were very terrifying. The young disciples combined into a formation, and the power of the formation was doubled. It could resist the energy attacks that filled the sky. Damn humans, you have angered me. I will definitely kill all of you. The purple monster king said coldly. Wang, his body expanded, and he turned into a peerless monster king like a purple mountain. The power of his body also suddenly erupted. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another, shining incomparably. Dao patterns. These were Dao patterns. Damn it, he had been refined. The elders of the Yi family, the Gu family, and the other clan of the ancients screamed. The pupils of the powerhouses of the various imperial dynasties also shrank. Not good. Retreat. They retreated crazily. However, it was still too late. A purple fist tore through the void. Terrifying energy rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others felt a great sense of danger. The sky was filled with sword chi. He crazily activated the great dragon sword soul and erupted to the extreme. Lin Xian's defense was not the strongest, but his attack power was strong. He used offense as defense and destroyed all the energy that rushed over. He dodged the fatal attack, but the aftershock of the energy still knocked him back. His blood boiled. On the side of the immortal palace, the three elders had used their trump cards, so they were safe. The other saints and experts also displayed their trump cards one after another. The replica dragon pattern cauldron and the golden sword all flew out. On Murong Qingqing's side, a huge lotus flower wrapped around her. On Shun Jingqiu's side, countless purple clouds surrounded her, making her look like a fairy. Although these people also used their trump cards, they were all knocked back. Their attacks were also shattered. Although their lives were not in danger, many of them still vomited blood. The formation formed by the young disciples was torn into pieces in an instant. Many of them were directly blasted into a bloody mist by the punch. Damn it! How could he be so strong? Those who were still alive were extremely terrified. The elders' faces were gloomy. Lin Xian also frowned and asked, "Are you saying that the light flickering on the Monster King's body is Dao patterns? Could it be that he is a saint?" He was too shocked. Now he knew that Dao patterns could only be formed by saints. Those below the saint level could not form them at all. They could only observe. However, Dao patterns appeared on the purple Monster King's body. And there was more than one. Chapter 25:32. This was too terrifying. If this was really the corpse of a saint, then none of them would be able to stop it. It was better to think of a way to escape as soon as possible. No, it wasn't. Palace Master, this was not the corpse of a saint. The Tao patterns on his body were probably carved on by someone else. Carved on? Who had such great strength? Lin Xian was shocked. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. You mean, carved on by a saint? Why would a saint carve Tao patterns on this demon king? Was it just to protect it? That's right, it should be to protect it, Elderly said. With such a powerful corpse guarding it, even if an invincible king came, he probably wouldn't be able to steal the last thing. Could it be that there was some shocking treasure in the saint's ancient tomb? Xing Tian frowned. The dark red dragon's eyes lit up. Could it be the saint's inheritance? Hearing this, everyone's hearts beat wildly. The saint's inheritance. That was the essence of the saint's lifelong learning. Whoever could get it would be able to grow to the invincible king level. Or if they were lucky, they might become the next saint. This made everyone excited. This was much more precious than any natural treasure, spirit pill, or miraculous medicine. But soon, he laughed bitterly. Even if there was really the saint's inheritance, so what? With the current situation, they couldn't resist at all. Moreover, this was only one of the bronze coffins. If all 6 of them came out together, no one would be able to resist them. Now, it was better to think about how to escape. Not only Lin Xian and the others guessed so, but the other Sacred Land martial artists were also discussing. They also guessed that there was a possibility that there was the saint's inheritance. The people of the Demon King Palace in the distance were even more excited. They were the most suitable to cultivate the demon saint's inheritance. After all, although they were half demons, the blood of the demon race flowed in their bodies. Some of them were even mutated species. The demon saint's tradition was very important to them. If they could get one, a living demon saint would appear in the Demon King Palace. In that case, the strength of the Demon King Palace would undergo an earth-shattering change. No, they had to get the last inheritance of this saint's ancient tomb. The people of the Demon King Palace clenched their fists. Hua Tiandu was even more excited. Kill. They had to kill him. The great sage discussed for a while. He attacked again. The elders of the Yi family made their move. Leaf Dao Denier was even more powerful than Yang Qi, and as he did, a golden domain sprang up around him. Endless golden light enveloped the entire sky. Wang. The wavering light saint pushed the replica dragon pattern cauldron. The elders of the wavering light holy land behind him pushed together and poured all their energy into the dragon pattern cauldron. Wang. The imitation dragon pattern cauldron kept getting bigger and bigger, crushing the void. The 2 dragons on it seemed to have come alive. Earth-shattering energy poured down in torrents. The Grand Xia Empire. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty also wielded his golden sword. The sky was filled with golden swords, and they slashed down from the sky. Taishan Holy Land. A young man stretched out his palm. In the center of his palm, there were 99 stars revolving around. It was extremely mysterious, as if it was a universe. At this moment, everyone was attacking madly. Furthermore, this time around, those people had all used their most powerful trump cards. Elder Wang, Elder Liu, please protect our disciples. The rest of you, follow me and attack. Lin Xian instructed. He did not order everyone to attack. He held back because he was afraid that the people from the 5 Elements Palace would suddenly assassinate him. With the 2 elders guarding, the rest of the young disciples retreated to the back. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, Xing Tian, Elderly, and Peacock attacked together. Damned human, go to hell. In front of them, the purple demon king roared. The 8 Dao runes on its body flashed rapidly. Wang. The 8 Dao runes flew out and shone brightly, forming a Dao diagram in the sky. It pressed down. The Dao diagram was extremely hazy, but it was like a millstone that could destroy the world. Everything that collided with it turned to dust. Nothing could stop it. Slash. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty roared. The golden sword slashed down on the Dao diagram, making a clanging sound. Then, the golden sword was sent flying. On the imitation dragon pattern cauldron, the 2 dragons roared and turned into 2 dragon shadows that rushed over. They clashed with the Dao diagram, but soon, they were also destroyed. Lin Xian's sword chi collided with it and was also sent flying. Not only that, nothing could stop it. Saberlight, sword chi, spatial power, sea of fire, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. In short, all kinds of energy were useless in front of the Tao. Bang, bang. Everyone was sent flying again. Many people vomited blood. Some of their bodies even cracked. A few unlucky elders were touched by the Tao diagram. Their bodies collapsed and could no longer reassemble. How terrifying! A trace of the Tao diagram's energy was enough to kill a peerless powerhouse. Everyone trembled in fear. Lin Xian also retreated. He frowned. The enemy was so strong. Why didn't these people retreat? On the side, Xing Tian explained, "Young master, it's not that simple. The foundations of the various holy lands were very strong. It was likely that they had many trump cards in their hands that they had yet to use. Not to mention them, Immortal Palace also has many trump cards that we haven't used yet." "We haven't used them yet?" Lin Xian was surprised. Forget about their Immortal Palace for now. Their Immortal Palace was perfectly preserved. Apart from them, the other weaker ones all withdrew from the battlefield. Therefore, there weren't any casualties for the time being. However, many of the geniuses of the other holy lands had been killed. Were those holy lands still not going to use all their trump cards? It had to be said that these holy lands could really endure. Wong. Just as they were discussing, suddenly, a green stream of light tore through the void in the distance. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Everyone looked up frantically. Damn it, what kind of power was this? They were all trembling uncontrollably. Even Shen Jingqiu, Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and No Flower, who had top bloodlines, were shocked. Whoosh! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The bronze coffin that the purple fiend crawled out of was broken in half. What was going on? What happened? Everyone was shocked. Why did someone attack the bronze coffin? Could it be that they had found some clues? They were puzzled. The green light flashed in the sky and disappeared. Ah! The purple fiend king screamed. Damn it! His strength was weakening. The Tao patterns on his body were quickly dimming, as if they would disappear at any time. What was going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Was the purple fiend king going to be killed just by breaking the coffin? Could it be that the coffin was the key? Everyone was stunned. Who was so powerful? Even the powerful array masters in their holy lands didn't notice this weakness. Chapter 25:33. Damn it, you're not human. Everyone followed his gaze, their hearts thumping wildly. Demon Imperial Palace. It's the people from Demon Imperial Palace. Oh my god. It's actually Demon Imperial Palace. Everyone came to a realization. The people from Demon Imperial Palace were half demons, and the blood of the demon race flowed in their bodies. No wonder they could find the other party's flaw. However, who was the one who attacked just now? What was that green light? Was it their trump card? These people didn't know. There was also one thing that they were very puzzled about. These people from Demon Imperial Palace said that this was the ancient tomb of a demon saint the moment they entered. At first, they didn't believe it. Now, they had doubts. Could it be that Demon Imperial Palace knew more than them? For a moment, everyone looked at Demon Imperial Palace with unfriendly expressions. After all, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was only a sacred ground. There were many sacred grounds here. If they joined forces, they might be able to take down the other party. Humph. Seeing the gazes of the sacred grounds, Huatiandu snorted coldly. A purple bead rushed out of his body, emitting a powerful demon chi. The demon chi emitted made the warriors of the sacred grounds frown. Of course, there were also saints who sneered. Wasn't it just a trump card? They had one too. However, soon, these saints were stunned and began to tremble uncontrollably. Beside Huatiandu, a beautiful woman walked out. A green light flickered on her body. As soon as the aura of the green light appeared, it seemed to carry a supreme pressure, making people want to kneel down and worship it. Damn it! What kind of aura was this? How could it be so powerful? The expressions of the elders of the sacred grounds also changed drastically, and their faces were filled with fear. Could it be a treasure of a saint? This aura was too terrifying. Moreover, They discovered that it was this green light that directly shattered the bronze coffin earlier. Boom, boom, boom. While the warriors of the sacred grounds were exclaiming, the purple demon king in front also roared angrily. The Tao patterns on his body finally disappeared completely. His body also slowly shrank and finally returned to normal. The white flames in his eye sockets disappeared. His entire body became a corpse again. That's great. It was broken. When the warriors of the sacred grounds saw this scene, they were pleasantly surprised. The people of Demon Imperial Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Yin Ruyu and were also extremely nervous. To be honest, not to mention those humans, even they didn't know what the cyan light in Yin Ruyu's body was. Attack. Take the bronze coffin back. Yin Ruyu ordered. Huatiandu also coldly shouted. The experts on the Demon King Palace's side all attacked. Not good. Stop them. Although the sacred ground still didn't know what was inside the coffin, they still didn't know. But when he saw the people from the Demon Imperial Palace make a move, those elders also roared in anger and attacked one after another. For a moment, all kinds of light flashed in the sky, fighting until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The bronze coffin below was once again shattered by this violent energy. The huge coffin was shattered into hundreds of pieces and fell apart. Whoosh! One of the experts from the Wind Dynasty, God, took a look and cried out in alarm. Tao pattern. There were Tao patterns carved on it. What? Tao pattern. Could it be that the Taoist pattern on the Taoist king's body came from the coffin? They had seen how terrifying the Tao pattern was. So now, they were frantically attacking. For a moment, everyone was crazily snatching. Whoosh! Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the azure dragon palm spiraled and whistled. He directly grabbed 3 pieces and dragged them back. Damn it, put them down. An expert from the Nangong family roared, but he was sent flying by Xing Tian's slap. On the other side, Yi Wudao was incomparably powerful and also obtained a few pieces. The Prince of Great Xia, No Flower, and the others also attacked. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu also obtained a few pieces. In the sky, the pieces of the coffin became fewer and fewer, and everyone fought even more fiercely. At this moment, the sound of metal trembling sounded and instantly spread throughout the surroundings. These people trembled and almost fell from the sky. They stopped fighting and turned their heads to look down in bewilderment. Below, a bronze coffin was rapidly trembling. Not good. Something was going to come out again. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The one that came out previously already terrified them. It killed many of their disciples. If not for the mysterious woman from the Demon Imperial Palace, their losses would probably be even more serious. Hurry up and attack. Shatter that bronze coffin. They now guessed that the bronze coffin was the fatal weakness of these corpses. As long as it could be shattered, the corpses inside would not be able to revive. Kill. These sacred land experts attacked and quickly attacked the trembling bronze coffin below. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of attacks, they were dumbfounded. They discovered that the bronze coffin was intact, without a single crack. The people from the Demon Imperial Palace also frowned. Their attacks were also ineffective. Therefore, they looked at Yin Ruyu. Yin Ruyu frowned, and the green light on her body bloomed again. She raised her jade-like hand and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the bronze coffin below. If you attack again, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing you. Hearing this voice, Yin Ruyu frowned. She lowered her hand and did not attack again. Instead, she turned around and said, "Let's go." She directly flew forward. Huatiandu's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Follow her." The people from the Demon Imperial Palace directly left. Although they did not know where the path ahead led to, they did not stay here. Previously, when they heard the cold voice, it was filled with killing intent and thick, demonic chi. It was something that they could not resist. They knew that this was also a powerful demon king. It was even more terrifying than the demon king from before. The remaining sacred land warriors were shocked. They did not expect that a voice would come from the bronze coffin before it was opened. Moreover, it directly scared away the people from the Demon Imperial Palace. This phenomenon was even stranger than before. Could it be that the thing inside was even more terrifying? They gritted their teeth and attacked crazily again. Boom! The bronze coffin below trembled. A wave of power swept out like a heavenly blade, slashing in all directions. It collided with the energy. Reckless humans, all of you can go to hell. Not good. Retreat. It was too powerful. In the sky, the power caused the surrounding warriors to tremble. They retreated crazily. They quickly left. Exclamations sounded one after another. These sacred land elders and experts had made a decision. They let the saints leave with the young disciples. These elders and experts would stay here to fight. Go. Yi Wudao shouted coldly and quickly left. Chapter 25:34. Yi Wudao led the young disciples of the Yi family into the sky and flew into the distance. Wavering Light Sacred Land, Dao Yi Sacred Land, Moon Palace, and Taishian Sacred Land. The great sage lands and sects were all like this. Lin Xian was the same. Only Xing Tian remained by Lin Xian's side. The three elders remained behind. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu also brought people over. They turned into a torrent and quickly rushed into the distance. Boom! As soon as they left, a world-shaking energy came from behind. The young cultivators who were leaving turned back. They saw a sky full of light that tore through heaven and earth. Even though they were so far away, they still felt a wave of fear and trembling. It was too terrifying. These elders had all used their trump cards. It was incomparably terrifying. Ignorant humans, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. An even colder voice sounded. A black shadow covered heaven and earth, devouring all the light. Immediately after, angry roars sounded. The black shadow continued to devour everything in front of it, and it seemed to be spreading in all directions. Seeing this scene, the young cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They fled as if they had gone mad. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian also led the cultivators of Immortal Palace, Murong Qingqing, and Qiu'er. They turned into streams of light and disappeared into the sky. They flew and flew for about half a day. Finally, a light screen appeared in front of them. It was incomparably hazy. The young cultivators who were fleeing all stopped. They looked at the light screen in front of them and frowned. They couldn't pass through it. They were blocked. Damn it! Angry roars rang out one after another. The young cultivators even used their trump cards and charged forward. However, they still couldn't open it. The light screen in front of them flickered with flowing light. There was clearly the power of Dao patterns on it. Perhaps even an invincible king couldn't open it. Damn it, there was no way. What should they do? Did they have to go back? Or wait here for the battle to end? Everyone was discussing. Many of them looked at Yi Wudao, Wavering Light Saint, and the others. They wanted to see what these top geniuses could do. Brother Lin, what do you think? Leaf Dao Denier didn't respond. Instead, he looked over at Lin Xian. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes and surrounded him. Although the hall was huge, it was enveloped by a light screen. There were Dao runes flickering on the light screen. Obviously, there was nowhere to run. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a ceiling high up in the sky. The ceiling was decorated with the sun, moon, and stars. It was like the universe. From the looks of it, it was an extremely terrifying formation. Thinking about it, it would be difficult to break it. The ground was also filled with veined patterns. However, Lin Xian frowned. This time, through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he discovered that there seemed to be a tunnel underground. Attack downwards. Lin Xian pointed down and said in a deep voice, Attack downwards? Everyone was stunned. What kind of joke was this? There were also formation runes below. That's right. Even if they could break through the ground. So what? Since there's no path below, why don't I just attack from above? Many people shook their heads, not believing that Lin Xian was right. However, no flower. Leaf Dao Denier nodded. Fine, we'll attack downwards. We'll help too. Shin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing also stepped forward. At the same time, they called for the martial artists of their respective sects to attack together. Damn it! How could Leaf Dao Denier and the others trust that kid? The people of Tai Dynasty, Five Elements Palace, Yin Yang Sect, and Tuoba family gnashed their teeth. They didn't have a good relationship with Lin Xian, so naturally, they didn't want to listen to Lin Xian. However, even Leaf Dao Denier and the others were attacking downwards. It was useless for them to resist. Humph, let's see what's down there. The martial artists of Five Elements Palace, Nine Firmaments Divine Emperor, and Myriad Thunder Sacred Land snorted. They didn't attack because Lin Xian had killed their holy son. Why would they help him at this time? Leaf Dao Denier glanced at them and said coldly, "If you don't want to fight, then scram. We don't raise trash here." You. These people were so angry that they vomited blood and trembled. However, there was nothing they could do. The other party was a holy physique. They couldn't beat him. They could only attack together with a dark face. These young disciples were all geniuses, and they had their holy sons and holy daughters to open the way. Damn it, he's too strong. We can't blast it open. These people were shocked. There were so many of them, and they were so strong, but they couldn't blast it open. Lin Xian frowned. That's not right. The people of Demon Imperial Palace? Why aren't they here? He looked around and found that there were still many people from the sects who hadn't arrived. It seems that they went in a different direction from us. How about this? Let's lure all of them here and combine their strength to blast it open. Okay. Hearing this, Leaf Dao Denier raised his palm, and golden light burst out and swept in all directions. Sure enough, the martial artists in other directions saw this scene and turned their heads. That's the Yi family's holy physique. What happened? Is there a battle? No, it seems to be a signal. Let's go over and take a look. Someone exclaimed. The martial artists in other directions flew in the direction of the golden light. Soon, more and more people gathered. Whoosh! The people of Northern Plains are here. The people of Southern Ridge are here too. The people of Demon Imperial Palace are here too. Everyone exclaimed. Sure enough, Hua Tiandu and Yin Ruyu led the experts of Demon Imperial Palace and rushed over. Wu ji in the sky. A squeak sounded, and then a beautiful figure descended from the sky. It's the holy daughter of Yao Guang. Everyone exclaimed as they stared at that beautiful face without blinking. The people of Yao Guang's sacred land heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't see the holy daughter before and thought that she had fallen. Now that they saw her, they were naturally relieved. Isn't that little white? Shin Jingqiu saw a snow-white monkey in the arms of the holy daughter of Yao Guang and immediately exclaimed. Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian also forgot about it. The dark red divine dragon was a while away. Damn, why is this little guy here? The holy daughter of Yao Guang walked forward, wanting to meet up with the holy son of Yao Guang. But at this time, little white in her arms jumped away and returned to Lin Xian's shoulder, jumping excitedly. What? Everyone was stunned, including the holy daughter of Yao Guang. She turned her head to look at Lin Xian and exclaimed softly, "Little guy, come here." However, little white ignored her. The holy daughter of Yao Guang took out a few more spirit fruits, wanting to lure it over. The junior shook his head. The holy daughter of Yao Guang frowned, and the faces of those who followed her turned black. This guy wants to leave after eating his fill? How can there be such a good thing? Damn monkey, get over here. A martial artist roared, but the holy daughter of Yao Guang waved her hand to stop him. In the next moment, she walked forward. Sir, can you transfer your little monkey to me? I like it very much. A good show is coming. Everyone was excited. Even the holy daughter of Yao Guang turned her head to look. Lin Xian shook his head and said, I think you are mistaken. Little White is not a pet. He is my partner. Between us, there is no such thing as a transfer of ownership. If he wants to follow you, he will naturally leave me. But now it seems that he prefers to stay with me. Chapter 25:35. Yaoguang Saintess's eyes lit up. Her face was gloomy. The disciples behind her roared. Damn it! This monkey had eaten so many of their treasures along the way. But now, he ignored them? This made them vomit blood. They wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Yaoguang Saintess. Since that's the case, I won't take away your love. Yaoguang Saintis turned and left. That's it? Everyone was surprised. Those from 5 Elements Palace and 9 Heavens Holy Land gritted their teeth. They were still hoping that Yaoguang Saintis would fight with them. If that was the case, Yaoguang Saintis and Yaoguang Saintis would be able to kill each other. Of course, this was only their beautiful wish. Yaoguang Saintis wouldn't attack Lin Xian just because of a monkey. Ladies and gentlemen, I have called you all here for an important matter. Yi Wudao said in a deep voice. There were Dao runes in all directions. We can't leave. After Brother Lin's investigation, he found that there might be another world underground. So, let's attack the ground together. What? There's a way out underground? The newcomers were discussing animatedly. The martial artists from Demon Imperial Palace also had their eyes lit up. Indeed, they had changed many directions, but they couldn't leave. They also thought of attacking the ceiling, but the array in the sky was even more terrifying. With their strength, they couldn't leave. No one tried to go to the ground. They didn't expect that the most important thing was still on the ground. This time, the number of people was twice as many as before. Everyone joined forces again, and violent power poured out, bombarding wildly for 2 hours. Finally, a crack appeared on the ground. Great, a crack has appeared. Hurry up and attack. Yi Wudao roared, and the power in his body erupted. Imitation dragon pattern cauldron, golden sword, gods, Buddhas, terrifying saber light, terrifying sword chi, and dragon roars sounded. The crack on the ground became bigger and bigger. Dang! Lin Xian's ancient dragon abyss sword hit it, and the crack became bigger. Spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. The last attack was made by Yin Ruyu. Another green light appeared in her body and slashed down. As soon as the azure light appeared, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even Lin Xian felt his blood churn within his body. The great dragon sword soul roared uncontrollably. Leaf Daodinier's blood surged, and everyone looked on in shock. Buzz. The ground beneath their feet completely collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared. Get down. Light blossomed from everyone's bodies. Battle armor appeared, and they all walked down. What is this? After going down, they frowned. Although they had left the vast hall, they found that they had not left the ancient tomb. Below him was still an ancient wall, exuding a desolate aura. Clearly, he had experienced countless years. Let's go and take a look. Many martial artists from the Holy Lands were excited. They took the lead and rushed out. Although they didn't leave the ancient tomb, they had at least left that terrifying bronze coffin. Moreover, this place was so well hidden. Perhaps there were some heavenly treasures. Most importantly, they were concerned about the sage's legacy. Himph, foolish human. Even if there is a sage's inheritance, it belongs to our demon emperor palace. You humans can't cultivate our demon saint's legacy. The people from the demon imperial palace sneered. The powerhouses from the Holy Land snorted. Whether or not it is the demon saint's legacy is uncertain. Just wait and see. The people from the demon imperial palace snorted. After walking for a while, the faces of the martial artists from the Holy Lands darkened, and they even frowned, because the passage below was completely different from the one outside, although it had an ancient aura and the vicissitudes of time. However, the runes here were different from the ones above. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they found that the surrounding walls were all carved with demonic beasts. Each of them had a green face and fangs, and they were strangely shaped and emitted a demonic aura. Damn it, what is this place? Could it be a demonic beast's nest? Why are there so many demonic beast carvings? Many people frowned. The people from the Demon Imperial Palace were excited. These carvings were all demonic beasts of heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha. As expected, this is our demon saint's tomb. Damn it, could it really be the demon saint's tomb? But what was going on with the situation up there? They were very puzzled. In front of them, another empty cave appeared. There were a total of 12 demonic pillars around it, supporting the entire cave. There were also strange beasts carved on them, as if they would come to life at any time. Let's take a break. The attack just now left me with little strength. Many people complained, and they all stopped here. This place was very spacious, enough for everyone to rest. Therefore, the great sage lands all rested here. Those from the demon imperial palace were the most excited. They circled the 12 pillars and looked carefully. The dark red divine dragon also looked around, as if looking for treasures. The powerhouses of the other holy lands, saints, and saintesses all heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally left the terrifying Big Dipper coffin. Now, they could no longer feel the terrifying pressure brought by the Big Dipper coffin. Damn it, I really don't want to stay here any longer. There's no exit. I want to leave. Some people couldn't take it anymore. After all, they had never experienced such a dangerous thing. Especially the heads of the 99 invincible kings and the Big Dipper coffin. The shock they received was too deep. They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would die here. Of course, there were also some who didn't care. Although this place was dangerous, there were many treasures, and many of them had broken through. Under normal circumstances, they would probably need to cultivate for hundreds of years before they could break through. However, in just 1 or 2 months, they directly broke through. How could they let go of such an opportunity? No matter how dangerous it was, they had to try. Cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. In front, a few powerhouses of the Gu family stood up. A middle-aged man formed a seal with his palm. 9 ancient runes appeared on his fingertips and imprinted in the void. Pooh! The void was torn open, and a black hole was created that led to the void. What are the people of the Gu family trying to do? The surrounding people also turned their heads in puzzlement. Lin Xian and the others also narrowed their eyes. Soon, they were shocked. That was because they discovered that a light image suddenly appeared in the void of the black hole. Why is the image so blurry? Light filling the sky. Where is this? Could this be the place where the battle took place? Sure enough, when they looked carefully, they found that the light image was indeed the scene of their elders fighting the Big Dipper coffin. What method is this? The Gu family is too powerful. It must be a spatial technique. Great. We can see the battle situation. These people were excited. However, after watching for a long time, their expressions did not look good. That was because their elders did not have the upper hand. They were very frightened. So many elders and powerhouses of the Holy Lands had used their trump cards, but they were still unable to suppress a dead body. Chapter 25:36. Needless to say, they were invincible kings. Not necessarily. The reason why the corpses were so powerful was because of the runes on their bodies. Those runes were so mysterious that even invincible kings couldn't control them. Only saints could. That was why the corpses were so powerful. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the screen in the sky. They were watching the battle. Unbeknownst to them, something was happening in another secret chamber not far away from them. This secret chamber was covered in dust. Evidently, it had been here for countless years. In the 4 corners of the secret chamber, there were 8 statues. These statues were carved in strange shapes, in the shape of 8 demonic beasts. Each of them was fierce and lifelike. Those who didn't know better would think that they were real. Buzz. All of a sudden, the eyes of the 8 demonic beast statues glowed with a green light. Their eyeballs actually swiveled a little. Crack, 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 crack. Then, the bodies of the statues began to shake. Dust fell from their bodies. The statues had come back to life. They could sense the pure bloodline of the monster race. They could sense the aura of humans. Trespassers of the ancient tomb, die. Cold voices came from the 8 statues. If one looked closely, they would see that they were bats. After the dust fell from their bodies, they were blood red, as if they were made of blood. If someone else was here, they would definitely cry out in shock. The 8 blood-red bats were very similar to the legendary creatures of heaven and earth, the Bloodwing Bat Kings. They were also the protectors of this ancient tomb. They were refined by someone using unmatched magical power, and their corpses were planted with Tao patterns. Even if they were dead, they still had to protect the ancient tomb. Now that they sensed the aura of humans, they instantly woke up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings tore through the void and disappeared from the secret chamber. Outside, in the cave, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were all watching the screen in the sky. They were extremely nervous. The battle inside the screen was too intense. So many elders of the sacred land had brought along shocking treasures, but they were locked in a fierce battle with the bronze coffin. In the sky, countless runes emitted mysterious power. Damn it! Who was buried in the bronze coffin? Why was it so powerful? This guy was much stronger than the purple beast king from before. This was only the sixth bronze coffin. He really didn't know what was in the first coffin. These young warriors were discussing animatedly. When they talked about the first bronze coffin, their bodies trembled. However, those holy sons did not think so. They had full confidence in their elders and their sacred grounds. They knew that their elder had many trump cards in his hands, and from the current situation, he hadn't used all of them yet. In other words, the current situation was not the most dangerous. As long as their elders used all their trump cards, it should not be a problem to eliminate the 6 bronze coffins. Puff. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the cave. Damn it, what happened? The others quickly turned their heads over, only to see a young disciple lying on the ground, twitching nonstop. His body deflated like a deflated balloon and turned into a human skin. The blood inside was completely gone. Damn it! The people from the Great Development Holy Land shouted furiously because the young disciple who had just died was from their Great Development Holy Land. The others were also shocked. They stood up, no longer looking at the light screen in the sky. Instead, they looked around. Their eyes were like lightning as they scanned the surroundings. Who was it? Come out. Another blood-curdling scream rang out. A warrior from the Taishan Holy Land fell to the ground and turned into a human skin. Damn it! Everyone, be careful. The Taishan Holy Sun roared, and 99 stars surrounded his body, instantly covering the surroundings. However, Yi Wudao, the Alcade Holy Sun, No Flower, and the others all snorted and released their king domains. Lin Xian's sword chi burst out, Murong Qingqing's lotus danced, and Shun Jingqiu's purple aura surrounded her. They were all on high alert. Among them, Seiko Dian and the Taishan Holy Sun quickly checked the corpse that had turned into human skin. Soon, they frowned. Their pupils constricted. This was because there were 4 marks on the corpse's neck. They were very thin, and it seemed that someone had bitten the neck and sucked the blood dry. When the others saw this scene, they all gasped. In the next moment, they all turned their heads and stared at the people from the Demon King Palace who were still searching for treasures. Damn you guys, how dare you make a move here? The people from the Demon King Palace felt a great pressure and stopped. They turned their heads and snorted. Stupid humans, how dare you frame us? We didn't do this at all. You want to fight? If you don't like it, then fight. These half-demons from the Demon King Palace had very bad tempers. Nonsense. Who else could it be other than you monsters? We humans don't have such an evil blood-sucking technique like the human chain. Damn it, I said it wasn't us. If you don't like it, then fight. Demonic chi erupted from the bodies of the powerhouses from the Demon King Palace and swept out. Yin Ruyu also frowned, and Hua Tiandu snorted, killing intent surfacing in his eyes. The two sides confronted each other and were about to fight. At this moment, countless runes suddenly lit up around them. Under their feet, in the sky, the same runes flickered. A terrifying force instantly enveloped them. Oh no, it's an array. Hurry up and leave. These people's expressions changed drastically. They turned into rays of light and dodged one after another. However, it was already too late. Many people crashed into the light screen and were bounced back. Damn it. They roared crazily. The entire cave was completely enveloped by a large array. They couldn't escape at all. Moreover, this array was very strange. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a monstrous blood aura that made one's soul tremble. Their blood was about to freeze. Oh no, we've been hit. The saints and saintesses' faces were gloomy. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. They were indeed careless. This was the ancient tomb of a saint, and it was definitely extremely dangerous. They actually didn't take precautions before. Now that they were trapped by the array, it would probably be very difficult to escape. Damn it, they didn't expect to be trapped in an array just after escaping danger. They didn't know if this was a killing array. Those young martial artists were trembling. The people from the Demon King Palace also shouted coldly. Did you see that? Damn humans. I've said it before, we didn't do it. Hua Tiandu and Yin Ruyu didn't speak. They looked around, their eyes flickering. Ruyu, did you notice? The aura of this array is so familiar. Indeed, looking at the runes and the way it was set up, it seemed to be a demon race array. This was indeed the ancient tomb of a demon saint. A demon race array? Chapter 25:37. Demon Race's Formation? When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed and they all became uneasy. Lin Xian also frowned. He said to the disciples of Immortal Palace beside him, "Be careful. Ha 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 ha, it is indeed our demon race's formation." Those half-demons laughed loudly. Damn humans, do you see that? This is our demon saint's ancient tomb. You mere humans want to touch our demon saint's ancient tomb? You deserve to die 1,000 times. The people of Demon Imperial Palace sneered. Clang. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared and turned into a blood-colored light, fighting forward. One of the experts from the Demon King Hall roared and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Half of his body had been sliced apart. Damn it! Who is it? The people of Demon Imperial Palace roared, thinking that it was the warriors of the Holy Lands who attacked. Stupid half-demons, it was clearly the formation that attacked. So what if you want the Demon Saint's ancient tomb? Do you think your Demon Imperial Palace can survive in this formation? Seiko Dian sneered. Damn it, this is impossible. The people of Demon Imperial Palace gritted their teeth. Hua Tiandu shouted coldly, "Release your aura. I don't believe that the demon race's formation will target us." Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding formation runes flickered, drawing out countless blood-colored light that shot out in all directions. It enveloped the people of Demon Imperial Palace. At the same time, the warriors of the Great Sage Land were all attacked. Damn it, how could it be like this? The people of Demon Imperial Palace roared. These formations actually attacked them. How is this possible? They had already released their demonic chi, so why was it still like this? They couldn't understand. The holy sons and holy daughters of the Great Sage Land shouted coldly, "Hurry up and defend. Hurry up and attack." Buzz. On Lin Xian's body, the dragon sword domain appeared and quickly transformed into countless sword chi that intertwined. Pung pung pung. The blood-colored light collided with it, emitting an earth-shaking sound, shaking Lin Xian's blood and chi. On the other side, countless petals fluttered around Morong Qingcheng, blocking the attack. The purple chi that filled the sky enveloped Xin Jingqiu. Everyone tried to defend, but they were all affected. Their expressions changed drastically. Damn it! What kind of formation was this? Why was it so terrifying? The defensive armors of the weaker young disciples were instantly pierced through by the blood-red light, and many of them were split in half. Damn it! Leaf Daodinier roared, unleashing his golden domain to cover the Yi clan disciples. The Yaoguang Saint controlled the imitation dragon pattern, and the cauldron floated above the Yaoguang sacred land disciples. The Granxia dynasty, the Nineli dynasty, the Four Symbols Holy Land, the Dian Holy Land, and the Taishan Holy Land. All the holy sons took out their trump cards to protect the martial artists of their holy lands. On Lin Xian's side, he similarly opened up the dragon sword domain, enveloping Immortal Palace's martial artists. Damn it, what kind of array is this? How could it be so terrifying? Boom. Just as the cultivators of the Holy Land exclaimed, the people of the Fiend Monarch Palace in the distance roared. A surging scarlet light filled the sky, creating a scene of apocalypse. These people from the Demon King Palace had strong physiques and fierce means. Logically speaking, it should not be difficult for them to block the attack. However, at that moment, they were roaring in anger. In fact, many of the Demon King Palace's martial artists were pierced through. Even Hua Tiandu took out a purple bead. It froze a piece of land. Damn it! How could it be like this? The people of the Demon King Palace gritted their teeth. because they realized that this array was attacking them more fiercely than the humans. It seemed to be specifically targeting them. Impossible. This is the ancient tomb of the ancient saint of the demon race. It's the demon race's array. Why would it target us? It should be killing the humans. The people of the Demon King Palace went crazy. Even Yin Ruyu and Hua Tiandu frowned. They could not understand it either. When the martial artists of the great sage saw this scene, they sneered. You think this is the demon saint's place? What, now? Have you tasted the power of the demon saint? These people naturally noticed this and sneered. They did not expect this array to be so evil. It seemed to be specifically targeting the people of the Demon King Palace. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the surrounding void trembled, and the runes flickered even more. Blood-red saber lights appeared in the void, slashing in all directions. Boom, boom. Heaven and earth trembled, and cracks appeared on the defense created by the powerhouses of Nashi. Damn it, how could it be so terrifying? The holy sons and holy daughters felt their scalps go numb. On Lin Xian's side, the dragon sword domain whistled and was attacked. He shouted coldly, and the dragon sword domain rotated, emitting countless sharp sword lights to contend with the attack. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Those blood-red saber lights were sent flying, but they did not shatter. This scene shocked Lin Xian even more. One had to know that the sword chi emitted by his great dragon sword soul was extremely sharp. Nothing below a heaven-grade treasure could contend with it. However, these blood-red saber lights did not shatter, not even a crack. Kid, be careful. This seems to be the work of a saint. Damn it, it's too evil. We're trapped. The dark red dragon's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu led the people of the Great Sage and merged. The three Great Sage joined forces to resist. Don't panic. This formation has existed for so long, and it definitely can't display the power it should have had back then. It's not that we can't resist. Although Lin Xian was attacked fiercely, they could still resist. However, they did not know how long this formation could last. They could still hold on for a short period of time, but as time went on, they would be in danger. After all, they were humans. Although they were powerful, their strength was not endless. Moreover, this formation had existed for tens of thousands of years, so it must have its own energy. As time went on, they might really be killed. No, they couldn't continue like this. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Attack! They must break this formation. He was a formation master, so he naturally knew that passively defending was not the best way. Taking the initiative to attack was the way to go. Set up the universe formation. Behind him, Xing Tian shouted coldly. The warriors of Immortal Palace moved quickly. They combined to form a strange formation. This was an extremely terrifying offensive formation of Immortal Palace. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, when these young disciples used it, its power was indeed boundless. On the side, Shin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing also organized their disciples to counterattack. Among them, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground set up the Green Lotus Sword formation. Purple Afterglow Sacred Ground, Purple Afterglow Six Directions formation. When the other saints and saintesses saw this scene, they also shouted coldly. They also set up their own Sacred Ground's unique formations. No flower. The monks of Lanrua Temple formed the Dragon Subduing Tiger formation. Yin Yang formation, Five Elements formation, Four Symbols formation, Big Dipper formation. All kinds of formations appeared one after another. They attacked crazily, resisting the blood-colored saber light that filled the sky. On the side of Demon Imperial Palace, they also fought back with all their might. The warriors of Demon Imperial Palace formed the 8 Desolation Blood Sea formation. Hua Tiando activated the purple bead, emitting 10,000 rays of light to resist. Any blood-colored saber light that approached was instantly blasted away. Chapter 25:38. The Monster King Palace seemed to be the focus of the attack. Therefore, they were under a lot more pressure. Although the 8-directional Blood Sea formation was terrifying, it gradually became fragmented and could not withstand the attacks. Humph! Yenryu snorted coldly as a green light appeared in her eyes. A green stream of light rushed out from her body and slashed forward. In an instant, the surrounding blood-colored saber light shattered. This scene shocked everyone. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed, "Damn, this chick is too powerful." Sure enough, after one attack, Yenryu controlled the green stream of light and destroyed all the surrounding blood-colored saber light. The crisis of the Monster King Palace was resolved. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void trembled again as 8 blood-colored figures appeared in all directions and froze the sky. This is? Everyone's expression changed. They looked up at the sky with fear in their eyes. Be it the Monster King Palace or the sacred grounds. Lin Xian also frowned. Sure enough, something else had appeared. Moreover, these 8 figures brought with them a monstrous aura that was much stronger than the previous blood-colored saber light. Demonic beasts. Xing Tian's pupils constricted. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Ah! Exclamations could be heard. Between heaven and earth, the 8 blood-colored figures were extremely terrifying. They seemed to be formed by blood-colored light and emitted a monstrous aura. Huge blood-colored wings were hidden behind their backs, and when they flapped, they brought with them a strong demonic wind. What are these? Bats? Someone exclaimed. Yes, they were indeed bats. And judging from the aura, it should be the Bat King. Damn it! Seiko Dian's face instantly turned gloomy as he recalled that they had a disciple who had his skin sucked dry. Could it be that the Bat King did it? Kill. A genius from the Dian sacred ground charged over. Damn you, stinky bat. Return my junior brother's life. A blue sword light flashed across the sky and shone in all directions. It was like a wave that slashed forward. Accompanying it was a loud roar. The surrounding people exclaimed. This sword technique was terrifying. Judging from its power, it was definitely at the level of a top-notch almighty. Buzz poof. There was a scream as the blue sword light in the sky shattered. The genius from the sacred ground was sent flying, and his arm turned into a bloody mist. What? How could he be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. Seiko Dian's pupils shrank. The other saints and saintesses also gasped in astonishment. What did they see? A Crimson Bat King had severely injured a genius from the sacred land with just a flap of its wings. Wasn't this method a little too terrifying? What realm had these blood-red Bat Kings reached? They did not dare to imagine. So powerful. At the very least, it was an 8-star Supreme Demon King. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Supreme Demon King. It was very likely that he was in the middle to late stages. Thinking of this, everyone's heart turned heavy. Humph. So what? It's just a demonic beast. I'll kill it. A young man from the Nangong family walked out. This young man was very handsome, and his body shone with boundless light. Nangong Holy Sun. The surrounding crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that a saint-level genius was about to make a move. They watched the battle nervously. Nangong Shengzi soared into the sky and stared at a blood Bat King in the sky. The blood-colored Bat King was challenged. It flapped its blood-colored wings, which turned into dozens of sharp saber lights that slashed toward Qin Mu. Boom, boom. The void was shattered in an instant. Soon, dozens of saber lights shrouded Nangong Shengzi. Nangong Shengzi sneered. An unparalleled power erupted from his body, forming a sphere that spread out in all directions. Boom. The saber lights hit the sphere with a deafening sound. Boom, boom, boom. The saber lights were shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Nangong Shengzi laughed. You want to hurt me with mere saber lights? Go to hell. As he spoke, he threw out a palm. His palm covered the sky and was completely black. It was as if a demonic mountain was pressing down. The sky was torn apart in an instant. The violent energy caused the surrounding young disciples to exclaim. Boom! The palm landed on the Blood Bat King and completely shrouded it. This is great. He hit it. The disciples of the Nangong family cheered. Humph! Let's see how he dies. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You don't know what's good for you. Cold laughter rang in the air. Nangong Shengzi revealed a smug smile. It was nothing in front of his black demonic palm. However, he was stunned the next moment. What was going on? He felt that his opponent had not turned into a bloody mist under his black demonic palm. Whoosh! The huge black demonic palm was raised. Countless winds and clouds changed. The surrounding people widened their eyes and looked forward. Damn it! How could this be? He's not injured? That's impossible. The people of the Nangong family were the first to exclaim. The geniuses of the other Holy Lands were also shocked. Lin Xian frowned. Yi Wudao's eyes were like golden lightning that streaked across the void. Damn it! How could this be? Nangong Shengzi was also stunned. His black demonic palm was an ultimate technique. With such a palm strike, even a pinnacle almighty would be smashed into pieces. Even a peerless almighty would be seriously injured. However, his opponent was not injured at all. There was not even a crack on his body. Damn it! Die for me! The black demonic palm struck again. This time, its power was even more violent than before. It could be said that it could destroy heaven and earth. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire cave shook and large cracks spread in all directions. However, Nangong Shengzi's face turned even uglier. He was the attacker, so he could naturally sense the situation of the Bloodbat King under his black demonic palm. The Bloodbat King was still intact. Whoosh! Suddenly, the black demonic palm broke into pieces. A blood-colored crack burst open. Two blood-colored wings were like heavenly blades that tore through the void and destroyed the black demonic palm. Damn it! Nangong Shengzi retreated. Cracks had appeared on his palm, and blood was flowing out. His handsome face had become extremely distorted. Shengzi! The martial artists of the Nangong family exclaimed and rushed over. The others all looked ahead in horror. It was too terrifying. The blood-colored bat was so terrifying. It could injure a Shengzi. The opponent's strength was completely above the Shengzi's. Moreover, the opponent had only flapped his wings. He did not even move his body. This made the faces of all the Shengzi and Saintesses turn gloomy. Damn it! What the hell is that? Many people were terrified. The people of the Fey Imperial Palace exclaimed. Damn it! It's the Bloodwing Bat King. It's a mutated beast. Wasn't it said to be extinct? They actually appeared here. And there were 8 of them? The Bloodwing Bat King was an ancient peerless beast. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This ancient tomb was too strange. It even had such an ancient beast that was about to go extinct. Whoosh! 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 The 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings moved at this moment. Chapter 2539. The martial artists of the Great Sage Land suffered a violent impact. The tornado was even more terrifying than the previous saberlight. Quickly block it. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the Dragon Sword domain. It roared in the sky and tore apart the surrounding tornadoes. The other saints and saintesses also used their ultimate skills to resist. Whoosh! The 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings moved. As soon as they appeared, they brought with them a powerful storm and a terrifying blood aura. Those array attacks were instantly shattered. Among them, 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings charged towards the human race's holy lands. The other 3 charged towards the Demon Imperial Palace. The faces of the people of the Demon Imperial Palace instantly turned green. One had to know that no matter how powerful they were only a holy land. There were so many holy lands on the other side, but they were only attacked by 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings. Their holy land was attacked by 3 Bloodwing Bat Kings. How could they contend against this? Moreover, these were not ordinary Bloodwing Bat Kings. Any one of them could easily injure a saint-level genius. Sure enough, in an instant, miserable cries came from the Demon Imperial Palace. More than a dozen martial artists of the Demon Imperial Palace were instantly torn apart. A large amount of blood mist filled the air as miserable cries sounded. It was like hell on earth. The other disciples were also affected and vomited blood as they flew backward. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Imperial Palace was severely injured. Damn it! Get lost. Hua Tiandu's eyes instantly turned red. He activated the purple orb and shot out a piercing light. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. A bloodwing bat king was blocked and forced back, but soon it charged over with a roar. It did not suffer any injuries. Damn it! Hua Tiandu roared and attacked again, fighting with the bloodwing bat king. The other two charged towards Yin Ruyu. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Yin Ruyu snorted coldly and formed a seal with her palm. Immediately, a green treasure bottle appeared in her hand, and thousands of rays of light shone down, enveloping her body. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-colored tornado collided with it, making a sonorous sound, but it did not break. This scene made the people of the Demon Imperial Palace heave a sigh of relief. However, they did not relax, because the two bloodwing bat kings had already reached Yin Ruyu's side. What's going on? In the distance, the martial practitioners of the great sage also cried out in surprise. They were attacked by 5 bloodwing bat kings. In an instant, a great battle broke out. However, the holy sons and holy daughters used a wisp of their souls to investigate the situation at the Demon Imperial Palace. When they saw the 2 bloodwing bat kings attacking Yin Ruyu, they cried out in alarm. From the looks of it, the target of these bat kings seemed to be that mysterious woman. What's going on? Just what kind of identity did that Yin Ruyu have? How could he alarm 2 bloodwing bat kings? One had to know that they had saint bodies on their side, and each of the great sage's sons and saintesses only had 5 saint bodies. One Yin Ruyu had actually attracted 2 of them. Could it be that the other party possessed some kind of unique bloodline? Or perhaps his status in the Demon King Palace was very special? They didn't know. Lin Xian also became nervous when he saw this. Yin Ruyu was Zhao Shui. He didn't want anything to happen to her. Peng! Damn it! Lin Xian roared. He saw Yin Ruyu being sent flying, but fortunately, she didn't seem to be injured. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace went crazy. Among them, a few powerful demon kings roared, "Protect the young master!" They charged at the bloodwing bat kings crazily. Boom! Boom! The battle was very intense. The sky full of attacks collided with the bloodwing bat kings, making sonorous sounds. However, the attacks did not break through their bodies. Impossible! Damn it! Could it be that these are invincible demon kings? Those powerhouses screamed because it was too unbelievable. Their attacks were extremely swift and fierce. Even if they were peerless demon kings, they would have been blown up long ago. No, they were not ordinary demon kings. It seemed that they had been refined like the Big Dipper coffin outside. They might also have Tao patterns on their bodies. This was no longer an archfiend. It was more like a guardian of the tomb. Their defense was astonishing, and their combat strength was powerful. They must be careful. Exclamations sounded one after another. As expected, although Lin Xian's side had the advantage in numbers, the young disciples' attacks could not hurt the bloodwing bat kings at all. Even a single holy sun could not suppress them. They had to work together to suppress them. This was too strange. Every single thing in this ancient tomb was extremely terrifying. One had to know that these holy sons and holy daughters were all peerless geniuses who dominated the world. Which one of them did not dominate a region? Now, they could only fight to a draw with a demon king? If this were to spread, no one would believe it. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the 5 bloodwing bat kings were not just attacking alone. When the 5 of them worked together, they formed a strange formation that enveloped everyone. At that moment, Lin Xian and the others began to roar in anger. Lin Xian also knew that this was not everyone's true strength. For example, Yu Wudao, the Alcade Holy Sun, and the others probably still had a lot of trump cards that they had not used. Not to mention them, even he had not used the Holy Sun's hand bone. Black Earth. Puff. In the distance, the illusion Holy Sun screamed. One of his arms was torn off and instantly turned into human skin. Among them, a bloodwing bat king charged toward him and kept sucking his blood. Damn it, get out of my way. The illusion Holy Sun was so scared that his face turned green. He roared, and his severed arm instantly regrew. A majestic force surged out. It blasted the bloodwing bat king away. Phew! The illusion Holy Sun exhaled, his face pale. It was too dangerous. He was almost killed just now. When the other holy sons and holy daughters saw this scene, their expressions turned grave. The young disciples were scared out of their wits. It was too terrifying. Even a holy son would be killed if he was not careful, let alone them. Oh no, don't get hurt by it. Lin Xian shouted coldly. His soul was super strong, and he instantly realized that there was something wrong with these Bloodwing Bat Kings. Their strength was constantly rising. Damn it, don't let them suck blood. They can increase their combat strength. Lin Xian shouted coldly again. What? Hearing this, everyone sensed it. As expected, they found that the Bloodwing Bat King's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, if this continued, they would definitely die. They could not delay any longer. They had to use their land cards. The illusion Holy Sun gritted his teeth and took out an illusion pearl that emitted a strange and bright light. As soon as the illusion pearl was taken out, it tore apart the sea of blood and the terrifying red storm. The other holy sons and holy daughters also used their trump cards. However, these Bloodwing Bat Kings were too terrifying. They were puppets that had been refined with holy weapons and were the guardians of the ancient tomb. Therefore, even if they used their land cards, these holy sons and holy daughters would not be able to kill them in a short time. Chapter 2540. They were severely suppressed. Damn it! Damn it! Why are they targeting us? We also have the blood of the demon race flowing in our bodies. Those experts roared angrily. They really couldn't understand. Why would the array specifically target them? Yin Ruyu and Hua Tiandu's faces were gloomy. Damn it, bloodline. They're here for our bloodline. Hua Tiandu gritted his teeth and hurriedly protected Ruyu. He couldn't let her get hurt. The eyes of the experts of the Demon Imperial Palace also turned red. They crazily surrounded Yin Ruyu to protect her. They resisted the attacks of the two Bloodwing Bat Kings. They had no choice. Firstly, they had to listen to Hua Tiandu's orders. Secondly, Yin Ruyu's identity was too special. Not only to the Demon Imperial Palace, but to the entire demon race, it was extremely important. They couldn't let her suffer any losses. Kill. The eyes of the two Bloodwing Bat Kings bloomed with a strange green light. They stared at Yin Ruyu. Kill. Cold roars sounded. That's right, their target was indeed Yin Ruyu. Of course, they wouldn't let those humans go. You want my blood? Humph. What a good idea. Yin Ruyu snorted coldly. She didn't expect that these guardians would attack her in this ancient tomb. Could it be that the deceased ancient sage of the monstrous beast tribe was plotting against her? But how many tens of thousands of years had it been? Didn't he die long ago? On Yin Ruyu's body, a green light surrounded her like a bunch of lotus flowers, completely enveloping her. Pung pung pung. The green lotus phantom was very tall, like an immortal flower. It danced in the air, turned into a divine rainbow, and swept out. With a bang, one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings was sent flying. The Bloodwing Bat King smashed through the void and directly retreated far away, rolling countless times before stopping. But in the next moment, it screamed and charged over. The two Bloodwing Bat Kings attacked crazily. They waved their wings, claws, and teeth, constantly biting the green lotus phantom. The green lotus phantom was bitten into pieces and would shatter at any time, but it recovered in an instant. It grew and multiplied endlessly as if it was indestructible. It blocked the attacks of the two Bloodwing Bat Kings. This scene shocked everyone. Heavens, how could this Yin Ruyu be so terrifying? She could actually resist two Bloodwing Bat Kings alone. How could this be? Could it be that her strength far surpassed the saints? These people were all crazy. Yi Wudao, the Yaoguang Saint Son, the Daoi Saint Son, the Granxia Prince, the Central Continent Twin Kings, and the others all wore solemn expressions. They felt a huge pressure. Someone had actually surpassed them. Humph, impossible. That girl must have some kind of super trump card. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The Twin Kings of the Central Prefecture snorted coldly, and the Alcade Saint Son's eyes flickered. Her green lotus phantom was terrifying, and it was definitely a precious treasure. Leaf Dao Dinier didn't say anything. Instead, he shouted coldly, unleashing his golden spirit domain and unleashing deadly attacks on the Bloodwing Bat King. All of a sudden, The power of the holy physique was displayed. It was earth-shattering as it fought with the Bloodwing Bat King. Lin Xian and the others also fought back with all their might. However, Lin Xian did not display his full combat strength. He had been accumulating strength all this time. Who knew if there was something even more terrifying after these Bloodwing Bat Kings? Now, all he had to do was protect himself. The Immortal Palace could still hold on for the time being. Xin Jingqiu and Morong Qingcheng were not in any danger. In the distance, Yin Ruyu unleashed a powerful green lotus phantom and temporarily resolved the crisis. All of this made Lin Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Ruffian Dragon, hurry up and find out if you can break this formation. At the same time, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, trying to control one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings. However, his ocular technique was instantly reflected back. In fact, there was an even more terrifying backlash force that surged toward him. It was overflowing with blood and wanted to devour his soul. Soul Ignition. Lin Xian activated the secret art of soul ignition in an instant, burning away the cold, bloody energy. Damn it! There was indeed something mysterious in the Bloodwing Bat King's bodies. He guessed that it should be something like a Tao pattern. Otherwise, it couldn't be so powerful that it could resist his heavenly secret divine eyes. Roar! The situation in front of them changed again. The bodies of the three Bloodwing Bat Kings suddenly expanded, and blood-red patterns appeared on their bodies. They opened their bloody legs and enveloped the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. The expressions of the people of the Demon Imperial Palace changed instantly. They felt that the blood in their bodies was rapidly draining. Not good. They want to forcibly rob us of our blood. The expressions of the powerhouses of the Demon Imperial Palace changed drastically. Damn it! This is the Bat King's innate ability. They've activated their bloodline power. Hurry up and activate our own. Countless angry roars rang out. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace quickly activated their bloodline power to resist. The Bloodwing Bat Kings were a rare species of heaven and earth in ancient times. They were extremely terrifying, peerless beasts. In addition to their ferocity, their bloodline power was extremely terrifying. They could directly rob others of their blood. This method was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. For a moment, the people of the Demon Imperial Palace screamed miserably. Hua Tiandu threw out a purple pearl that kept expanding. It was like a purple sun that froze the sky and blocked the attack. On Yin Ruyu's side, the green lotus illusion on her body also expanded, turning into a divine tree of heaven and earth that enveloped all of the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. On the other side, the 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings also activated their deprive ability and forcibly robbed the martial artists of their blood. The young martial artists instantly screamed miserably. Their faces were pale, and blood rushed out of their bodies, turning into a river that flew into the sky. The 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings crazily devoured. Many of the weaker ones were directly turned into human skin, and their blood was forcibly taken away. The Immortal Palace was also affected. The disciples of the Immortal Palace screamed miserably. Their armor and king domains were useless at this moment. The blood in their bodies flew out uncontrollably. Seeing that they were about to be sucked dry, Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Great Dragon Sword Soul!" In the spirit domain, countless dragon-shaped sword energies flew out and slashed towards the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The blood that filled the sky flowed back. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace cried out in surprise. Too good. They felt as if they had just survived a festival. Seeing this scene, the other saints and saintesses also followed suit. They slashed the void, wanting to stop it. However, almost no one succeeded. They couldn't sever this connection at all. Damn it. How could that kid sever it? Could it be that there was something special about his sword chi? The surrounding saints and saintesses couldn't understand. Chapter 25:41. Of course, the other saints and saintesses did not have the great dragon sword soul, but some powerful saints and saintesses had other means. For example, the golden sword, dragon pattern cauldron, only in heaven and earth, and the power of the saint physique could all destroy the divine power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, after such a long time, it would still be a great crisis for the human race. Perhaps, other than a few saints and saintesses, everyone else would be killed. Damn it! Lin Xin roared and rushed into the sky. His body emitted a powerful light as he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in all directions. Streaks of sharp sword waves burst out like divine swords, shattering the void. They were saved. Everyone exclaimed as they felt their blood returning to their bodies. In the next moment, they looked at Lin Xian. It was this kid who saved them. At this moment, they had mixed feelings. The saints and saintesses looked at Lin Xian's figure with solemn expressions. His opponent's sword chi was simply too sharp and too bizarre. Lin Xian ignored them. His figure flashed and instantly arrived at the side of the demon imperial palace. With a few slashes, he broke the Bat King's divine power. They were saved. The people of the demon imperial palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. Yin Ruyu smiled. Thank you, young master, for your help. She wanted to smile. Beautiful. Hua Tiandu snorted, but he still said, thank you for your help. I will remember this favor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings stopped attacking. They stood in 8 different directions and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a great pressure. It was extremely dangerous to be stared at by so many peerless demon kings. Humph. He snorted coldly. The sword chi in his body rushed out and shattered the void, destroying the powerful pressure of the 8 demon kings. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked in all directions. Everyone, I think we should work together. Brother Lin, do you have any ideas? Yi Wudao asked. The other saints and saintesses also looked up. Among them, the 5 Elements Palace, the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor, and the Tai dynasty were furious, but they did not say anything. This was because the other party's sword technique was very powerful. It was able to destroy that kind of blood-sucking divine ability. To them, this was undoubtedly a life-saving straw. They didn't dare to provoke him now. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as tens of thousands of sword beams radiated from his body. He was like a sword immortal. My companion is an array master. He should be able to find the key to breaking the array. When the time comes, we can attack together and break this array. Then, he could leave this place. However, during this period, I ask for everyone's cooperation. Cooperate. Hearing this, the expressions of the people from the Nangong family and the Yinyang sect changed. They remembered what had happened before. Previously, when they were trying to break the 8 trigrams formation in the secret room, they had worked together with the other party. However, at that time, they were not very willing. In the end, they were tortured to death by the other party. The current scene was extremely similar to the one before. This made them gnash their teeth and their faces turn ashen. However, there was nothing they could do. The other party's attainments and formations were far above theirs. All right, no problem. We'll listen to you. Leaf Dao Denier nodded. No Flower also made a statement. The Prince of the Great Xia also said that it was fine. Since the top holy princes had said so, the other holy princes and holy maidens didn't dare to have any objections. Ruffian Dragon, it's up to you. Lin Xian opened up her dragon's word domain. Countless dragon-shaped sword beams surrounded her and cut off the blood-sucking divine ability. The dark red dragon led the people from the great sage land to break the array. However, it wasn't that easy to break the array. There were still 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings eyeing them covetously. As expected, as soon as they began to break the array, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings attacked like crazy. This time, their power was even more terrifying than before. Rays of blood-colored light shot into the sky like a surging sea of blood. Although Lin Xian had temporarily suppressed the blood-sucking divine ability, the Bloodwing Bat Kings were still very terrifying without it. For a moment, miserable screams rang out again. They split into 2 groups. One group broke the array, while the other attacked. Lin Xian roared and slashed out with his sword. He sent a Bloodwing Bat King flying as he roared loudly. Qingqing, Jingqiu, break the array with Ruffian Dragon. I'll attack with No Flower and the rest. Murong Qingqing, Shun Jingqiu, lead the others and the dark red dragon to break the array. On the other side, Lin Xian, No Flower, Leaf Doudinier, the Alcade Holy Prince, and the others began to attack. Of course, in addition to them, countless geniuses and powerhouses also attacked. They destroyed a part of the world. However, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings were too terrifying. Their bodies were like heaven-grade treasures that couldn't be broken at all. After a fierce battle, the Bloodwing Bat Kings were sent flying countless times. However, each time, they would quickly charge back. It was as if they were endless and couldn't die. Lin Xian's side was miserable. The better ones had exhausted too much energy, and the worse ones were injured. In fact, 2 holy princes were torn apart and almost killed. Humph! Yin Ruyu snorted coldly. She took off a bronze octagonal bell from her waist and gently shook it in her hand. Ding ding dang dang. A crisp sound was heard. Suddenly, the void shattered. Not good. It seems to be Flower Protector. The surrounding people's faces changed. They didn't expect that the other party would have a Flower Protector. Damn it! Weren't the 3 Flower Protectors taken away? Why is there a 4th one? Someone exclaimed. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Leaf Doudinier and the Alcade Holy Prince were also surprised. The 3 Flower Protectors were divided among the 3 of them. They didn't expect another one to appear in the other party's hands. Defend! Exclamations were heard. Everyone retreated. The light of Flower Protector blasted the Bloodwing Bat Kings, sending them flying again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Mysterious patterns appeared on the Bloodwing Bat Kings' bodies. Their bodies flowed like blood. It was incomparably demonic. A terrifying demonic aura spread out. No, help me. I can't unleash the full power of Flower Protector. Indeed, although Yin Ruyu was powerful, she was only at the level of a genius. Although Flower Protector was terrifying, they couldn't unleash its full power yet. Attack! Lin Xian also took out Flower Protector. Not only him, but Leaf Doudinier and the Alcade Holy Prince also took out their Flower Protectors. For Flower Protectors floated in the sky, stabilizing the 4 sides of the Heaven Palace. Then, they began to shake. They attacked carefully, controlling all the sound waves within a certain range to avoid being affected. Flower Protectors were very powerful. Although they could only unleash a trace of power, if they attacked, any martial artist below the level of a peerless almighty would be turned into ashes in an instant. Roar! Chapter 2542. The 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared angrily and pounced forward, fighting with Flower Protector. As for the other 4, they charged over once again. Damn it! Yi Wudao roared. Their Flower Protector could only restrain 4 of them. They needed other methods to deal with the other 4. However, Yin Ruyu began to breathe a sigh of relief. There were still 4 left, and the danger for them had greatly decreased. It wasn't that they couldn't win. Thinking of this, a green light appeared on her body, and she slashed out, sending one of the closest ones flying. Everyone attacked together, suppressing them. Kill! Angry roars sounded one after another. The cultivators of the great sage attacked, forcing the 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings to retreat. That's great! Everyone cheered wildly. They saw hope. However, the 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared, and endless bloody light spread out from their bodies. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For other blurry figures appeared beside them, and they began to combine and transform, forming another 4 Bat Kings. Damn it! How is this possible? Are they clones? The Alcade Saint waved his palm, sending one of the condensed Bat Kings flying. However, he found that there were no cracks on the other party's body. It was also terrifying. Not good. I'm afraid it's not clones. Damn it! What is this? It can't be broken. Exclamations sounded, and despair appeared in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the Bloodwing Bat Kings that were fighting against the 4 Flower Protectors also split into 4 clones. 8 Bat Kings became 16 Bat Kings. Each of them was incomparably powerful. Their bodies were like heaven-step artifacts, and their attacks were even more powerful. Damn it! No, I don't believe it. Everyone was in despair. It was already difficult for them to fight against the 8 Bat Kings. Now that the number had doubled, what could they do? 16 Bloodwing Bat Kings. How could they fight? Everyone's faces were filled with despair. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, and the others' faces were gloomy. Unless they used all their trump cards, could they kill the other party? They had no confidence in their hearts. Ka ka ka. Boom. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed, "Great, the array is broken. Everyone, run. Kid, let's hurry up and leave." The dark red divine dragon roared. The eyes of Lin Xian and the others lit up. In an instant, his dragon sword domain enveloped everyone from a mortal palace and flew into the distance. "Let's go." He called out to Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu and quickly left. Off to the side, No Flower, Leaf Daudinier, the Grand Xia Prince, the Alcade Holy Sun, and the others all shouted coldly. They took their people and left. It was impossible for them to fight back now. There were 16 terrifying Bat Kings, and they simply couldn't fight back. They could only hurry and escape. Those who were too slow would probably be killed. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone fled in all directions. Everyone fled in different directions. Their speed was extremely fast. Some were even willing to burn their spiritual power, take secret pills, and use secret techniques to increase their speed. Roar. The 16 Bloodwing Bat Kings chased after him. One of them headed toward the Demon Emperor Palace, and the other toward Leaf Daudinier. One of them charged towards the Gu family. These 3 great sage were very powerful and acted alone. The others had more or less joined forces. Roar. Among them, 2 of the Bat Kings charged towards Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face darkened, and the dark red dragon cursed. Fuck. Why are there 2 of them? They were about to go crazy. Even Leaf Daudinier and the Gu family had one. Why were there 2 of them on their side? Could it be that the Bloodwing Bat King had recognized their strength? But what kind of joke was this? They suddenly felt the treatment of the Demon Emperor Palace. Damn it! Xingtian also roared. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing also focused their gazes. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He roared, and the dragon sword domain turned into an azure dragon, enveloping everyone and increasing his speed again. However, the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings followed closely behind. In the end, they even directly blocked their path. Not only them, but the others were also affected. For a moment, a great battle broke out. Kid, fight. With so many of us, I don't believe that we can't kill him. Don't you have a flower protector? Let's set one first. Lin Xian nodded, and the flower protector floated above his head. To be honest, they were not particularly afraid of the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings. Lin Xian had many trump cards on his side. There was also the Sage's Handbone and the Black Earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But in the next moment, his face turned green. That was because he discovered that the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings had once again created 3 more doppelgangers. Damn it! 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings appeared on their side in an instant. How could they fight? They were not the only ones. Roars could be heard from other places as well. Those Bloodwing Bat Kings that besieged the sacred ground also transformed into clones. More Bloodwing Bat Kings appeared. For a moment, screams were heard. No. Why would they transform into clones? Lin Xian supported the dragon sword domain and floated the flower protector, blocking the void first. They did not act rashly. The 5 Bat Kings were also glaring at him. There must be a reason. There must be a reason. Why did these guys have clones? Damn it. Why is this happening? Lin Xian thought quickly. Previously, they were targeting Yin Ruyu, and now they were targeting them. Not only that, but the Gu family and the Yi family were also targeted. Could it be a bloodline? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Bloodline? What bloodline? The dark red dragon was puzzled. Lin Xian said, "That's right. It must be the power of bloodline. We don't know Yin Ruyu's identity, but it seems that her identity and status are even more powerful than Hua Tiandu's. Thinking about it, the power of her bloodline must be very terrifying. That's why these Bloodwing Bat Kings targeted her. Apart from that, the Gu family and the Yi family were also clan of the ancients, and the bloodline of the great emperor flowed in their veins. Especially Yi Wudao, who had a sacred body. That was why they were targeted. No Flower also had a mysterious bloodline. There were also other saints and saintesses. All the major sects and clans with bloodline power were targeted. We have more on our side. Ruffian Dragon, you don't have to say anything. If the monster race knew about your bloodline, they would probably go crazy. Ching Cheng and Xiao also have shocking bloodlines. Peacock also has the bloodline of the Great Bright Lord. That's why we are being targeted. Damn it, that's really the case. The Dark Red Dragon thought for a moment and realized that Lin Xian's guess was right. The others' expressions changed. That shouldn't be the case. 5 of them had bloodlines. How could there be 5 of them? There must be bloodline power among the others. That should be because they didn't have enough bloodline power. Whether it was Ruffian Dragon, Qiu Qing Cheng, Yi Wu Dao, or No Flower, their bloodline power was top-notch. It could be said that it could shatter the past and present. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were guardians. Could it be that the monster saint gave them an order before he died? Did he ask them to collect the top-notch bloodline power? Chapter 2543. Lin Xian still couldn't figure it out, but he guessed that it was most likely the case. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were indeed there to collect bloodline power, which was why they were targeted. 1, 2, 3, 4. There was still one left. Temple Master, what bloodline power do you have? Peacock asked from behind. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't have bloodline power. No. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. Their temple master was so powerful, but he didn't have bloodline power. That was too unbelievable. That didn't seem right. Who was the extra one targeting? The Dark Red Dragon frowned. It's me. The 1-pound Xing Tian said, I have a spatial bloodline. As expected, the Dark Red Dragon sighed. That makes sense. However, we should think about how to deal with these 5 big guys. It seems that if we don't move, they won't move either. Why don't we stay here and wait for them? Xing Tian, take out the Black Demon ship. The other disciples boarded the ship and controlled it. Yes. Xing Tian waved his hand, and the Black Demon ship appeared. Immediately, the disciples of the Immortal Palace all entered the Black Demon ship and activated the formation inside to resist. I'll seal one with Flower Protector and another with the Sage's Handbone. There are 3 left. Qingqing, take one with Qiu Xing Tian, take Peacock and the others and fight one with the Black Demon ship. Leave the last one to me and Ruffian Dragon. In an instant, Lin Xian distributed the tasks. These people quickly took action. Lin Xian took out the Sage's Handbone and floated it in the air. A terrifying pressure surged, and the entire space froze in an instant. Soon, he and Flower Protector sealed 2 of them. These 2 weapons of mass destruction were already very powerful even before they were unsealed. If they broke the seal, they would probably be able to seal them. However, Lin Xian didn't want to break the seal unless he had no other choice. After all, the appearance of the Big Dipper coffin this time was related to him breaking the Sage's Handbone. He couldn't guarantee that something terrifying would happen if he broke the seal again. He might as well resist it himself first. If he really couldn't hold on, he would use it. Erupt together. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon God, Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, Xing Tian, and the others were all using their own unique skills. Peacock and the rest coordinated their attacks with the Black Demon ship. This battle was earth-shattering, and it took a very long time. It had already lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Xian and the others were about to run out of energy. Fortunately, they had a lot of natural treasures in their hands. Moreover, the more they fought, the more excited they became, because this was the best battle they had ever had. They could use this to improve their combat awareness and experience. After all, it wasn't something that could happen at any time. Finally, on the 7th day of the battle, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He began to use his trump card to kill. Whoosh! The great dragon sword soul erupted, and the 4 seals on the ancient dragon abyss sword were undone. A Bloodwing Bat King was sent flying. There was a sword wound on its body that couldn't be healed. This scene shocked the people at the checkpoint. They didn't expect their temple master's sword chi to be so terrifying. As expected, Lin Xian managed to severely injure a Bloodwing Bat King with the help of the great dragon sword soul. However, the Bloodwing Bat King was too terrifying. There were Dao patterns in its body. Unless the Dao patterns were erased, it would be impossible to kill it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill it completely. Kid, use that thing. Didn't you catch a lot of insects like the gold-devouring beetles? See if you can destroy them. The Crimson Dragon God reminded. Okay. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had forgotten about this. When he first entered the cave, he caught 100 of these black insects, and he could use his soul to control them. Now that he used it, the 100 black insects flew out. They fought against the severely injured Bloodwing Bat King. The Bloodwing Bat King sent the black insects flying. However, these insects were made of darkness magic crystals and were very sturdy. Their bodies were not inferior to the Bloodwing Bat King's. Therefore, they could fly out and come back again. For a while, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. However, not only were these black insects hard, but they could also devour everything. Sure enough, before long, one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings let out a miserable roar. Many holes appeared on its body. They were all bitten by these black insects. Bite its head. Lin Xian controlled these black insects to crawl toward the Bloodwing Bat King's head. He guessed that even if there were Dao patterns, they should be in the head and the heart. Therefore, he split up and attacked the Bloodwing Bat King's head and heart respectively. The Bloodwing Bat King struggled frantically. Its body was overflowing with blood, and mysterious runes flashed. However, these black insects were indeed very strange. They could cut through everything. In the end, they broke the Bloodwing Bat King's heart and brain respectively. They bit the Dao patterns in them. The Bloodwing Bat King screamed. It was no longer invincible. In the end, it was killed and turned into a bloody mist. Whoosh! The bloody mist drifted in all directions. The Crimson Dragon God exclaimed. He felt that his dragon blood had been stimulated. This was great. Could it be that this thing could awaken the power of one's bloodline? Thinking of this, he crazily absorbed it. Not only him, but Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, Xingtian, and Peacock also absorbed it. They felt that the power of their bloodline was boiling. For a moment, they looked at the remaining Bloodwing Bat Kings with shining eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised. However, he did not have the power of his bloodline. However, he had the Dragon Sword Soul. He realized that this thing also had a revival effect on the Dragon Sword Soul. The power of the Dragon Sword Soul was stronger than before. Although the improvement was not much, Lin Xian could clearly feel it. Kill. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He knew how difficult it was to raise the strength of the great Dragon Sword Soul. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? In an instant, everyone attacked again. Using this method, Lin Xian killed all the blood-robed Bat Kings one by one. When he killed the last Bloodwing Bat King, Lin Xian did not kill it. Instead, he bit off the Dao pattern in its brain. Through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he directly controlled the Bloodwing Bat King and planted a beast slave seal in its body. Come here. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. The Bloodwing Bat King stopped attacking and floated over from the sky. It knelt on one knee on the ground and greeted its master. Very good. Lin Xian flashed a smile while the others around him sucked in a cold breath. No matter how one looked at it, this scene was strange. Such a terrifying Bloodwing Bat King had been subdued. Everyone else heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. This battle was really extremely dangerous. Sure enough, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He asked, "How long has it been?" Xing Tian calculated. It had been almost a month. Damn, a battle that lasted for a month. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were really terrifying. Chapter 25:44. I wonder how the others are doing. Murong Qingqing frowned. They probably didn't feel too good either. Even we barely made it out alive. It was very dangerous. But thinking about it, Yu Wudao and the others must have made it through. Their trump cards aren't any less than ours. All right, let's rest here and recover our strength. Let's continue. I want to see what's inside this ancient tomb. Everyone sat down cross-legged and rested. After fighting for a month, they had expended a lot of energy. These people rested for 7 days and 7 nights in a row before they were completely recovered. Then, they quickly set off and left this place. In other places, Yi Wudao, the Gu family, No Flower, and the others had also experienced a month of battle. They had used their super powerful trump cards to finally kill the Bloodwing Bat King that was chasing them. After recuperating, they set off again. The Fey Imperial Palace, the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds, and the others did the same. However, some of the weaker ones were in trouble. Although they had killed the Bloodwing Bat King in the end, they had also suffered heavy losses. The Five Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground were even more miserable. Their saints had already been killed. Now that they had encountered such a powerful Fey King puppet, half of their disciples had been killed. There were even cases where the holy sons of 2 holy lands were killed. The saints of the Illusion Palace and the Nangong family had both fallen. It could be said that this was a very tragic battle. The entire human race had been affected. The more serious ones had half of their members killed, while the less serious ones were covered in injuries and their strength had been greatly reduced. It could be said that the one that had been preserved the most was Lin Xian's immortal palace. As they had been well preserved, no one had died. They had only been injured and had expended too much energy. If the people of the other sacred grounds knew about this, what would they think? They would probably vomit blood from anger. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian and the others flew forward quickly. They all boarded the black demon ship and turned into a black stream of light. Finally, they arrived at another hall. This hall was very dignified. There were demonic pillars around it, and there were engravings at its feet. It looked incomparably sinister. There were also several halls and secret chambers around it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian formed a seal with both hands. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and scanned the surroundings. He heaved a sigh of relief as he didn't discover any powerful array formations. Collect them separately and be careful. Don't touch the formation. Yes. Peacock, Hu Yidao, Ghostly, and the others led Immortal Palace's martial artists in all directions and began their search. Lin Xian, the Dark Red Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others also split up. Many palaces and pavilions were opened, some of them covered in dust. Yes, there was nothing. Damn it, could it be an empty city? These people are getting a little anxious. It wasn't easy for him to come here. If he didn't bring back some treasures, how could he be at ease? In the distance, Shen Jingqiu cried out in alarm. Brother Lin Xian, come quickly. Seeing this, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew forward. After passing through several pavilions and halls, he finally arrived in front of Shen Jingqiu. After him, the Dark Red Dragon, Murong Qingqing, Xing Tian, and the others also arrived. Shen Jingqiu pointed to the hall in front and said, Brother Lin Xian, look inside. There are treasures. Lin Xian and the others looked inside and then gasped. The Dark Red Dragon's eyes were shining. We're rich, we're rich. The other martial artists from Immortal Palace, Purple Glow Holy Land, and Jade Lake Holy Land also flew over. When they saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Everyone was stupefied because inside the palace, there were countless treasure chi emitting resplendent light. Swords, spears, staffs, axes, whips, and all kinds of treasures were arranged there. Each of them was like a small sun, emitting a sharp aura. Qiu'er, did you find this? Lin Xian was shocked. Shen Jingqiu said with a smile, Yes, Brother Lin Xian. Looks like my luck is really good. I actually found so many treasures. How is it? I'm awesome, right? Qiu'er is really awesome. Let's split it among the 3 of us. Lin Xian said. He waved his hand. The martial artists from Immortal Palace walked in. The people from Purple Glow Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land were also extremely shocked. The female disciples from Jade Lake Holy Land looked at Lin Xian in surprise. The people from Purple Glow Holy Land were also shocked. In the crowd, the grandsons of the elders who went against Lin Xian had already been killed by the Bloodwing Bat King in the previous battle. Now, they only had gratitude for Lin Xian. The people from Immortal Palace and the two great sage quickly walked in and distributed the treasures. Peacock and the others looked at this scene and exclaimed. There were earth-rank treasures inside. They were at least mid-rank treasures, and there were many high-grade and top-grade treasures. There were also a few heaven-rank treasures. This made them extremely jealous. They quickly collected and recorded. When Lin Xian and the rest saw this scene, they smiled as well. Palace Master, we're really rich. Peacock walked out with a smile on her face. She had already counted clearly. There were 13,000 mid-grade earth-rank treasures, 2,300 high-grade earth-rank treasures, and 108 top-grade earth-rank treasures. Hearing this, Lin Xian also counted these. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed. Damn, this is too much. They did not expect that there would be so many treasures in this palace. As expected of a saint's palace, it was indeed incomparably rich. Lin Xian also swallowed his saliva. It was indeed a lot. There are 4 treasures with sky-high prices. We've decided that Purple Glow Holy Land will get 1, Jade Lake Holy Land will get 1, and Immortal Palace will get 2. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He took the 2 heaven-rank treasures. One was a pagoda, and the other was a long saber. In addition, the remaining weapons could be chosen by Immortal Palace's martial artists on the spot. The rest would be rewarded according to their contributions when they returned. Immortal Palace's martial artists exclaimed again and again. They hurried forward to distribute the treasures. Lin Xian gave the heaven-rank pagoda he obtained to Xing Tian. Thank you, young master. Xing Tian was also excited. He did not expect that Lin Xian would give him a heaven-rank treasure. Lin Xian smiled. This was a great harvest. It was enough to fill Immortal Palace's treasury. The dark red divine dragon went in and glanced around. He put away all the tables and shelves that held the weapons. These things had been preserved for tens of millions of years without spoiling. They were definitely treasures. The others thought about it and agreed. Thus, they moved everything that could be moved away. The entire palace was empty. Nothing was left. Let's go. Everyone was overjoyed. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, he frowned and a golden light appeared in his eyes. Buzz. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm. A huge palm of light grabbed forward. Boom. The void trembled and a secret compartment appeared on the ground. Then, a dark red stone platform appeared. It was more than a meter tall and appeared in the palace. The stone platform was about 2 meters in diameter. There were 17 simple treasures placed on it. Chapter 25:45. On the mysterious stone platform, there were a total of 17 items. They were placed casually and emitted a terrifying aura. There were even some sparkling lights. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed. Heaven-grade treasures. Another heaven-grade treasures. 17 heaven-grade treasures. These people went crazy. Their eyes were red, and their breathing was rapid. Heavens! Lin Xian exclaimed. As expected, there were still hidden treasures. The others were even more shocked. They did not notice at all. How did the other party find out? The other party's eye technique was too terrifying. Shin Jingqiu said, Brother Lin Xian, you're too amazing. You can even find them. Lin Xian smiled and pinched Shan Jingqiu's face, then walked up. Qiu Qingqing, come, let's split them. After all, Shin Jingqiu and Murong Qingcheng were his women. Lin Xian did not feel bad about giving them treasures. Of the 17 heaven-grade treasures, Shin Jingqiu and Murong Qingcheng received 5, and Lin Xian received 7. The 2 girls were elated, and beautiful smiles hung on their lips. Brother Lin Xian, you're so good. Shin Jingqiu tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's face a few times. Murong Qingcheng did not do so, but she looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of love. All right, continue searching. There are so many palaces here. Maybe there are treasures in other places. Lin Yuxuan waved his hand again. At the same time, he gave Peacock, Hu Yidao, and Ghostly a heaven-grade treasure each. The 3 of them were overjoyed. Thank you, Hall Master. They were too excited. These people searched quickly. This time, they were full of enthusiasm, and their eyes were red. In a single palace, there were tens of thousands of Earth-grade treasures, and even a dozen heaven-grade treasures. How could they let go of such a huge treasure trove? These people searched carefully, not letting go of even a corner. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that this place wasn't simple. Although there were treasures on the surface, the real treasures were probably hidden in the dark. For example, the stone platform from before. If he hadn't done anything, these people probably wouldn't have discovered it. It had to be kept here for who knew how many years before it could be taken by other intruders. He then activated his heavenly secret god eyes, and a pair of golden eyes floated in the sky, looking down. Suddenly, he frowned, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! He floated into the distance. Kid, what did you discover? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon swayed its tail and followed after him. Lin Xian came to a remote place. This place was very dilapidated and could not even be called a palace. It could only be called a shabby stone house. Are you sure it's here? The dark red dragon looked around, then looked at the magnificent palace and frowned. How could there be treasures in such a dilapidated place? Lin Xian was also confused. However, he said that he had indeed used his heavenly fate divine eye to sense a special aura here. It was very unusual. Xiaobai. Lin Xian took Xiaobai out. Xiaobai's stomach was bulging and he burped. He had followed the holy lady and eaten a lot of heavenly treasures along the way. His stomach was bulging. It had been more than a month, and he still hadn't refined them. At this moment, he was like a small ball. Therefore, he had been hiding in the black earth and sleeping to digest the heavenly treasures that he had eaten. Now that he was caught by Lin Xian, the little guy waved his little claws in protest. Lin Xian knocked on his head helplessly. Little brat, just how many good things have you eaten from the other party? Your stomach is bulging like a ball now? Wu Ji Xiaobai's eyes widened and kept moving around with a sneaky look. It seemed that he had benefited a lot from following the holy lady. All right, hurry up and let me see if there are any treasures here. Xiaobai nodded and began to search with the treasure bowl. Soon, his body swayed and he flew forward. Wu Jihe pointed to a piece of land behind him. You said that the treasure is here? Lin Xian asked. Xiaobai nodded and waved his little claws. Let me see what it is. The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws and grabbed forward. The ground split open and a deep pit appeared. The dark red divine dragon's claws made a clang. He frowned. There was indeed something that could withstand his attack. It was definitely not an ordinary item. He waved his claws again, and the ground completely split open. It appeared. The dark red divine dragon cried out in surprise. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He found something in the deep pit below. That thing was very thin and folded into a square. There were dense patterns on it. It seemed to be a piece of clothing. However, it was too thin. The dark red divine dragon grabbed it. Sure enough, after the good clothes were unfolded, he found that it was something similar to a Taoist robe. Lin Xian looked at it and found that it was engraved with runes. Its aura was obviously a heaven-stage treasure. Moreover, from the looks of it, it should be a medium-grade heaven-stage treasure. Not bad. I wonder how effective it is? Lin Xian was somewhat happy. He was not worried about his attack power at all. With the dragon sword soul, his attack power could continue to increase. However, his defense was much weaker. Among the holy sons, he was only at the middle level. However, things were different with this Taoist robe. Lin Xian carefully checked the Taoist robe and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Then, he put it on. Whoosh! He poured his power into it, and countless flames suddenly appeared on the Taoist robe. It was very strange. The flaming Taoist robe. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Ruffian dragon, try attacking it. When the dark red divine dragon heard that, it waved its dragon claws, and a sharp ray of light flew out. Lin Xian did not use anything, nor did he flash away. He wanted to see how strong the defense of the Taoist robe was. With a clang, the void split open, and the red ray of light crashed into it, producing a sonorous sound. Lin Xian did not use any power, and the attack was completely neutralized by the flames. So powerful. It's definitely a medium-grade heaven-stage Taoist robe. You're rich, kid. The dark red divine dragon was also pleasantly surprised. It did not try to snatch the robe. Its body was very sturdy. Besides, it could not wear the robe. No, you have to give me something to compensate me. The dark red divine dragon coaxed and pestered Lin Xian to get 2 low-grade heaven stage weapons. Lin Xian would not be stingy with the dark red divine dragon. He had more than 10 heaven stage weapons in his possession. Moreover, he was even happier that he had obtained the flaming Taoist robe. With it, Lin Xian's defense would be more than enough. It would be very difficult for an ordinary holy sun to break through his defense, unless they use some powerful trump cards. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon raised their heads. Those people are here. As expected, they were martial artists from the other holy lands. Seeing that, Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he flew out. He put away the flames on his Taoist robe. In the distance, the martial artists from the Immortal Palace and the 2 great sage lands who were still searching for other palaces and pavilions also raised their heads. Oh no, they're here. Damn it, hurry up. These people are searching like crazy. If we don't find them soon, they'll snatch them away. Someone's here. When the martial artists in the sky saw that, they instantly cried out in surprise. What are they looking for? Could it be? It's a treasure. Hurry up and find it. Chapter 2546. Previously, they had suffered such heavy injuries that their hearts were itching with hatred. Now that there were treasures, they naturally wanted to snatch them. Otherwise, it would not make up for the resentment in their hearts. Seeing that these people were about to attack, a cold shout was heard. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu appeared in the sky. It's them, the Jade Lake Saintess and Zixia Saintess. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect it to be them. It seemed that they had also survived the pursuit of the blood-winged Bat King. They did not know what happened to their little lover. It would be best if he was killed. That would relieve the hatred in their hearts. The person they were talking about was naturally Lin Xian. But soon, the people of the Tai dynasty and Tuoba family were disappointed, because they saw 2 figures floating in the distance. It was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Damn it, this kid is still alive. Judging from his appearance, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. How is this possible? How did they escape? The Tai dynasty's crown prince gritted his teeth. The Tuoba family's holy son also looked gloomy. There were also 5 elements palace, 9 heavens sacred ground, and 1,000 thunder sacred ground. They had paid a heavy price in order to kill the Bat King. Countless disciples and experts under his command had died. Lin Xian ignored these people. He looked around and saw Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others. He immediately smiled and said, "Everyone, how have you been?" "Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be here so early." "Yes, there are no treasures here," Yi Wudao and No Flower said with a smile. "There are indeed many treasures. Hurry up and search," Lin Xian said. Hearing that there were treasures, Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others were pleasantly surprised. They waved their hands and asked their subordinates to hurry up and search. The people of the Tai dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, and the others also moved. "I wonder what treasures Brother Lin has found during this period of time." A cold voice was heard. It was the Yin-Yang sect's holy son. He did not expect the other party to arrive before them. Moreover, they did not know how long the other party had been here. If all the treasures were taken away by the other party, wouldn't they suffer a huge loss? The Yin-Yang saint wanted to check if the other party had snatched any incredible treasures. "Why? Do you want to know what I got?" Lin Xian's lips curled up. "Hand over 10 deity crystals, and I'll tell you." Humph. The Yin-Yang saint's face darkened. Divine gems weren't cheap. 10 divine gems were a huge fortune. How could he give it to anyone just to get some information? Therefore, his expression was unfriendly. "Young Master Lin, your clothes seem very special. Why haven't I seen you wear them before?" In the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Yaoguang Saintess said indifferently. Her words immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's right, this Taoist robe looks very ancient and doesn't seem to be something from the modern era. This should be an ancient treasure. It couldn't be the treasure that this brat obtained, right? The saints and saintesses all stared at Lin Xian as they discussed among themselves. However, Lin Xian frowned. This Yaoguang holy daughter seemed to be speaking casually, but she was actually trying to sow discord between them. It seemed that she was still holding a grudge about the little white monkey. Indeed, the little white monkey had eaten so many treasures from the other party, but the other party did not get anything in the end. The other party had acted magnanimous then, but now it seemed that she was indeed holding a grudge. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian and stared at his Taoist robe. Humph! What? You want my Taoist robe? Think about it first. Do you have the ability to do so? If anyone wants to accompany the 5 elements Saint and 10,000 Thunder Saint on their way to the Netherworld, I don't mind sending them on their way. Lin Xian did not release any terrifying murderous aura, but his words made everyone's expression change, especially the holy sons and holy daughters. They all frowned. The person in front of them was not a kind person, nor was he a weakling. He was a terrifying demon king. He was a powerful being who had killed 3 holy sons. Ordinary people were no match for him. A bunch of trash. If you don't dare to fight with me, then scram. Disappear in front of me. Lin Xian shouted coldly. That one sentence was enough to intimidate these people. Come to think of it, these people weren't much. You're courting death. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that no one can deal with you? That's right. Even if the 5 elements Saint and the others are holy sons, they are only average among us. There are many holy sons and holy daughters who are more powerful than them. The Yin-Yang Saint's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Is that so? Then have you surpassed them? Lin Xian stepped forward. Sword chi erupted from his body, forming a terrifying sword chi storm. Are you trying to stand up for the 5 elements Saint and the others? Or are you trying to prove that you are more powerful than them? But no matter which one it is, go ahead. I'll take it. You're courting death. The Yin-Yang Saint was enraged. His opponent was so aggressive that he was about to explode. His Yin-Yang sect was an unparalleled sect in middle ground, and he, the Yin-Yang Saint, was an outstanding genius. Those princes and princesses had to be extremely respectful when they saw him. But now, he was actually being looked down upon. Moreover, this was in front of all the young prodigies in the entire world. If he backed down now, he would probably lose all his face and never be able to raise his head again. Kid, I'll let you know the price of provoking me. The Yin-Yang Saint revealed a ferocious expression. Yin and Yang Qi erupted from his eyes and body. A huge hand that covered the sky slammed down. This hand was as black as ink. It was like a demonic mountain that mercilessly pressed down from the sky. With a loud boom, the entire space exploded. The surrounding light also dimmed. That terrifying power made the cultivators who were looking for treasures in the distance almost kneel on the ground. It was too terrifying. The Yin-Yang Saint was indeed very powerful. It seemed that he was more powerful than the 5 elements Saint and Wanlei Shengzi. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. If the other party really dared to attack, then don't blame him for being merciless. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and moved in the sky. Every step he took caused the entire space to tremble violently. Countless large black cracks spread out from under his feet in all directions. The sword chi on his body pierced through everything. They were like illusory true dragons that moved freely in the sky. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura kept rising. He was like a sword god that had descended from the 9 heavens. Everyone could not help but tremble. Even the saints and saintesses furrowed their brows. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Retreat quickly. They quickly retreated and made enough space. Indeed, in the next moment, the sword chi erupted and roared in all directions. It destroyed all the terrifying dark energy in the surroundings. Lin Xian did not attack. Just the sword chi on his body was enough to blast away the black hand. However, this was the Yin-Yang Saint after all. He was very powerful. Although the black hand was shattered, it still pressed down mercilessly. Boom, boom, boom. The space collapsed. A huge black hole appeared and spread out in all directions as if it was going to swallow everything. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.